everybody. We want to get started. The mics are hot, so Chelsea, watch what you say about it. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our very first budget retreat. I would love to see all of that here. Good morning to all. I think what we do. I would like to say for the record that I was on time this morning. And I am going to go ahead and get us started, and thanks for the records also. And pass it over to Christina Riordan, Director of Budget and Management Services.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Christina, Director of Budget and Management Services. I just want to welcome you all to day of 2 budget retreats and happy Gathings Day as well. Jenn for you today, so we are really looking forward to the conversation, and you can have the agenda in front of you as well too, and starting off today by just looking at some of our financial projections. We'll have an economic update. We'll get information about some of the engagement we have done, about how that feeds into our strategic plan. We have us here today to talk about revaluation. So that is a presentation that was not in the packet that you received in your email, and that's because a number of just got them this morning. So they will be here this afternoon. We will talk about our CIP and our PGI programs. They talk about our facilitated discussion that we're going to be doing around that. And we'll be bringing that back in a second. So I don't want to spend any waste any more time. So I will turn our city manager, who is going to open us up for today's retreat. Thanks so much.
Oh, first one.
Yes, hear us okay?
Here.
The mayor has already told me that he's really looking forward to this because how Rick wanted it, and so absolutely
No problem.
no pressure. But I'm excited. Thank you, council. Thank you, Christina. Thanks to all the line of staff for giving us today and for everybody coming. I am excited to be in front of you today to present this brief introduction for your day. Really deep thought and conversation around the budget. I have enjoyed watching my predecessors sit at the table, conversation. This is a great opportunity to help you, council, and Durham achieve the success and progress towards our amazing goals. Budget decisions are they're very hard, but the process that you follow to make those decisions doesn't necessarily happen. Your staff and our guests who are here today, we're all here to help that process along, provide you with context and information, and hopefully to help you create a framework that can facilitate the important choices that you need to make when you're about. Consider this challenge though from a big picture perspective. Everybody in this room probably sees some positive value, or maybe even a lot of positive value in just about every choice that's going to come forward. Everybody here, council members, staff, community members who have an idea about what should happen in the budget. None of those things are going to be things that you think would move Durham backwards. You may have different opinions about how valuable they are, but arguably everything is going to be good for Durham. So if all of those moves, if all of your options in the budget are positive, how do you make wise choices about which ones to choose? We know we can't do them all, so how do you choose? Now, I'm not going to suggest that you got here that budgeting is absolutely serious work. It has real consequences and huge trade-offs. But hear me for a minute as I talk about some real life games that most people are familiar with. So let's talk about some of the characteristics that define a game like checkers. Raise your hand if you play checkers. Okay, council members. What's the goal of checkers? How do you win?
Jump people.
You jump people, and by jumping people, so you take all their pieces. Moves in checkers, are they super complicated?
No.
No, pretty straightforward, right? You got one choice or another when you move your piece. You know where your piece is gonna end up. What about strategy? Do you plan your moves in checkers way in advance? Not really. Yeah, you maybe have one or two moves ahead of you. I think checkers is a pretty good example of a game with short-term strategy. The focus in checkers is on immediate gains, capturing pieces, preventing threats on the board. Maybe checkers has some limited scope. The consequences of your moves, they're pretty easy to foresee, right? If you move your piece here or you move your piece there, your brain doesn't have to work too hard to figure out what's going to happen next. So it's a somewhat simple game that's short duration. And it certainly doesn't require the investment that some other games do, like chess. Right? In the room, raise your hand if you have tried to play or successfully play chess. All right, that really is good news. We're talking about chess for a minute. All right, so what's the goal in chess?
Go after the king.
After the king. Get the other player's king in checkmate. You want to capture the king. Compared to checkers, we'll talk about moves in chess. Are moves in chess simple or complicated? Complicated. Tons of pieces. All those pieces have different roles. A piece can move in all kinds of ways over the board. What about strategy in chess? Is it short-term or long-term? I think the focus in chess is you think about your overall position and that eventual victory is led by all these small pieces that you play. The game is much broader in scope. Your moves have long-lasting consequences. They affect the entire game. You have to plan ahead. You have to plan way ahead sometimes. It requires anticipating your moves and other people's moves and considering potential scenarios that might play out as the game moves forward. In short, it's very complex. Plays can take a long time before you eventually get the success that you're looking for. Don't get me wrong. I think chess and checkers are both good games. They're both worth playing and you're enjoy that effort. You gain the satisfaction of knowing that the moves that you make resulted in the outcome that you wanted. But I'd like to suggest that while winning checkers feels good, winning at chess just feels a little bit better. You invest a lot of mental energy, your resources, your time. You get invested in your strategy in chess. And when all of that effort ends up with victory, I think the sense of satisfaction is meaningful. And so you, council members, you ran for office in Durham to help Durham achieve success, to secure victories for your wins. And one of the biggest efforts that you undertake to score those wins is you craft and you implement a budget. Stick with my analogy for just a minute longer. Budgeting requires us to engage, I think, in both the games we talked about. It requires a little bit of checkers and it requires a little bit of chess. Each year you have decisions to make. And many of those annual decisions are more like checkers. Sometimes the moves are pretty straightforward, like our moves in checkers. We fund a position or we don't. We invest in one program or we invest in an alternate program. The options between the two are sometimes binary. You know what you're going to get. And if you make that choice and we execute on your strategy, then you get the outcome you're looking for. Sometimes the horizon for some of these moves is short. But if we get enough of them right and use common sense, we can get a win at the end of the game. And I'll admit, it can be tempting to play checkers instead of other games that sometimes take more thought, more discipline, because the results are more immediate with checkers. The outcomes are a little bit closer at hand. It really takes a little less commitment, I think, to play checkers. And I think, on the other hand, it can be a bit more challenging, but also I'll suggest it can be a bit more rewarding to understand that when we're crafting our budget, we also need to put some real effort into playing chess. In contrast to checkers, budgeting like chess is more complicated. There are so many options, so many ways that you can move forward. Which pieces do we put in play first? How will those moves advance us towards our desired outcomes for the city? Unlike checkers, the outcomes of each individual chess are not obvious right away. But if we string together a series of moves that complement each other and build on our strategy, we have a strong chance of success. The reason for those checkers moves are short, but in chess, they're long. So playing chess, it takes dedication. It's going to take commitment and discipline to keep your plan in place. But if you do that, then you'll be very satisfied. My point is not that we should only play chess when we play, but what I am saying is that we make this out on sort of the Swedish report, if all we do is play checkers. But then it leaves a pretty important question. You don't get those rewards just by playing chess. You need to plan to win. The whole point of playing is winning. So, what do you do to play that game with that game? Well, wait. We have. Wow. You have a strategic plan.
Let's see what you did.
This blueprint is here to help guide every move that you make in this budget. It's already been devised. It was built by your community. It was endorsed and adopted by many of you or the predecessors who sat in your chamber. And this plan is lived every single day by the staff who sit behind in this room. And while this strategic plan does include a number of predetermined plays, we call those initiatives. Those initiatives are being worked on every day. It's also a great roadmap for the moves that the council needs to make next. No doubt in this budget season, you as a council and your staff are going to need to play some charters. We're going to need to make some right now decisions. We need to think about what's right around the corner and make the best moves that we can in that situation. But my challenge for you today, throughout the budget season, is to play as much chess as you need. Think about where you want your to be now as the game advances. Think about how hard decisions that you need to make today. Perhaps maybe sacrificing some pieces in order to advance the long-term strategy, or using your early turns to get your pieces in the right place so that later on they'll be in a good position to get you where you want to go in the game. And maybe make a really bold move when the perfect opportunity presents itself. So today's discussions, these are all for you to set up, lay out the board, whatever game you need to play. Our job as a staff is to help win at checkers and at chess. But obviously my bias here is showing. So my hope is that we use this time together to set the stage and perform long-term success. And that you will think about the challenging but rewarding strategies that our community can pursue together. So now you're on the clock. Again, and you're the first one. Right.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Very bogus.
Okay.
Let's keep it. Yeah, we'll give them more out of feed.
Yeah.
You Grandmaster? No, I usually. No way.
Thank the manager for that reduction, and so I talked to you about some of the numbers. As we normally start, we started out talking about financial projections and our budget out. So just to give you a little sense of what I'm going to be talking about this morning, I want to I want to go to our recap where we are right now. A little bit into the future about what we are thinking about for this year and future years as part of our multi-year, and I'll also talk about the budget development process. So we're talking about Durham right now. We pulled out, if we want to pull out metrics to just look at, we just chose 3. We want to show you two of the ones that we normally talk about in our presentation. The first is population of Durham. And so this is some numbers from the City County Planning Department, showing our population of City of Durham. I think what we can see from this chart most clearly that is that our population has been consistently growing over the last several years. At the rate of about 2 to 3% a year. And I think that that's a good thing, especially for a city that, relies on property and sales tax. It can also be a challenging thing as well, too, as we think about the services and that we have to provide. Another thing that we often talk about with you is our planning and development fees. So the planning development this is a chart with the latest projection for FY25, and as you can see, they are strong. That is the actual, and the yellow is the budget. Their budget increase in FY25. They were projected at this point in the year to be above budget at the end of fiscal year 25. Moving on to the inspection comments. There's 2 charts here. One is the number and one is revenues. The number is similar to what it was the previous year. I think we've seen a slight decline in our revenues from FY24 to 25. At the end of Q2, the department is expected to probably decline slightly on the revenues, about $224,000. But that's out of an $8 million budget, so it's about 2%. So it's not really an alarming thing, but something I know the department is looking at, thinking about as part of their budget process. So moving on to your budget, I will still have tax rate, which is I know something that we will be talking a lot about this year. Here. So just as a reminder, rate is 59.62 cents. That was a 3.85-cent increase over the previous year. As it currently stands, a penny on our tax rate generates about $4.3 million. And then we divide that tax rate, as you are well aware, over several funds. So we have our general fund, which receives a large portion of our tax rate. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that one in particular. So many of our departments fall in it. We have our debt service fund, our solid waste fund, our transit fund, dedicated housing fund, which has the tax rate in that fund is split between both 2 cents for operating and then 1.38 to pay for debt service on law and capacity. And then just to give you some numbers, this is our total overall budget, which is $668 million, which we adopted last year. As I talked about, our general fund is the largest portion of that, which is $306.3 million. This budget was a 9.5% increase over the year before. And the general fund increased about $8.7 million. as you remember, a lot of the tax increase that we did do went into that general fund. So that fund is about $24.4 million. So that fund is broken up mostly by property and sales tax. So this is kind of a chart showing you the revenue breakdown for as you can see, about 15% is property tax, and the other 34% is sales tax. And so out of that, tax last year was 16% higher than the year before. So it was about $21 million. And then our sales tax was about 5% higher than the year before, which is about $5 million. So those are our main revenue drivers in that fund. It will be important as
This is the budget for last year, or is this?
This is the budget for last year for 2025. So breaking out the actual revenue sources in the general fund. And then we also have some other very small revenue sources, which is our local taxes. The main portion of that is only about 1%, is our occupancy tax. We receive a very small amount of state funding, which is a lot of it is our parallel, some utility franchise tax, and some other revenue sources. And then when we look at expenditures, general fund in this current year, about 79%, almost 80% of our general fund is made up of people. So that is what we're spending the majority of our money on. Operating makes up about 15%, and capital is a little under 1%. And then we do have transfers to other funds, which is mostly our, a lot of that is our street maintenance that we transfer out to our capital improvement plan. And then looking at where funding goes in our general fund, and like I said, we're just talking about our general fund right here, so this does not take into account our transit fund and water fund or stormwater, so there are other services that we provide that are outside this fund. But this fund, about 50% is public safety, which includes both our police and fire, 911, and our community safety program. And then our next biggest portion is community building, which is our community development, Office of Economic Development, neighborhood improvement services. And then we have public services being at 11%, governance at 10%, and administrative at 9%. So I'm going to be coming to you at the next work session to do an in-depth presentation on our Q2 numbers, but this is just a preview of the chart that I will be talking about, which is showing our Q2 numbers compared to our Q2 of last year. So at the end of the first quarter, which is just in December, revenues are just on a amount basis are higher than they were in Q2 of last year. You'll notice that property tax makes up a large portion of that increase. I will say that as a percentage of budget, we are not that much further along than we were last year. It's just that we have more property tax. Our budget is higher this year, so we have more property tax in the budget. And then we'll talk a little bit about sales tax as we move forward in the presentation, and then Power Bill, charges for service, intergovernmental, and occupancy tax are all looking strong and where they should be at this time of year. So I'm going to go through some of the specific revenue sources and talk a little bit about our projections for the end of the fiscal year. So starting off with property tax, our budget for this year was $153 million, and we are on track, I think, to make budget for this year. At the end of Q2, we were at $104 million, which was about almost 70% of budget. I looked this morning, because you will remember that we get a lot of our property tax in the month of January, and we're at about 94% of budget. So that is very good news for our property tax situation. Moving on to sales tax. Sales tax is, this year we had a 5% increase, so our budget is about $105 million. This is a revenue source that has been very strong, and as you can see from the chart, we have exceeded budget in almost every year in the last 5 years. And what I will be talking to you a little bit about is this year we are not anticipating to exceed budget. So Some of the things that we're noticing about sales tax is that it is starting to slow. And so that will be a conversation that we will have to kind of factor in and think about as we move forward with next year's budget. So for right now, and this is a very cautious projection, we are projecting to be at 102, which is about $2.6 million under budget for sales tax. Moving on to charges for services, these are looking strong. We are at about 51% of budget at the end of this fiscal year, and so we are expecting to be on track for these for this revenue. Power bill. Our power bill is a source of revenue that we use for street maintenance. It is a state formula that we receive from the state, which is based on both street mileage and population. So this is a revenue source that has been very strong and has been growing for us. Right now we get two allocations of power bill, and so we have received our allocation for the fiscal year, and so we expect to be almost $1 million above budget at $9.3 million. So that's good news. Occupancy tax, which is a revenue source that really struggled during the pandemic, has come back strong. And so we are now at, our budget this year is at $3.3 million, which is about what we saw last year. We are at $1.8 million at the beginning of the second quarter, and we are anticipating that this will end the year on budget. I will also say that this is a revenue source, as you all know, that will be going away for us. And you know, in FY28, we don't expect to have this revenue source, so it'll be one that we'll need to make up for. The final revenue source I wanted to talk a little bit about is utility franchise tax. This is one that it's based on telecommunications and video programming, which is like home phones and cable services. So as you can imagine in your own homes, this is a service that has been kind of decreasing. And so this is one of those revenue sources that I expect that may not even be here in years to come, or something that we may need to replace. But it's one that is struggling, not for anything that we do, but just because of the state of the world. So.
We're going to need the mics hot, so when we have questions, we're going to get online. So we're streaming, right?
We are.
Yes. There we go. All right, colleagues, I'll ask you to just make sure your mics are off. I don't want to keep your mics hot so we can ask questions. Did we get to determine what types of new tax or replacement tax we get for there, or was that state determined?
The utility franchise is a state tax, so we would not get to determine that.
So obviously we're seeing I'm looking at this as I would look at a gas tax, and there are more electric cars. So we would need to wait for the state to determine a different type of tax, as this is decreasing.
If we wanted to use another state. You know, state funding is obviously, like I showed you in the chart, is a smaller portion of our overall revenue source. So, but yes, if we were, we do not determine what state.
Okay.
For the most part,
Thank you.
So these are some of the January numbers. As I said, property tax is about 70%. As I said this morning, I looked, it was we're almost 94%. So that is the revenue source that is strong. Sales tax collection is about 28%. That looks strong. Sales tax is on a 3-month delay, so it's only about a third of the way through the year. I will say the collection is we're going to talk a little bit about that, and we have some slides that I want to talk a little bit more about sales tax. Occupancy tax is at 54% halfway through the year, which is very good news. And then intergovernmental revenues, which is about 65%, and charges for services at about 52.9%. Okay.
Sorry, so on the sales tax, you said that it's 3 months behind, so it would only be first quarter and it's looking at more than a quarter.
Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about that because I think, because some of it is like, I want to talk about what collections is a little different than what we also are, what we may see in the bank at the city as far as, and also what our reports are getting from the state. So sometimes those are not always together. So I want to talk a little bit about net. Let me give you a second. So I want to talk a little bit about our budget outlook for next year. And I want to start with our revenues. So the first thing I want to start with is sales tax revenue. And as I said, sales tax revenue, we're projecting to come in about $2.7 million under budget in this fiscal year. And occupancy tax is the other tax I wanted to just briefly mention. I think we've talked a little bit about how that tax is going away. We're going to be getting 2/3 next year, so that will reduce our budget by $1.1 million. We'll then have another $1.1 million reduction in FY27, and then we'll have no occupancy tax in FY28. So this is a kind of graph that I wanted to show you about gross sales tax collection. And so this is this has to do with the sales tax we get from the state for the first 4 months, which is kind of where we are.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to just say it's going away, but just
So,
put it
no,
right.
I understood there. I apologize. Yes, for the city, it will be it'll be a revenue source that will not be in the city, but it will be out in the community.
Right.
Doing a different type of.
Become a lot more accessible to matching funds and a lot more agility to build assets for the community at large. Just for the folks that are.
Very good point. Yes. Understood. Yes. Okay. So for sales tax, what you can see is that we have had since 2013, we have had tremendous growth in sales tax. And if you look at 2021 through 2023, there was a tremendous amount of growth. What we are seeing right now in sales tax is that there is a flattening of sales tax, which does not mean that sales tax is bottoming out, but more that we are seeing sales tax slowing. And we only have 4 months of data, so I will say that it is early on in the year to make a prediction. But this is something that I think as we move forward with the budget process that we are going to be looking at. And I think that when we talk about sales tax growth, which has been very strong in the last few years, we did 5% last year. The year before that, we did 15% budget to budget. And so the amount of sales tax that we will probably predict to get in this upcoming fiscal year may be smaller than we have in other years.
It looks like, can you go back to the last slide? It looks like this hasn't happened since before 2012, that trend of it actually potentially going down, assuming this holds true.
Right.
Is this a potentially indicator of broader and larger issues going on, economic issues, or something that we need to keep an eye on?
This is because it makes up a significant portion of our general fund. It's one of the revenue sources that we watch very, very closely. I can't necessarily speak to what it means, but I think it's something, a trend that we're seeing that we are very cautious about and want to keep an eye on.
So this is really helpful. Clearly what happened both here and nationwide was as sales taxes spiked, because prices were going a fairly so part of what happened coming out of COVID was that this kind of inflation, right? So they clearly reflected in part in that steep rise there from 21 to 22, 23, right? It's partly driven by just a rise in prices. And it seems like now what we're seeing is not sales tax going down, but we're flattening out, right? Has your department done a little deeper analysis of that? Because we're still, we're in some kind of recessionary period here in Durham, right? Population is still growing, unemployment rate's fairly low. So it does surprise me that we're seeing flat sales tax revenue when the economy is fairly healthy still. So I wonder if you've done any more deeper analysis. What part of that would have been just kind of general price rise, and what's sort of reflecting overall economic activity?
Yeah, I mean, we do as much as we can based on the information we get from the state as well too, so, but it is something that we are looking at closely. And so, we get kind of a gross number, from the state of what our sales tax is. We don't often have very good insight into exactly where it's coming from, but we do as much analysis as we can. And so this is something that we're definitely looking at.
It doesn't really make sense.
So I just wanted to say, this is why I invited Chris Chung to come as well. Rather than Dr. Walden, he does a national overview of the economy and interest rates. But Chris Chung is going to give us more economic data that's showing trends statewide, and is going to help inform what's happening here as well.
Also wonder if you looked at sort of other major cities in North Carolina, have they seen the same trends here? Charlotte, Raleigh, for example?
Yes, we're seeing that throughout the state.
Something to watch it, right? Thanks. Go ahead.
The other area I want to talk about is on our expenditure side, which is growth in personnel costs. So, over the last several years, especially last year, where we did a pay study, we've invested heavily in our city employees, which is a very good thing. And salaries are higher, we have more employees, and personnel costs as a percentage of budget have increased. I think these are all really good things. We also think just looking at vacancies or looking at folks in positions that we are seeing a reduction of the vacant position. So this chart is showing you the folks that we are actually paying in July of 2023 and the folks we are paying in currently. And so what you can see is there's an upward trend, which is good for the city. That's what we want. We don't want vacant positions. But that is also something that we will be looking at and watching, because we are also factoring in vacancies as we kind of budget as well too. So that.
Thank you. I know that our standard is 95% is what we budget around, but we lowered it a little bit, so I was just wondering.
93%.
Okay, so I guess, does that seem?
We still feel like that is still a good mark.
Okay.
We are not feeling like that, but it's something that we're continually watching. So
Okay.
it's something that we just are continually looking at, because if that's to change, that
Then
will
we have to
change.
change it. Okay, so but you're thinking FY26 we will not change that percentage, and I get that. I just wanted to make sure that.
At this point, no.
Okay.
But it's something that we're watching.
I was actually gonna ask the same question, but can you tell us, I see that there's like a number increase, but I also know that jobs have increased in the city. Do you know the percentage that we are at right now?
So we can find
Or
out.
we'll get to it later,
Yeah.
I'm just curious while
Yeah.
we're looking at that graph. And then the other question I had was that earlier in the pie chart, I don't have to go back, but. In our general fund expenditure, it has the 79%. Is that personnel costs, or is that, what all is included? Because it says personnel, like NAL, it is meant to be personnel, correct? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Personnel, like all the costs that it takes to have people in the city.
Just want to make sure we're looking at the same numbers.
Yes. So the initial forecast, which I'm going to go over our multi-year, as we begin budget development, is that we will have a $6.4 million deficit. This does not take into account the 135 budget requests we've received from departments, which makes up about $32.4 million. And then we also, as we will be talking about later today, have about 37 budget requests from council. And just as a reminder, general fund best practice is to use fund balance. We'll talk a little bit about that one more time.
Thank you. I know every year that first bullet has that deficit, and I remember my very first budget retreat, I wanted to die when I saw that, because I didn't understand at that point. It would be really helpful if we could see literally the trend over the years, because I think it helps us as council to see y'all got way better and way tighter with what's actually happening. And so it helps us prioritize, because we know how active that number is coming in. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if we could get that at the next budget retreat, like this year 6.5, out 6.4, I would love to see it 5 years. Like how accurate have we been walking in on day one, right? Because it helps us understand. Right now, you know, in years past, there's been a ton of flexibility, right? And so you come in as a council member and you're like, oh, it was way off. It's like way more money than we think. And we've gotten better with our own systems, so that's not accurate anymore. Which is great on y'all's part, right? Like, kudos to budget management staff, like that's amazing. But it just helps us on our end of decision making. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will say that we have tried to, that is why I bring up some of the revenue discussion and personnel discussion, is because we are trying to look at these things more closely, and so that when we give you this number, that we are trying to get you to a better number. This will be somewhat impacted by revaluation and, you know, go into a revenue neutral rate and things like that, so that, you know, I don't have some of those numbers. So I mean, we do have I do believe we will have a deficit, but you know, we will be coming back with some sharper numbers as well too next time. On that.
Thank you.
All right, Christina.
Yeah.
Christina.
Did you have?
Yeah, thank you, Christina. Good morning, colleagues. I appreciate it. Councilmember Keyar, you were really down, and I was one of those folks who had a bit of angst when I first saw that number as well. And I know that in your profession you have terms of art that you use. Can we call it difference rather than deficit? Because, and I appreciate the use of the term beginning the budget process. And oftentimes in the public square, they just see deficit. But it's not really, it's just the difference between what we've asked and what we're projecting. So we're not in the red. And I'm wondering, and I understand, I respect the jargon that's germane to, professions, but can we just say the difference between the ask or delta or rather than deficit? I'm wondering, just to kind of help capture what's really going on there.
Right, yes.
For lay people in particular.
We will be adopting a balanced budget, so there will be no deficit by the time we get to June. And so I think what we're trying to say right now is that our revenues and expenses are not in balance, and we at this point in the budget process.
Based upon ask, though.
Based upon some very, some things that we are looking at may change. So some of our assumptions in here too, as part of this process.
But let me clarify, it is before the asks. So I hear you on deficit, because we are not running a deficit. My word might be closer to gap, that there is a gap between, right now, there's a gap between what we think we will need to continue doing what we're doing now and the revenue that we project. That is also not uncommon at this time of year. And it is before we have considered the new asks from council or departments. So, but I think you're correct. I think deficit has a certain connotation to the public. We are not running a deficit in this year's budget. We will end the budget, year, our projections are good, and we will adopt a balanced budget. But right now, between now and when I present the budget, we have a gap that we will need to close either by reducing planned expenditures or revising our estimates on revenues. Christina, is that close to how you would be comfortable?
And that is often what happens between now and when we get to the end, when we get to budget adoption. So we need to figure out a way to make the two balance. So I'm going to go over some of the assumptions I have in here, and then we can talk.
Thank you. Could you go back to the slide? Okay, so when we say we received approximately 135 budget requests from departments, I'm reading that as informing the number that we're calling deficit. Is that not correct?
That is not correct.
Okay, all right.
No, so we would still need to add those in.
Gotcha,
So
gotcha.
that would be, but this is just what we, just based on where we are.
That's very helpful.
Keeping things,
Gotcha. Thank you both.
and let me go through some, and I can probably go through some of the assumptions and come back to the chart if that's helpful. So what I am assuming in this, when we have done our projections, is that property tax will be at about 3.61% over last year's budget, and that there will be a 3% increase in years 27 through 30. So that's a pretty conservative estimate at this point. Sales tax, we had 5% in last year. Our current assumption is that it'll be a 3% increase over last year's budget, and that it'll be 3% in the out years. Occupancy tax, I've talked a little bit about how, that assumption is that we are decreasing that revenue source. And then charges for services, right now we have them kind of flat over last year, but with a 2% increase in future years. But that, as I said, is very early. We have not received our projections from departments, so these will change as we get. Budgets are not due until Monday, so we will be getting more information on some of that stuff.
And before we leave that slide, let me just offer another clarification on how we present that. It's revenues from those sources that we are predicting an increase or a decrease, not the rate. Obviously, this is assuming a revenue neutral rate or a flat rate. It's a 3.61% increase. Predicted revenue, that's natural growth. We're not telling you at this point we're making any assumptions. Yeah, we're not making any assumptions about changing those rates.
And right now I'm using the old rate, which I know will change as well too. So.
Christina, just going back to the budget book from last year for the budget, which showed also like a projected property tax growth of 3%. So that's been the sort of the projection for the last several years. I'm just curious, historically, what have we actually done historically? What has been, like in the last 10 years, the average annual increase in property tax?
It's been, it's been, in the last few years, it's been about 3.61%, which is why we're using that for this year. So, because we were looking at that.
So you're increasing that over the estimate from last year, you're sort of bumping that up. It seems like it would be, right, with all with the growth we're seeing, it seems like it would be greater than it's been historically, so that's.
Yeah, so that. So major assumptions are, we have money in the budget for our general services maintenance at $1.2 million. That's the same as last year's budget, and I can say from looking at some of the requests, there are several requests for more maintenance projects and more money in that budget, but at the moment we are holding it at where we were in FY25. Streets, we are continuing our $15 million for streets. That's $11 million in operating and $4 million in fund balance. This, in combination with the bond funding that was passed, would bring the street maintenance up to $25 million for this fiscal year. For some of the benefits, which are also big drivers of our personnel costs, we have a 6% increase for health insurance and 6% in out years. Our dental insurance, we have it flat. I want to say too, I want to preface that these two are what the city is contribution, so this is not an employee contribution. This is what we pay as a city to provide health insurance and dental insurance for employees. And then our 401k contribution is 5%, which is what has been for a number of years. And our local government retirement is increasing 0.75% over FY 24. Sorry, that should say 25. That is at 14.35%, and that is something that we do not control. So that is set by the local government retirement system. And then as I talked about, this assumes a tax rate the same as what we have this year. As in a reval year, we will be changing the tax rate and going to something that's called revenue neutral. We have not done that whole calculation yet because we are waiting for information from the tax office. As I talked about earlier, they've been working up until they present this presentation to you today. And so that is something that as when we come back in the next budget retreat, I hope to have that information for you. But right now, my assumption is that we would keep the tax rate the same, and that is up there. And for pay, we are assuming the same pay increases that we had in last year. So that would be 5% for our step plan for both sworn and non-sworn, and then our pay for performance and over range of 4 to 6%. So I'll go back to that slide. And what you can see in this, I talked a little bit about our revenue growth, which is pretty modest. But the main driver in this model is really our personnel services, which are growing at about 4% a year. And so I think that is the main thing that is driving a lot of the expenses. Operating expenses are only at about a 2% increase, and capital is very small. And so we're looking at what we are spending our money on, it is hard to hold. Okay.
Thanks, just a couple questions. I want to connect this one back to the earlier slide you showed. So before you showed that whatever line graphs, that the property tax was expected to be 153 million.
Yes, and so this is budget, this is not, so FY25 is budget to budget, not projection to budget. Does that make sense?
But you were showing you showed the budget for 25 as being 153 million. Is that, like, are those two top lines, the general property tax and?
Sorry, yes, those two together go together to make that number, that's why.
So it's roughly 153 million, right?
Yeah.
But then the property tax number, that was like 105 million was the budget.
So this
sales
is,
tax.
so this is other local taxes, so it's showing you both the sales tax and the occupancy tax together.
Okay.
That's why it's 108.
Okay. That's helpful. And then, to me, the big jump, the difference between like FY 25 and 26 is the additional revenues, which there's a drop of about 4 million there. So what's in that additional revenues line that's not?
What you're seeing, the additional revenues, that's our transfer to fund balance. So we had, there are always things that we pay for out of fund balance. And so part of that is the 4 million to streets, and then there are other one-time costs that we use. And so we back those out because we're using appropriation from fund balance for those one-time things. And so that gets backed out in FY26. We are anticipating that we will need $4 million for streets in FY26, and we will also have an election, so we have about $850,000 for that. So that's why you see it carried out.
So right, so we were budgeting to take more out of fund balance in 25.
Yes, because we have one-time expenses that we used and we paid for them with fund balance.
But that line that additional revenues is only, that's transferred from fund balance. And
So it does not include any sort of, again, no new initiatives, so there's no one-time things.
Okay, thank you.
I did want to talk a little bit about fund balance. So at the end of Q2, which, as you know, we get better throughout the year at projecting where we're going to end the year. But at the end of Q2, our fund balance number, which is something that we have shown you in many years, we have a fund balance policy of keeping 16.7% of fund balance. And so if you look at this, we are projecting that at the end of 2025, we will have $54 million in fund balance. That minimum level of fund balance for 12% is $34 million. Our target rate of 16.7 is 48 or almost 49 million. And then above the target rate of 16.7 is about 6 million or about 2%.
Thank you. So same thing, it would be really helpful to see a trend of fund balance over the years at our next time, because I think what's helpful is we worked hard to get to that 16.7. I think a lot of residents don't necessarily understand what our fund balance policy is and why we have it. So they just see, oh, we've got $54 million that we're not spending, right? And so, and I would say this is probably the tightest fund balance I've seen my entire time on council. And so I would be great, again, to see that trend, so that, because it's not just us. I mean, I like to use these opportunities to also educate our public. And so sometimes folks have said, you know, they come like, oh, you can take it out of fund balance. And I think it's really important for everyone to understand, no, this year we really can't. Like, it is, it's good that we've drawn it down, right? Because we don't want fund balances, I think is what, once you get into like 25% over, like you start to actually get dinged by the bond rating agencies. Because you're not, basically, you're not utilizing all the money you have, right? So I think it's great that we've drawn it down, but we have to at that as a way to pay for things that come up, and that's not really gonna be a thing that we have, you know, this next fiscal year especially.
I think we've talked a little bit about this, but what is not included in that projection that you're seeing, which will impact where we come back to you when we come back with the manager's adopted budget, is revaluation, have an impact on this year's budget, new budget requests, new CIP requests, which don't necessarily sit in our general fund, but do impact our budget overall, and then council budget requests. So, moving on to our budget development process. So where do we go from here? So as we are right now, we have this council budget retreat, and then we have another one on February 28th. On March 17th, we move towards our first public hearing from the public on our budget and their priorities. And then on May 19th, the manager will present his budget. We will have two council work sessions on May 28th and 29th. Then we will also hear from the public again on June 2nd to be able to comment on that budget. And then on June 16th, you will all pass a budget, a balanced budget. So you have all gotten this, I won't go over it, but this is just kind of a schedule for what we have coming up over the course of the next few months with you to get to that balanced budget. So the next steps, our departments are, their budgets are all due on Monday, and I know all the department directors in the room are anxiously thinking about that as well too. And so we will have much more information after that time when they submit what they have, what they are expecting for the next year as far as operating expenditures and revenue. We also have the new funding request that we will be prioritizing and trying to align to that strategic plan as we talked about at the very beginning of the retreat. And then we also have our capital projects. And so we will be talking a little bit later this afternoon about our capital improvement plan and some of the ways that we will prioritize some of those projects throughout the year. So we promise as Budget and Management Services to review our new budget requests and prepare our analysis. We're going to analyze the impacts to our performance measures, which is something we'll talk about when we talk about strategic planning. And then also we're going to prepare recommendations for the city manager. So as I said, we're on, just to summarize what I've talked about today, we're on target to meet our current revenue projections in most areas except for sales tax. We project that all departments are going to end the year within budget, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about that next week when I come and talk about Q2. But we're not seeing any concerns on our operating side, and our revenues, you know, in the multi-year, we will be refining those and have more information after we get budget submissions. And at this point, as I said, we have a $4 million budget gap. It got changed in between, so in the general fund. So, any other questions?
Thank you, Christina. This was rich and very in-depth. And I like Councilman Shari, I think this is an opportunity where we can also inform, but also educate the public as best as possible. This is where it all happens. This says everything that we're about here, so thank you. Colleagues, if there are no questions, we'll continue on.
I'll just add, one, I think, that's what it is. All right.
I would just, we know there's a lot of information in that presentation, council. We do this early on in the budget retreats, because we know you may have follow-up questions. So please make sure to follow up with our budget staff over the weekend, send emails, let us know. We can make sure and capture any other questions you have and have some follow-up discussion at your second budget retreat. So we don't expect you to absorb, I can't absorb all that information in the amount of time. Please feel free to follow up with us, because it is very dense. Thanks.
Yeah, and I would say that we do have budget staff here today taking notes, and we will be bringing follow-up and sending that as well too, so. Okay, so moving on to our next presentation. So we normally give you an economic update every year at the budget retreat, and this year we are doing something a little bit different. So we have traditionally in the last few years, we have had Dr. Walden from NC State. Dr. Walden has retired, and so we are have a new speaker today for you, which I'm very excited about. His name is Christopher Chung, and he is with the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina, where he is the Chief Executive Officer. So in 2015, Christopher joined the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina as its Chief Executive Officer, and he brings more than 27 years of experience on state and local economic development experience to this role. Just to talk a little bit about the partnership, it's a public-private partnership funded by both the state of North Carolina and more than 80 companies and organizations statewide. It's responsible for a number of economic development functions on behalf of the state of North Carolina, including new business recruitment, existing business support, international trade and export assistance, small business startup consulting, and tourism, sports, and film production. Since 2015, the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina has helped North Carolina win nearly 13,000 corporate location and expansion projects, resulting in more than 178,000 new jobs and $70 billion in new investment statewide. So I want to welcome Mr. Chung to our budget retreat today, and I'm going to turn it over to him to provide his economic update.
Good morning, happy Friday, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Appreciate you all welcoming me here. I did not realize I was filling Dr. Walden's shoes, so I may be a poor substitute for all his expertise. I told JJ at the planning call, I'm not an economist. I majored in economics a long time ago in college, but that, as you all know, does not qualify anybody to be an economist. I do have, though, nearly 3 decades of experience doing state-level economic development, including the past decade here in my role in North Carolina. And that's really my charge to you today, is to show you what we are seeing at a state level, and perhaps even how that might intersect with what you all prioritize as you look at the future of the city of Durham. So in the 30 minutes or so that I have with you all today, I'm going to try to cover a number of things at a fairly high level, and then to the extent that we've got time for questions, I'd be more than happy to take any of those. Frequently in your all city, as someone who visits the restaurants, the bars, and just really love the city, but I know it's a challenging time for local government, not least for some of the trends that I'll be touching on here in a moment. So with that, as you heard in the kind introduction, I always know that in any room that I come into over the past 10 years, very few people actually know or have heard of the EDPNC, so if you'll give me just 2 minutes to set the table on the organization that we are, please indulge me. So as you heard, we are a nonprofit organization, and every day we get to go to work on a mission to improve the economic well-being and quality of life for everybody who calls this state home. When I started in this role 10 years ago, there were 10 million people that we were serving through our work every day. Today, as you all have kept up, it is now more than 11 million people who now refer to North Carolina as home. Whether you were born and raised here, or whether you're someone like myself, a native of Columbus, Ohio, who moved here 10 years ago, we've got more than 11 million people in North Carolina, and if at the end of every day, our work is resulting in a little bit better economic opportunity than at the beginning of the day for those 11 million people, and that's something that we take a lot of pride in. So that's our mission, but the way that we go about our mission is probably the more relevant part for today's conversation. There are 5 things our organization as a nonprofit is tasked to do. Most of today's time, I'm going to be spending around what we do to recruit businesses in from outside the state. We call business recruitment pretty straightforward, but every day we get the chance to talk to hundreds of companies that are thinking about North Carolina as a future location for investment and expansion. And our job at the state level is to convince them that of all the states they are thinking about, North Carolina is the best choice that they could make. We have a lot of data and a lot of arguments that we put forward to prosecute that case every day. We also, in addition to trying to recruit companies here, we also have a team that's focused on supporting the growth of existing companies. Very important for us to attract companies to North Carolina. That gets a lot of attention, as all of you on City Council know, and probably all of you in the room can figure. Anytime a new company comes in from outside the community or outside the state, they cut the ribbon, they break ground, it gets a lot of headlines, it's very splashy, it's very visible. That's why business recruitment tends to get a disproportionate amount of attention when it comes to economic development, but it is by no means the only way that you accomplish economic development, either as a state, as a county, or as a city. So we have a whole team at the state level that is responsible for sitting down every day with existing employers in North Carolina and just basically saying, what keeps you up at night? What are the barriers that are preventing you as an employer from further expanding in North Carolina? And then the job of that team is to figure out how they can try to solve for some of those challenges that those employers are confronting so that those employers continue to add jobs, make investment, and keep growing right here in North Carolina. So great for us to attract companies, yes, but let's not forget about the many, 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 many more companies that are already here that we don't have to convince about North Carolina being great. They're already here. Let's just remove some obstacles that are holding them back from growing further. The third area that we focus on is export assistance. So this really is targeted at a lot of our manufacturing companies, especially smaller and medium-sized manufacturers who are ambitions to become global companies. We always remind our clients on this side of the shop that as great and as big as the US economy is, remember we are 5% of the world's population and maybe 25% of the world's purchasing power, which means if you've got a product to sell, there is a tremendous opportunity sitting outside the United States. That could be right here in North America, in Mexico or Canada. That could be as far away as East Asia, the Middle East, Africa, Latin America, so on and so forth. So we have a team that's focused on helping manufacturers to identify ways they can grow globally through the power of exporting. Fourth thing that we do is small business startup counseling. So this is just like it sounds. I don't know if any of you have ever started a business on your own, but it's a very daunting process. And even with things like Google and ChatGPT, if you're starting a business for the first time and you don't know what permits to file, you don't know what licensing requirements, you don't know all the paperwork, it's just a lot of information to try to deal with when you're just trying to get your business up off the ground. We have a small team that's fielding thousands of calls every year from individuals who are curious about what they need to do to get that business started in North Carolina. And our job is to walk them through that process with a human voice and a human touch, and then refer them to a lot of the other great resources that are there for small businesses. We're really focused on those first few steps that an individual has to take to get their business up off the ground in North Carolina. And hopefully with that support, they go on to create very profitable, successful businesses down the road. Last but not least is tourism. Tourism is big business in North Carolina. We are blessed with 320 miles of Atlantic Ocean coastline. We've got the Smoky Mountains, the Blue Ridge Mountains, and a whole lot of great stuff in between that draws millions of visitors here every year. Our job is to promote North Carolina as a travel destination, especially to leisure travelers. We are out there with a marketing campaign not only nationally, but internationally that is touting all the wonderful things that you can come do in North Carolina. And the reason we do that is we want them to visit, yes, but we want them to spend their money. Because when they spend their money, that money flows into our economy from outside the state, often benefiting a lot of small businesses who make up the leisure and hospitality industry, hotels, motels, restaurants, even the gas stations where people fill up their cars, convenience stores, tourism attractions, all those different things that we do when we're on vacation. We want people to do more of that when they come visit North Carolina. We'll do a little audience participation since it's always good to engage, but does anyone want to guess the amount of visitor spending that North Carolina received in 2023 in our tourism economy. We don't have the 2024 data yet, we will here in a couple of months, but for 2023, anyone want to hazard a guess on how much visitor spending North Carolina's economy received? Mayor, are you getting ready to guess?
So Durham was 2 billion, so I'm going to assume maybe about 75 billion.
Any other guesses? Not everyone is as successful as Durham, so that amount would apply if everyone had the success that Durham did. 36 billion. 36 billion is what our visitor spending impact was, and that's the result of tens of millions of visitors coming to North Carolina spending money. So you can see this is big business. This is why it's part of our economic development mission at the state, is to encourage this type of visitor spending activity because of the economic impact it has on our state. We have a couple other niche functions within tourism, things like recruiting film and TV production. That's really notable in economies like Wilmington that have a big industry around film production, but that's another way that we get some of that tourism money in through the door as well. So that's what we do, and that is the mission that we are responsible for on a daily basis. As I said, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. We are a contractor to the Department of Commerce. All this stuff used to sit within a state agency 10 years ago. It was spun out of a state government agency, the North Carolina Department of Commerce, back in 2014 through an act of legislation. A new nonprofit was created to take over management of these functions, and that is how we exist today. In addition to the state contract, which provides most of our funding, we also benefit from the financial support of 80 companies in banking, real estate, utilities, engineering, legal, staffing, the kinds of industries that you can imagine would benefit if North Carolina's economy is performing at a higher level. They all contribute some amount of funding to us. It gives us more resources that we can put towards that mission on top of the public funding that we receive. Very similar to how many local economic development efforts are run, where there is public revenue as well as private revenue. And the idea is you have a bigger pool of resources to go out there and recruit businesses with or promote tourism with. We're about 70 employees. And for our purposes, our budget this year is about $160 million. That's quite a bit bigger than it normally would be, but that's due to some special funding that was directed our way by the legislature. So let me talk about some of the success that North Carolina has had. You heard some of this in the introduction. Over the past 10 years, we're very proud to have been part of this success, but over the past decade, North Carolina has announced more than 1,400 individual corporate location and expansions. This does not account for every single thing happening in the economy. For reasons that can get a little complicated, these are more the projects and deals that are touched by the economic development profession here in North Carolina. I often like to describe it that while we are focused on business recruitment, that doesn't mean we are focused on attracting every single kind of business to North Carolina. Like Chick-fil-A is a good example. Chick-fil-A is always thinking about where they're going to open up a new Chick-fil-A store. That's great, but we aren't focused on attracting retail type functions like another Chick-fil-A store or another Best Buy or another Dick's Sporting Goods. Again, for reasons that are probably too complex to go into. What we are focused on at a state level, and this is what most states are focused on, is attracting corporate functions like a headquarters or a technology center or a food processing facility or a manufacturing plant. Those are the kinds of corporate facilities that economic developers at the state level are oftentimes focused on. Very different at the local level. Some communities will focus on retail attraction. That is not the highest and best use of what states do. And in serving 3 different states over 30 years, I can tell you that's pretty much consistent across the board. So what I'm talking about here is 1,400 corporate location and expansion announcements, by and large involving those types of corporate functions that I talked about. 190,000 announced new jobs, $83 billion in capital investment. I don't need to tell this audience, when I tell this to general audiences, yes, billions of dollars, that's a very abstract number that when you talk about capital investment, you all understand that's property tax base. That is the lifeblood of what funds local government, infrastructure, education, and all the critical services that we depend on in our community. So $83 billion ends up yielding a lot of property tax revenue all across the state where these 1,400 announcements have taken place. Record job announcements in 21 and 22, solid years in 23 and 24. The cherry on top for all of us, on top of these results that we are pleased to be part of a team effort in accomplishment, is for 2 consecutive years, North Carolina wore the crown of the best state to do business according to CNBC. These rankings, they're great, they're bragging points, but they're very, very important, as our job is to market North Carolina as a great business location. And you can imagine, if you have a superlative like this from a nationally recognized and respected media platform like CNBC, that is really powerful ammunition to go out there with and try to convince other companies that they should be looking and locating in North Carolina. So that's a little bit of what we consider to be some of the most successful points of North Carolina's economic development performance over the past 10 years. Why do we think that is? Big part of our success in attracting companies here or getting them to expand if they're already here is making the argument about workforce. Every single industry that we deal with, and this has been especially pronounced over the past several years, is struggling to some extent with attracting and retaining the kinds of workers that they need. And it's not just the industries that we deal with. Like I said, we deal with tech, manufacturing, life sciences, food and beverage. Those are the types of industries that we are working to attract. But we know the workforce challenge is not limited to those industries alone. If you're in construction, healthcare, education, police and fire, state and local government, you are facing workforce challenges as well. There's a bunch of demographic factors that are responsible for that, and that could probably be the subject of its own presentation. But long story short, more baby boomers are retiring than people behind them to replace them in the workforce, people having kids later in life, people having fewer kids. Immigration is, for the foreseeable future, probably going to be tightened down considerably. All of those things shrink the amount of labor supply that employers are all competing to attract and retain. And what that does is, at the end of the day, it makes things really, really hard as an employer to find and keep the people you need. That's the story nationally for our country. We're in a bit of a better spot in North Carolina. It's not easy, but it's a little easier here because we benefit in North Carolina from this ongoing wave of in-migration that's been the case for the past 30 or 40 years now. People like myself who moved here to North Carolina from somewhere else, from the Northeast, from the Midwest, from Florida, from California, from other southern states. I like to give an example. I'm actually joined here today by our HR director. I usually offer our staff to just accompany me for presentations. She and I are both natives of Ohio. We're both proud graduates of Ohio State University. There are 200,000 native Ohioans now living in North Carolina today. There's probably twice as many native New Yorkers and New Jersey folks and folks from Massachusetts, Connecticut. Bottom line is, it may drive people native to North Carolina crazy sometimes, but it is ultimately a good economic development thing when people move here from somewhere else, because what that does is it deepens the labor pool that employers have access to, and it makes it far easier to attract and grow industry than you would be in a state that is flat or declining in population. That's probably at the top of the list for why we have enjoyed success as a state. Not only do we have the people in the workforce, but our workforce institutions have done a pretty good job, especially compared to a lot of other states, of aligning what they're doing to skill up and teach students in the classrooms and what industries say they are looking for in terms of skills and backgrounds. Folks like J.B. Buxton and his peers across the community college system, that is one of our crown jewels when it comes to the workforce development system that we can talk about as one of our biggest advantages as a state. Tax and regulatory, these things make a difference. Of course, they make a difference on the margins, but they are very, very important for many companies as they figure out cost of doing business in a particular location. We continue to invest in infrastructure and education at a state level. There may be disagreements about the best ways to do that, but the bottom line is, if you look at it, we are putting money into it. And then, most importantly, as someone who's worked for both Republican and Democratic administrations over 30 years in this business, we've done a pretty good job, especially in the past several years, of bipartisan collaboration between the Republican legislature and the Democratic governor's mansion on economic development stuff. They do butt their heads on other issues, but when it comes to economic development, they have found some pretty good common ground to pass the kinds of legislation that makes us competitive for the types of results that I just put up on screen a moment ago. So I sent this presentation to JJ a couple weeks ago. That's why the stats are a couple weeks old. But as of January 22nd, and I don't think it's all that different today, 226 business recruitment and expansion projects that we are competing for at a state level in this moment in time. We are oftentimes working with our local partners on these pursuits, so folks like the Durham Chamber, they would be our partner in this part of the state, and it's similarly set up all around the rest of the state, where we're oftentimes working with a county economic development organization. We'll sometimes work with city staff, but it really kind of depends on the project, and in most of the state, we start with those local relationships at the county level. But 200, give or take, projects, these are companies with very serious intentions of building a new facility and creating jobs somewhere in the United States in the next 18 to 24 months. These are not like, hey, we might do something in 5 or 10 years. These are about as concrete of an opportunity as we can have in economic development, and they're interested in North Carolina, and we're trying to win as many of these 226 deals as we can. How does it break out by industry sector? 1 out of every 6 of these projects is in the energy sector. So think of anything from manufacturing of solar panels to design and development of fuel cell systems that take advantage of hydrogen as a fuel source. These could be components that go into something like an offshore wind turbine. Anything and everything that usually has to do with the concept of producing energy. So a lot of it's the manufactured components that go into that supply chain. A year ago, about 1 out of every 7, so roughly the same. Life sciences, that's obviously huge here in the Durham market. We're tracking about the same place we were a year ago, which is about 1 out of every dozen of these projects is involving some aspect of life sciences. This could be some sort of contract research organization. This could be a clinical trials group. This could be biopharmaceutical production. It's something in the life sciences economy that we're competing to attract. This next one shows you the impact of things like federal policy on what we work on at the state level. A year ago, if I gave you this presentation, about 1 out of every 6, 1 out of every 7 projects would have been in the automotive sector. Automotive has been shorthand the past several years for companies that are involved in some aspect of the electrification of automobiles. That is where the automotive industry globally is putting a lot of their resources towards, is shifting to hybrid and electric vehicles. If you watch the Super Bowl on Sunday, most of the car commercials you saw were for something that was hybrid or electric. Very few of those commercials, especially in the past 5 years when you watch the Super Bowl or just about any other time on TV, are they talking about conventional internal combustion engines, because the auto industry has figured out that heading into the future, there's going to be more and more demand for electric vehicles. That's not a political statement of any kind, that's what the industry is planning for. A year ago, 1 out of every 7 of our projects was some aspect of that supply chain, either a company that was making those vehicles, making the batteries that power those vehicles, making the components that go into those batteries, or making some part of the charging infrastructure, the charging equipment, or some other piece of that. Today, it's dropped to 1 out of every 17, and I think it's probably down to about 1 out of every 20 if you look at our current pipeline. A lot of those projects in this supply chain. Over the past year, a lot of that has been a temporary lull in electric vehicle demand, and that obviously depresses the need to build facilities to make these products, and then add to that some of the changes of administration at a federal level, come from a Biden administration that embraced electric vehicles to a Trump administration that does not take that same approach, and you can see that there's a couple of different things that are causing this drop in our share of activity that's attributable to this particular industry. 95% of the projects that we're competing for right now are industrial, so manufacturing, industrial, warehousing. Those are the types of end users that we're competing to attract. Before the pandemic, that was only about 70%, which meant the other 30% before the pandemic were office users. So think of the kinds of employees that come to an office every day to do their work, whether they're doing software development, whether they are corporate headquarters type functions. A lot fewer of those office-based economic development projects compared to 5 years ago. And that, I'll get to that in a second, that has a lot of ramifications for at least like the city of Durham. And then this is a global business, so this usually is anywhere from about 1/3 to almost half of our projects at any given time involve a foreign-owned company. Right now, the biggest markets for which we are seeing foreign companies looking in North Carolina, Canada, China, Italy, Germany. Those are some of the biggest markets, but at any given time, you can see markets like Japan and India in the mix as well. Yes?
This huge increase from pre-pandemic to now in the industrial facilities, is that something we're seeing across the country, and then can you explain that?
Yes, so some of this is the decline of the share of projects that are office-related projects. So again, think of any employer where folks are coming into an office every day, hybrid and remote, that's a big part of it. The other part is, over the past several years, there's been this big push to rebuild some of our supply chains in the US for critical industries like semiconductors, like pharmaceuticals, and like the clean energy / EV economy. And that has triggered a wave of these manufacturing related investments over the past several years, and there continues to be a lot of that as well, so. Okay, now, Mayor Williams knows this slide because I put this in front of himself and his colleagues at the Metro Mayors Coalition back in, what was that, December, in Wilmington, or something like that. So if you're gonna take one slide away from this as city council members and others who work in city government, this is the one I would recommend. It's hard to see unless you're sitting up front, but I showed this to the mayor and his colleagues from across the state back in December. Every year there's a publication called Area Development. It's a niche trade publication that caters to our industry and the corporate real estate professionals. They survey corporate executives, CEOs, business owners, company presidents. That's their target audience. And every year they go to them with 30, 35 different factors that could make a difference when a company is thinking about where they're going to locate, expand, and invest. So it'd be the same thing like if any of you were going shopping for a home or an apartment, I could give you 30 different factors that might matter to an individual for what you're looking for in your next home. They do this same thing though from a business context, is if your company's going to grow and expand, what matters to you the most? They give them these 30 factors and they say, rank these in order of importance to your company. Over about several hundred responses, you're gonna get an average picture of the types of factors that matter the most to companies that are in growth mode. What I've done is put those results up in front of you so that you can see the survey results from the most recent year, which was released back about a year ago. We'll see the ones for this year coming out here next month. The ones with red arrows, those are the ones that are realistically in the control of local government or policy or even state policy. Some of these things you can't realistically control. They are functions of something like, free market economics, right? Labor costs. That isn't anything that you would want to try to control from a governmental standpoint. That's just supply and demand and what happens to the cost of labor. But you can control issues like availability of skilled labor. Some of these are hard to control in the short term. Some you could. Tax exemptions, broadband access, corporate tax rate, state and local incentives, what we call responsive state and local government. You can see there's a little bit of qualitativeness to these factors, but these are the things that matter to the kinds of businesses that many communities want to try to attract. And I think JJ has his presentation, so please don't feel like you have to take a picture because it's really kind of hard to see even if you're sitting up here up front. But what I've done here is with every audience, whether it's legislators or local governments, I try to show this one because people often ask, what can I do to make my community more competitive or our state more competitive? And I really, in 30 years, can't think of a better guidepost than this, because this basically sums it up in one place for you. Again, it's an average, it's a generalization, but there's a lot of meaning behind that generalization. And then taking it a step further to look at the things that you really could try to sway and influence through a policy mechanism. It really kind of boils down to what? About a dozen different things that could make a difference and that you have some amount of control to affect through policy. So I'll close here and then take questions. I got 2 more slides. So trends, like macro trends that we are continuing to watch on a state level that will affect our future in North Carolina. Can we replicate that degree of success we've had over the past decade? To me, it boils down to some of these issues. Will we continue to be ready from a workforce standpoint? As I said, it's a little bit easier in North Carolina because we benefited from our workforce growing at a faster clip than in other states because people keep moving here. And the nice thing is the people who move into North Carolina, if you look at the demographics, it's on average early 30s with some college education. Look at a state like Florida, maybe Arizona, skews a lot more towards kind of an older age, which from an employer standpoint, they're really kind of looking for that 25 to 55. That's sort of the sweet spot in the labor market from an employer standpoint. But in-migration isn't going to be enough for us as a state, right? We need to make sure that not only do we have the quantity of people in the workforce, but that we have the things and mechanisms in place to train them and upskill them for what industries are looking for. So that's going to be a big issue. And then, you've got workforce issues that I don't think I have touched on here, but issues like childcare availability, that's become much more salient as a workforce availability factor in the past few years. I think COVID, with the impact it had on the childcare industry, really highlighted just how much childcare and lack of availability or lack of childcare affordability is holding some number of people, mostly women, back from participating in the economy and in the workforce. You've got housing. I know that's something very near and dear to the city's heart. That's true in just about every part of North Carolina that I've been in, though. Housing, to some extent, also affects the kind of talent availability that you can recruit to your community and that employers can recruit. So housing and childcare are not issues that we really talked about in economic development when I started my career, have become much, much more prevalent over the past several years in the conversation. Emerging technologies and growth industries. AI, we look at everything that AI is doing right now. That's a prime example of how exposed are we, the kinds of jobs we have in North Carolina today, how vulnerable are they to disruption, displacement, or destruction by things like AI and all the incredible things that AI continues to be able to demonstrate itself capable of. I attended something in DC a couple weeks ago that was being hosted by the OpenAI folks. This is the folks behind ChatGPT. They were previewing a couple of these new agent-based AI tools that they just released in the market last week. There's one called Deep Research. It is nuts. I mean, it is the equivalent of having a PhD-trained research assistant that can go run down whatever you need them to run and come back to you in 30 minutes with something that would probably take you 30 or more days to do yourself. And that kind of power and ability has tremendous potential. It also has a lot of potential to disrupt a lot of jobs in our economy today. So how exposed are we today, and how quickly do we pivot and adapt? Those are not easy questions to answer, but that's going to determine our success as well. As I said, federal legislation, over the past several years in the Biden administration, we saw a big focus on things like reshoring semiconductor manufacturing through the CHIPS Act. We saw things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which put a lot of carrots out there for companies in the clean tech and EV space. The Trump administration, are we going to have a whole different set of policies, and that's going to determine some amount of the kind of activity that we look at as well. We're not a political organization. Our job is not to judge the merits of either party's politics. What we have to do at a state level is be prepared for what the economic development opportunities look like based on what the policy direction out of DC looks like. Power is a big issue. As I said, the past several years, if you looked at reshoring critical parts of the supply chain, in things like semiconductors, EV batteries, and whatnot, those are facilities, those are manufacturing plants that require a tremendous amount of power. And many power companies did not predict how quickly the need for power would rise, not only from that kind of manufacturing activity that's being built across the US, but the rise of AI and the data centers that power AI and things like ChatGPT are, I don't know if they're exponentially more, but they are significantly more of a power demand than what conventional data centers have looked like. And all of that is straining the US power infrastructure to the point where how quickly we can address that here through Duke Energy's efforts and others in North Carolina, that's going to affect our success as a state, especially in attracting some of those more industrial investments. Trends around return to office. For a city like Durham, that before the pandemic saw a lot of success attracting those kinds of office-based economic development deals to the community. Again, software developers or financial service people or corporate headquarters employees. There just haven't been as few of those types of projects out there in the past 5 years, largely due to this movement towards remote and hybrid work that the pandemic unleashed. And that toothpaste hasn't gone back in the tube yet, and I don't know if it ever will. And that's going to have special consequences for Durham, Raleigh, and Charlotte, which were our 3 markets that competed the most effectively for those kinds of office projects before the pandemic started. So let me close with just some issues for you all to consider, that if I were sitting in your shoes, this might be where I was focused on from an economic development lens. I don't know what the vacancy rate in downtown Durham is right now. I know it's higher than it was 5 years ago, and some of that has to do with demand for office space. So what can you do to adapt some of this real estate if there's no foreseeable future to get people back in those offices, especially the lower end older office space? There's no problem in the real estate market. Any real estate broker will come in here and tell you that at the high end, the nicest office space in any market here in North Carolina, that stuff is going fine. People are willing to pay 45, 50 bucks a square foot for the really nice stuff with lots of amenities. But the spaces that they leave to go to the higher end space, the older, more obsolete, non-amenitized space, that's just not selling, it's not leasing, and it's creating these real drags, especially on any of the surrounding area that depends on foot traffic that comes from those office buildings. That's a challenge, not just in Durham, but Raleigh and Charlotte have this very much as well. And even to some extent, some of our other kind of smaller cities are dealing with this. So what are creative ways local government can facilitate the adaptive reuse of some of these commercial properties if they're not going to be drawing office workers every day that can spend and inject economic activity into the economy? We talked about human capital. What are some policies that can make yourself more attractive from a workforce standpoint? That includes placemaking initiatives. If you think about some number of workers out there that can now work remote, a lot more than was the case before the pandemic, how do you attract those types of earners to live in Durham so that they can spend their disposable income in Durham? That's a function of what's the quality of life and those amenities that you offer as a community through placemaking and other efforts to make yourself more attractive to the human capital that's looking at where they want to live, even if they don't have a physical job that they have to show up for. Local incentives policy, that's for every community to think about. It's always, I imagine, a balance between what are the industries and businesses you want versus what can you realistically compete for. Figuring out some incentive policy that speaks to both of those. I can't tell you what that looks like in Durham, but that is how most communities are trying to always balance that question. And then what's your local government approach to business? That has what I call a signaling effect. Basically, are you known as a pro-business town? Are you known as a town where it's tough to do business? Like, these are issues that local government policy always have to contemplate because that word gets out there pretty quickly. There was a town I've worked with, I'm not shall name, nameless, in another state, and the reputation was always just like, I'm not going to look there as a company. I've heard that they just don't have a great, like they are not willing to work with us. It's red tape. It's just every answer is no. We don't feel like we'd ever be welcome there as a business. And those are the kinds of things that every local government should be wary of, so as to not to cultivate a reputation that sends out that kind of signal to the business community, because that can really be detrimental to any community's efforts to attract more job creation and investment. So that's what my perspective is. If we have time for questions, I hope this was helpful as you all look at budget priorities and where you want to go as a city, but I appreciate you all welcoming me here, and again, happy to take questions from anyone here for the next few minutes.
Thank you so much, Chris. I know the last time you gave this presentation, you were rushed. And Wilmington and I found it to be very beneficial and wanted to bring this to our colleagues. This is more information that we can work with at the local level rather than just a picture of the national economic landscape. So thanks for coming in.
Sure.
Colleagues, are there any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll try and be quick because I know that we are at like 1 minute left. So CNBC ranks North Carolina first for business. I think a lot of us have also seen the Oxfam ranking for quality places, states to work in, and North Carolina consistently ranks last in that. Of course, we operate under the national and global conditions, and companies have the ability to play states and local jurisdictions against one another, sort of deal making and attracting big companies. So I appreciate you showing the other levers that are available. I think it shows just how important it is that we get those other levers right, placemaking, some of these other levers that we have available at the local level and hopefully at the state level as well, and getting those right so that we can be competitive ultimately in order to attract good quality jobs. So I appreciate you showing that. I think that we need to take a close look at those. And if you have any suggestions or something to take away from here with how to balance quality of place to work with being able to continue to attract good quality jobs.
Yeah, always happy to do a follow-up conversation. Like I said, we have a really good relationship with the Durham Chamber folks, and yeah, these are not, I mean, those of you who serve as council members, I mean, these are hard things to balance. It's easy for someone like me to come in and say, you should think about these things. It's a lot harder for you all to kind of apply that to the situation your own community is in, so.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, I had some similar thoughts. I think certainly recruitment is part of any economic development strategy. So I appreciate your focus on that and the work you do. I would say that for our challenge in Durham, you know, somehow thinking that the solution to our economy comes from outside of Durham, I think it's not what we are. I think what we are building here is a high-value, innovation-based, knowledge-based economy. We are frankly struggling with growth. I think the presentation we had from Ms. Riordan today shows that I always thought that we were growing by 300 or 400 people a month. It's more like 500 people, right? So we're growing with a lot of dynamic, homegrown energy, right? In sectors like some of the ones you mentioned, life science, but also IT and high ed, higher education stuff. Our challenge is kind of managing that growth. So I think the idea of like incentives to pump up and goose more growth, that's not where we are. I think we need to manage the growth we have and figure out how we make a place for everyone here in our community. So that's where I am. I think the challenges you raised about like office stuff, I think in AI, those are things that I think are really things we have to wrestle with. And how much we have control of that as policymakers is not clear, but those are some trends I think we really have to be aware of. But yeah, with the recruiting piece is something, again, is part of any economic development plan, but to me is not where we are sort of like our big focus area. We need to, again, make sure we have room for everyone that wants to be here, and that we create jobs for all that everyone can access, and that we create, as our strategy says, shared economic prosperity. So.
Yeah, I think that's very much where this region, and I think Charlotte to some extent, is. Growth has not been as much the issue in these markets. It's how do you make sure schools aren't overcrowded, that infrastructure is not congested, that housing doesn't become unattainable for the vast majority of the population because housing stock has been all spoken for. Those are all challenges associated with growth. I mean, having my other two stops in my career, state of Ohio for 10 years, and you've got cities like Cleveland, which are struggling, Toledo, which are struggling. I lived in Missouri, did this for Missouri for a long time. St. Louis is struggling. They have challenges of like not enough growth. And so I think given the two, for most places would prefer to have challenges of growth, but it doesn't make those challenges any less intractable, right, to solve. And none of these has an easy silver bullet solution to them, so.
Thank you. And I guess for local folks, we know that immigration is a huge issue. We know that 21% of North Carolina residents are refugees or immigrants, a huge part of our North Carolina landscape. And so what guidance do you have for us? I mean, that labor pool that is so critical is going to get affected. It's not an if question, it's more of a when question. So any guidance that you have or where we should be looking, because that's going to have a huge impact on construction in particular, healthcare in some ways.
Home healthcare, industry, leisure, hospitality, and agriculture.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I mean, I'm the child of immigrants. My parents immigrated from Taiwan 50-some years ago, so I'm not here if not for this country's, basis of immigration. All that said, I know it's a thorny issue, and it's become, like so many things, very politicized. I think the best perspective is always going to be talk to the businesses that are impacted. Try to get the story from them, like, hey, what does it mean if all of a sudden you don't have access to this 21% of the labor pool? And I think a lot of them are watching this issue, trying to figure out, it's already been a tough enough market with access to some of this labor. How are we going to do this without that labor? Automation and technology, that's certainly one approach that some industries can use, but there's plenty of industries where that isn't probably a realistic path. I would, Mayor, I can't remember if I mentioned this at the meeting in December. It's a few years old, but it is something that I recommend as reading for anyone who wants to understand where we are as a country from a workforce standpoint, immigration just being one of those factors. But a white paper from 2021 called The Demographic Drought. It was produced by an economic research group called LightPath. So demographic drought, if you Google it, you'll see the PDF. They've done a couple of follow-up reports. But that's a really good, it's 25 pages or something like that. It's a very fast read that shows you why is it that, especially in the past 5 years, employers have become much, much more vocal about their challenges finding and keeping workers. And it's a lot of those demographic trends that I talked about that are converging. Again, declining birth rates, smaller families, baby boomers leaving, immigration levels coming down. That's not just hurting industry. I mean, you've got a big university right down the street. Colleges and universities are also suffering from what is a kind of a demographic slowdown in the years ahead, where they're going to be competing for fewer potential students. That's something, I don't know, Duke is kind of in its own category where they will still have probably more applicants than they can accept. But for a lot of public universities and other smaller schools, this is a real issue as well. It's not just about workforce for employment's sake. I would definitely recommend that reading. They've done a couple follow-up reports that speak to some potential solutions. Obviously, immigration is a tough one to solve locally or at a state level. That is a federal issue. But I think the business community will be probably one of the most potent voices in that conversation.
Can you say that one again? With the
Demographic drought, yeah. By Lightcast is the name of the economic research group. The author of that report was actually just giving a talk in Greensboro a couple of weeks ago. So, and I think if I saw the headline that the Trial Business Journal had, I think if anything, that demographic drought is mildly pessimistic. I think he is even more pessimistic now because these demographic headwinds don't have a way of resolving themselves very quickly, especially if you talk about the choice to have no kids or fewer kids. Like those, you don't turn those things all around in a moment's time. And that's the path most developed nations have taken. And it leads to the workforce challenges. Like if you look at Korea, Japan, China, much of Europe, they're probably 20 years ahead of where we are with dealing with the ramifications of a slowing population growth. We as a country have been fortunate that, like North Carolina draws people in from outside the state, the United States has long attracted people from all over the world, and that has been able to sustain some amount of our workforce. But demographic trends are also just going to reduce that over time too.
Well, on the issue of workforce, I appreciate you mentioning that. I know there's also been, and you referenced briefly, the issue of childcare. I know at the state level, both Republicans and Democrats have been concerned about the availability of childcare to allow folks to have their children taken care of while they can work. So, on the childcare side, what are the implications for us at the local level in terms of making sure we have a ready, available workforce?
So childcare, the way it impacts the workforce, the way we see it and employers see it is, like we have two little girls, 5 and 2. My wife, she stays at home, but she basically really cut back her work. She works for a family business, so she has a lot more flexibility than most people out there do, but she still dialed back her work hours to be a full-time mom. And the burden of childcare, usually does fall on the female parent. That's just unfortunately kind of what, so the decline in labor force participation usually is borne by women in the workforce. Now, what you can do to address it is, there's a couple supply and demand issues. You could certainly look at regulations to set up childcare centers and say, hey, are we making it too hard for childcare facilities to open up? There's legitimate arguments on the pros and cons of that. You could also do some unique things to subsidize childcare availability on the demand side. So tri-share models have become really prevalent in recent years, where the local or state government picks up 1/3 of the childcare cost, the employer picks up 1/3, and the employee picks up 1/3. These are usually programs launched by state or local governments. We've got a couple counties that are piloting that approach right now. You've got some really innovative private sector solutions. There's one called Patch Caregiving. They're a relatively new company, but Patch basically, they'll go to a big employer like iSheen up the road, and they'll say, iSheen, you've got this underused space in your manufacturing footprint. Allow us to do some renovation and turn it into an on-site daycare for last-minute childcare needs. Like that is a big issue if you're you get a workforce where a last-minute childcare issue, kid is sick, or childcare provider is sick. Now all of a sudden, what am I going to do with my kid? If you got somewhere on-site with kind of trusted resources where you could bring them, it cuts down on absenteeism and it boosts the productivity of the employer. These are all just some of the different solutions that are out there. Obviously, I again could follow up with that, but these are some of the ways that we're going to hopefully take childcare off the table a little bit more as an issue that's preventing people from meaningfully participating in the workforce. Because what happens is, if you've got a number of people sitting on the sidelines because childcare is an issue, it makes it that much harder for the employers to fill the empty positions that they have. That's what it all boils down to.
All right, thank you so much, and colleagues, thanks for your questions. So with this information, can you go back to the slide about the combined ratings?
Yeah.
About that one.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So I don't want this to be a situation where we can't see the forest for the trees. I think that, you know, the reason why we have this information before us is because these are the things, what we're talking about here holistically is inevitable. There will be companies coming to the state. At the state level, there's always recruitment, whether we like it or not. That is what the government does. They just constantly recruit companies to come. And I think it's really important for us to know what we have control over and influence over, so we can, you know, have influence on what types of companies that, you know, will come to Durham, because they will come. Something that just backing up a little bit, you talked about the sweet spot of 25 to 55 years old. Well, Durham was just rated the #1 city in America for millennials, as well as the #1 city for individuals, young professionals within that sweet spot age. So they're coming here regardless of whether we like it or not. To the workers' rights, you know, concern, I totally agree. And I think that, you know, understanding that this is inevitable, that companies are going to come to the state, and many of them are going to come to our area because of how attractive it is. I think that is also pertinent information for us to know, because it informs us on how serious and intentional we are with the things we can control locally. The other thing that I wanted to see this information before us is because we're home to some of the most impeccable companies that I didn't even know exist right here in Durham. ARM, for example, ARM, the largest IP research.
Semiconductor design.
Like, NVIDIA is what everyone talks about, how big it is. Well, NVIDIA is also in Durham. And ARM is bigger than NVIDIA. These are, I mean, Dell Technologies has the largest computing site in the world right here in Durham County. So we have these companies here, and these companies, they're like birds that flock together, they're bringing more. And I think that the more we understand that and understand the assets that we do have here, the better we can, you know, think about how we're growing and developing and maintaining what we already have. It's important that we have this information before us because it can help inform our decision making. I just don't want us to be caught off guard as we continue to grow, but the growth is happening in lieu of, rather than with. And my goal as a government is for us to catalyze these opportunities and not become victims to them, because we are so micro-focused that we're ignoring the macro impact. And so I'm actually glad that you showed this information. And it's not a binary of local, what we prefer locally, and then what's happening statewide.
Right.
This is inevitable what's happening at the state and national level, and it will impact us at the local level, whether we like it or not. So colleagues, after this, we're going to be going over to Durham Tech because they need to show us what's happening just through their pipelines. That is happening regardless. And then the county's economic development department and what they're doing, that is with the chamber, that is happening regardless. So I just think this is really helpful information as we think about how we shape our budget and shape our priorities. Jobs are coming, businesses are coming, people are coming, and we have a lot of that here already. And then we're seeing these trends in our, you know, in our local economy, and, you know, you're looking at, you know, how we're tapering off or plateauing or declining in the trend in our sales tax area. And then you look at all this opportunity that's happening. I see in that data that, you know, it's like potential indicators of a local recession, but also, you know, it is a little hard to do business here locally. And to think about, you know, economic drivers and what can really, you know, get us back on the upward trend. There's a lot of data that we need to really look at. We need to, you know, zoom out and look at as well as zoom in. So, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks for all having me. Good luck with the rest of your retreat. Always happy to be of help where we can. But thank you for the warm welcome.
Thanks. Thank you.
So we are slightly behind schedule, yeah, so,
Very good. About 5 minutes in? Yeah. All right, so
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. We're gonna shorten our break for about 5 minutes and we'll start back at 11:05. Second? Okay.
Thank you.
We'll figure out the like utilities, but can we mistreat your workers that is hasn't been lifted yet, so they're doing one last week. Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm just hearing that they're gonna be kind of that way, no one has to. Thank you. You're controlling
ETR and then Yes.
Hey, you got it.
Well, they only have
And I'm gonna grab a here, and we're gonna do a little audio
So they just started.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing, testing. 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 Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Three, 2, 1. This is a YouTube stream test. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3.
Let's get back to order, please. Let's get started. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm only going, okay, good. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Andrew Holland. I'm the Assistant Budget Director. I have the great privilege and honor of introducing our next speaker, Jason Morado. He is coming to us from Kansas City. I know he had a tough Sunday last week. I know, sorry. He will be presenting our annual resident satisfaction survey. So Jason Morado is the Vice President and Director for Community Research at ETC. Jason has over 20 years of experience in the design, administration, and analysis of community market research. He has served as the project manager on community survey research projects for over 600 local governmental organizations throughout the US. Jason is experienced in all phases of project management, market research studies, including survey design, developing sampling plans, quantitative and qualitative analysis, interpretation of results, and presentation of findings. His areas of emphasis include resident satisfaction surveys, parks and recreation, needs assessment surveys, community planning surveys, business surveys, and transportation studies. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Morado.
Great, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, the last couple of years I was out here, we had just finished celebrating the Chiefs Super Bowl parade. Now this year we're trying to figure out what happened and whether or not Travis Kelce is going to retire. So anyway, my name is Jason Morado. I'm the Director of Community Research at ETC Institute. And we're a marketing research firm that specializes in conducting community surveys for city and county governments. And we just finished for the 15th time conducting a resident survey for the city of Durham. So today I'm going to walk through the key findings from the 2024 resident survey. Just have a little background about ETC Institute. We're a national leader in providing market research for local governments. We've been doing this type of work for over 40 years. And in the last 10 years alone, we've conducted surveys in more than 1,000 communities across the country. And we're based in the Kansas City area, but we've conducted surveys like this for dozens of cities and counties throughout the state of North Carolina. We just finished for the first time conducting a survey for Wake County. So I was out there about a month ago. In about a month or a couple of months, I'll be in Raleigh to present the results for their survey. Some of our other longtime clients include Mecklenburg County, Winston-Salem, High Point, Chapel Hill, and as well as a lot of other cities and counties across the country. So this is really the type of work that we specialize in. This is just an overview of what I'll go through today. I'll go over the purpose and methodology of the survey. I'll walk through the key survey findings. I'll summarize our main takeaways from the survey. And if anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. So there are several reasons to conduct a survey like this. One is to get an objective assessment of how satisfied residents are with major city services and to determine what residents feel are the top priorities for the community. We're also able to measure trends from your previous surveys. Most of these questions are the same ones we've asked in previous years. Each time we conduct a survey, we review the questions and usually make a few changes, but most of the questions remain the same so that we can measure trends over time. And then we're also able to compare your results with other communities across the country. So as I mentioned, this is the 15th resident survey we've conducted for the city. We've been conducting these every year since 2016. And then before that, they were conducted every other year, I think starting in either 2007 or 2009. Your survey was administered by a combination of mail and online to randomly selected residents throughout the city. And that mail-online combination is our standard methodology for these surveys. We received 600 completed surveys, And the results of these 600 surveys at the 95% level of confidence has a margin of error of plus or minus 4%. Essentially, that means that if we conducted this survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 4% from what we're reporting. So even for a statistically valid survey like this, there is some margin of error, but the margin of error is small. So here we have a map of the city. The red dots are households that completed a survey. We had a good distribution throughout the city. And as we were administering the survey, we made sure that the demographics of survey respondents reflect the actual population of the city. So this shows the race and ethnicity of survey respondents, and this very closely reflects the actual population of the city. So we had a very good representation by race and ethnicity. This shows how long survey respondents have lived in Durham. So you can see that 20% of respondents have lived in Durham for 5 years or less. 26% have lived in Durham for over 30 years. So we had a good mix of newer as well as longtime residents. And then this chart shows the household income of survey respondents. And we had a good representation by different levels of household income. So here's what we learned from the survey. We found that residents have a positive perception of the city of Durham. 79% of respondents rated Durham as an excellent or a good place to live. When we compared your results to other communities, we found that Durham rates 27 percentage points above the US average when it comes to customer service provided by city employees. And every year we conduct this survey, that's always been one of the strengths of Durham, is that very high levels of satisfaction with customer service provided by city employees. And then the top overall priorities, and these are similar to what we've seen in previous years: public schools, affordable housing, police protection, and maintenance of city streets. There we go. So first we'll look at some general perceptions residents have of the city. Here we ask respondents to rate their perceptions of Durham in a number of different ways. The dark blue are those ratings who are very satisfied, light blue is satisfied. The gray is neutral, and we interpret neutral as average or meeting expectations. It's a rating of a 3 on a 5-point scale, so it's not a bad rating. And then the pink and the red are those who are dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. So you can see overall the positive ratings far outweigh the negative. If you look at the top of the chart, 74% of respondents are either very satisfied or satisfied with the quality of life in their neighborhood. The only area that had more dissatisfied than satisfied residents was management of development and growth, which is typical for a fast-growing community. For any fast-growing community, that's always one of the lower rated areas. Here's some more perceptions of the city. Again, you can see the positive ratings far outweigh the negative. Most respondents gave high ratings to Durham as a place to live, as a place to work, as a place to visit, and as a community that values the diversity of residents. This was the very first question on the survey, and here we asked residents to rate major categories of city and county services. Here we're asking residents to rate these areas at the big picture departmental level. And then later on in the survey, we asked about some more specific areas within some of these categories. So again, overall, the positive ratings far outweigh the negative. The only areas that had significant levels of dissatisfaction were public schools, streets, and then pedestrian facilities, which on the survey we defined as, gave an example of sidewalks. We also asked respondents about their interactions with city employees. These results were based on respondents who have interacted with the city. So they called the city either with a complaint or a concern or a question. And you can see residents have had very positive interactions with city employees. They gave high ratings to all of these categories, including employees being courteous, how easy it was to contact the city, the appropriateness of employees' responses, the accuracy of the information they were given, the timeliness of employees' responses, and then employees resolving their issues or concerns. So we compared these results to last year's survey. Overall, the satisfaction ratings are a little bit better than last year's, so we've seen an overall increase in satisfaction. So for these next two charts, The dark blue bar are the satisfaction ratings for 24. The light blue, the satisfaction ratings for 23. And I put blue arrows by the places where there's been a significant increase in satisfaction, so 5% or more increase since last year. Red arrows by the places that had a significant decrease, so 5% or more of a decrease. This is for perceptions of the city. You can see in most areas, the ratings are similar to last year. There has been a significant increase in satisfaction, though, when it comes to the quality of life in your neighborhood. There was a 69% satisfaction rating last year. This year it's at 74%. If you look at the second row from the bottom, value received for local property taxes, there's almost been a significant increase since last year in that area. 35% satisfaction rating last year, now it's at 39%. Sure.
The methodology, you talked about the confidence levels. So like, how confident are you that a 5% bump here is like outside that, like, how confident are you that that's a significant and not just sort of a data blip, right?
So the margin of error for the entire survey is plus or minus 4%. So that's why we consider a 5% change to be a significant difference. It's beyond that typical margin of error. There's always some margin of error with these results. That's why I mentioned that 95% level of confidence. So there's some margin of error, but definitely fairly confident there's a actual difference when the change is by 5% or more, especially. This is more perceptions of the city. In most of these areas, the satisfaction has increased by a little bit since last year, in many cases between 1% and 3%. You can see there has been a significant increase in how residents rate Durham as a place to raise children, from 52 up to 57%, and even a bigger increase in satisfaction with Durham as a place to retire, from 47 up to 55%. This is for major categories of city and county services. Most areas, you can see the results are very similar to last year. The one area with a decrease has been customer service provided by county employees. And then here's a continuation of that chart with major categories of city and county services. Again, for the most part, the results are very similar to last year. The one area that did have a bigger decrease in satisfaction is quality of public schools. And then here's the question about interactions with city employees. And again, this is based on respondents who have actually contacted the city. And you can see in 5 out of the 6 areas, satisfaction has increased. The other areas, the results are the same. The biggest increase is with how easy the city government was to contact. But in 5 of the other 6 areas, there's been an increase in satisfaction as well. So again, employees being courteous, providing appropriate responses, giving accurate information, and the timeliness of employees' responses. So here are, on the entire survey, the areas with the biggest increases and decreases in satisfaction since last year. So the biggest increases in satisfaction were keeping residents informed about local issues, how easy the city government was to contact, Durham as a place to retire, overall quality of life in your neighborhood, and then the amount of litter in your neighborhood. The biggest decreases, you can see most of them are related to education, how schools manage the education budget, schools being transparent about education-related decision-making, stream and lake protection, that's something a little different, schools ensuring quality education for students, and then encouraging community involvement and education-related decision-making. So we also compare your results to other communities. So for these next 2 charts, the dark blue line are the satisfaction ratings for Durham residents. So the positive responses, the 4, the 5, and the 5-point scale. The light green are the satisfaction ratings for residents in the Atlantic region. That includes the state of North Carolina as well as some surrounding states. And then the light blue are the satisfaction ratings from residents from all across the country. And this is based on a national survey that ETC Institute conducts every 1 to 2 years with randomly selected residents from all across the country. So this first chart's for perceptions of the city. You can see Durham rates much higher than other communities as a place to live, as a place to work, as a place to visit, and as a community that values the diversity of residents. The ratings are a little bit lower as a place to raise children and kind of on par as a place to retire. But we saw there was a big increase in satisfaction last year as a place to retire. So here are major categories of city services. You can see Durham rates much higher than other communities when it comes to library services, fire and life safety programming, customer service received from city employees. As I mentioned earlier, that's one of the areas where you rate the farthest above the national average, and that's been typical now for a number of years. Water and sewer utilities and parks and recreation programs also rate much higher than other communities. One area that does rate lower is response time for EMS services. This is a continuation of major categories of city and county services. You can see your ratings are lower when it comes to police protection. Now there was an increase in satisfaction this year on police protection. It was 44% last year. Now it's up to 47%, so definitely headed in the right direction. Other areas that do rate lower than other communities are city streets, bicycle facilities, public transit system, and public schools. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. It would be great, and this is going to be just the theme of my comments today. So if we could see, because like quality of bike facilities, public transit, public schools, that's not really the city's purview, and police protection, those have been, and maintenance of city streets, those have always been consistently issues raised by residents where there is some dissatisfaction. It would be great to see not just last year's, but especially because you have been the group doing our, resident survey for so many years. What's that trend back to 2016? Because y'all have all of that data.
Right.
Because I think what would be important is we've put a lot of investment in those areas over the years. And so even if they're dissatisfied, is that percentage decreasing over time? So it lets us know these investments are worth it. We're moving in the right way. And 1 year of data is not going to show us that. Thank you.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. In the report, we showed 3 years, 22, 23, and 24. And here I just tried to put too much information in one slide, but absolutely we can go back. Yeah, even back to 2009, I think was the first survey. So yeah, we definitely have all that historical data. Yeah.
Thanks. Good to see you, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you capture how many people actually ride the public transportation system?
I don't think that was one of the questions on the survey. For these satisfaction questions, there is the option of selecting don't know. So if someone doesn't have an opinion about a service, and then we exclude those from these charts. So that would give us some idea. We did have some specific transportation questions, but I have to double check. I don't think we asked if they actually ride public transportation.
That might be helpful. I noticed in the map the array of question responders that there seemed to be a wide swath of yellow in the eastern part of our city. One, and two, I think the majority of the households were 100 grand, 100K plus in terms of income in these respondents. So, I'd kind of put an asterisk next to, making an assessment of a free public transportation system that if you see that kind of yellow, right, that eastern kind of part, it's pretty yellow there. You see the grouping central, then kind of sparse, eastern part, 100 grand, making an assessment of our public transportation system that's free. I would just kind of, as these things always go, they're helpful, but just nuance as we integrate these findings. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. In general, the more densely populated areas have the more responses. In general, as far as the household income, so 31% of respondents have a household income of under 100,000, 12% under 30,000. The median household income is just under 80,000, which falls into the yellow part, which is kind of in the middle. So this is, I think this is a pretty good representation of just the overall household income of the city. But yeah, I mean, for a question like this, we definitely could be interesting to break the results out by household income to see the differences. Really for any question on the survey.
Thank you. I have another one. So the same questions was asked around police protection for a number of years, and now with the addition of the community safety department, I wonder if we need to frame, because we're not getting information on all services that are around community safety. And so, I think moving forward, we may want to also think about how we frame that question for residents, because not everyone who is, or an additional question, because we've expanded what we mean by community safety or public safety in Durham. And so I think in some way we need to be able to capture how do residents feel about that?
Yeah, and we can always, each year we take a look at the survey and decide what changes we want to make. We can always add new questions. The tricky part about that is the survey is really long. So if we add something new, we need to take something out. So that's always the hard part each year when we reevaluate the survey.
Yeah, I do think that's a big one. I was actually kind of thinking about that similarly too, but can you answer my question really quickly? Is that, does the county also use these statistics that you do?
Yes, they do. So this is a joint city and county survey. Now, overall, our goal is to get at least 800 completed surveys, with 600 being from city residents, and then another 200 from unincorporated Durham County. So today we're looking at the results just from city residents.
Okay, that was going to be my question.
Yeah, for the county's presentation, it includes these residents, but then also the others who live outside of the city.
And so when we're looking at these breakdowns, these pie charts that you've given us, this is only for the data that we're getting presented that is only city residents as opposed to county residents as well.
Yes, yeah, exactly right. Yep.
Yeah, and then I guess my other question is, I was going back and looking at the survey from last year too, and I think the issue that I have come across since that time is that I think the way that we talk about these statistics isn't maybe matching what the questions that are being asked. And I'm wondering if you can actually tell us around public safety, it doesn't have to be right now, but just to think it would be useful to see what the question, how the question is phrased and what is being asked, because I do think that that also contributes how people, obviously we know that how questions are framed is how people answer questions. But I also am gonna put a second that I think that around community safety particularly, we probably need some more detail.
Right. Sure. More detail on how the questions are asked, or you mean like for these charts? Sorry, just for.
Because our community safety is more than just police.
Right.
And what folks are thinking about. And if they know, right, like the other alternative services that we have, and also I think that policing specifically has like a really polarizing effect when you're asking questions about it. And so when we get answers that are, what is the quality of policing, I'm worried that we also get answers about like, what are your thoughts on police, as opposed to like, what is the response time? Have you gotten the services that you need, that sort of thing. And so for me, because I think that is one of our top priorities that we get every year in this survey, breaking that down into what residents actually are wanting to see would be helpful.
Right. Yeah.
I wanted to let council know, we also have ETC also does a police focused survey for us, and you will see that on your next work session, right, Chief? So some of the questions on policing may get fleshed out a bit more in that survey, but certainly that feedback is helpful for us as we continue these surveys each year. After that presentation, if you don't see a question or a specific data point that you'd like us to explore, that's always something we can add in future ones.
I appreciate that. I was getting a little worried that we were going to skirt around some real issues here. So I look forward to that presentation.
Right.
And
yeah,
if I could ask you to go back to the slide where it showed an increase, and I guess, and it was specific to like neighborhood safety.
Neighborhood safety.
I think that quality of life in your neighborhood question could probably be parsed out to show a little bit of why they feel their quality of life in their neighborhood is increased. I mean, that's the biggest increase. And I would think that that has a lot to do with some of that heart presence in our community. Yeah. Well, now that they cover the whole city. I think that would show why it's an increase.
Yeah, and for all of these satisfaction questions, we do break the results out by zip code. We could break that out other ways as well, but we create maps that show if there are differences in different parts of the city. That's for, every question on the survey asked on the 5-point scale like this. And I was going to mention that too, that we do conduct a separate police survey entirely just on police services. I'll actually be out here next Thursday to present those results. So we can, talk about that in more detail then.
Yeah, if I can just say really quickly, these are very helpful to me. And you know, as a decision maker, I try and be mindful that what you ask a citizen or a resident or a neighbor, their response is their response. And I try not to kind of contour to what I would like for them to say. So my question about riding a bus is a factual question. I mean, if you're going to talk about riding, but for example, people may have an opinion about police response who've never called 911. We've never had to call the police. So I get that. I would also say, you know, before I became an elected official, I was just, you know, as a private citizen, I know the difference between the police and the HART team. You know, the police, the lights and sirens, the badges, the guns. It's the most dramatic example of government power that we present to folk. So I think it's important that if the residents see a difference between HART and police, that may not be a problem with the question we're asking. That might be an issue with how we're talking about it generally writ large in the public square. So I think the term police, at least folk know who the police are. You know, part of the reason when we launched HART was a distinction to folk with guns and badges, and we really leaned into that. So I just want to be, you know, careful for me that it may not be what I want to hear from the residents, but the answer is the answer, and the nuance and the couching, I think, is part of the chess game that incorporate into playing chess when we make our decisions as council members. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. All right, so we were, let's see here. Yeah, so comparing your results to our national survey, I think we looked at this slide. Actually, I think we looked at this one as well. So we had just gotten to top priorities. So earlier we saw how satisfied residents are with major categories of city and county services. As a follow-up question, we asked, which of these services are the most important for city and county leaders to emphasize over the next 2 years? You can see the top priorities are public schools, police protection, maintenance of city streets, and pedestrian facilities, which we gave an example of sidewalks on the survey. Those top three were the same top three last time. Last year, police was first and public schools was second, so the order of the top two has changed, but those have consistently been the top priorities on the survey. Now, you might remember this from previous years. This is the important satisfaction rating. And this analysis is based on two different types of data. First, we ask residents how satisfied they are with services. Then we ask which services are the most important for city and county leaders to emphasize. And the idea behind this is that making improvements to areas that have a combination of low levels of satisfaction, but at the same time are the most important, would impact the greatest number of residents. So not to say that the areas in green where it says medium priority are not important, but making improvements to areas in pink and yellow would impact the greatest number of residents. So the top overall priorities are public schools, streets, and then police protection. The next highest priorities are pedestrian facilities, public transit system, and then bicycle facilities. Sure.
One question about this series of slides about sort of satisfaction, but also areas to invest in. And I know when you, at the very beginning, you mentioned some of the hot, like sort of key points, right?
Right.
Streets, police, housing was a big one, right? How come housing didn't show up on the previous slide of major categories of services do you think we should invest in? Housing wasn't even on the list there, right? And we're going to hear shortly from the folks who did the actual engagement of folks here, the community engagement. Housing came up all the time. So just curious, if you go to the previous slide, like, is that just an artifact of the survey, or I'm just surprised housing is nowhere on that list.
We had a separate question where we asked about affordable housing, and there you'll see that affordable housing is a very high priority. I guess I'll jump ahead. We asked about that on this slide where we asked, yeah. Right. Yeah, it's something we could add to the other one. We've always asked it kind of separately in this question here. And this is why I mentioned the top 4 priorities, one of them being affordable housing, because every year, affordable housing and public schools are the top 2.
Question,
Sure.
could you go back to that slide?
The one we just were looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how is the question, how is it worded around affordable housing? Is it, do you want more affordable housing?
So the question is, we give respondents this list of choices, and we ask which
Sorry,
5.
can you say it again?
Sure. Yeah, we give respondents these list of choices, and we say which 5 of these should be the highest priority for the government to increase funding for.
Okay, so increase funding for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and this is, we've asked this question a number of years. What we're showing here are the results for this year, last year, and 2022. And you can see public schools and affordable housing every year are the top 2 priorities. I think last year affordable housing was first, public schools was second. So the order just has switched, but they're always by far the top 2.
Okay, and I'm only wrestling with that because I don't know how we, you know, in North Carolina, I'm trying to figure out how we can better create affordable housing. It's one of those things that we work toward as much as possible, but
right.
I mean, we did the largest housing bond in the state and it didn't scratch the surface. And there are so many other things that go with it. So I'm afraid that a single question, I mean, it's like, yeah, we all want more affordable housing, but the reality of actually a government making that a reality alone just seems very difficult. But at least we know it's a priority for sure, and we'll keep working at it.
Right. Yeah, and that's partially why it's not in this question. We're focusing more on city services, whereas the affordable housing, it's just something a little bit different. And it's a high priority in every community, especially over the past couple of years. I mean, this is consistent with what we're seeing all over the country. So this chart shows the important satisfaction specifically for maintenance services. You can see the top priorities are condition of public school facilities, condition of sidewalks in your neighborhood. The next highest priorities are condition of neighborhood streets, the condition of bicycle facilities, parking, landscaping on right-of-ways and in public areas, and then the condition of parks and open space. And this is the chart we just looked at where we asked respondents from this list, which 5 of these should be the top priorities to increase funding for. And again, consistently, the top priorities have been public school and affordable housing.
So this goes back to that longitudinal data that I think Councilman Keyar asked for over the years, because we just put 200 million on the ballot and got it.
Mm-hmm.
That was a response to the data points we saw. Now, we ignored public safety data sets, but we definitely jumped on this topic here.
Right.
And I'm interested in seeing, you know, in the years to come, what, you know, what the satisfaction rate will be with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, go ahead, because you.
I was just gonna say, so this isn't satisfaction. This is where people want to invest, which may be related, but there's a little bit different question. So that's what I'm kind of gathering in some of this. Is some of these are questions about your satisfaction with the service we provide, and then this is a little bit different spin, right? What do you want to see investments in priorities? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the vast majority of what we've looked at so far is satisfaction questions, but this one is not that. This is something a little different, right?
Yeah, I guess it looked the same, but definitely I still want to see that longitudinal data that she was talking about.
Yeah.
After some of the investments we made.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But it's safe to assume that if we reach a threshold where the generally held presumption or assumptions that we are doing it enough, that this number will plateau or go down. So there's a presumption, at least implication of satisfaction, that when we reach that level, the public sentiment will reflect that that's enough, and this number will.
Yeah, yep, I agree with that, yep.
I have one more question for my colleagues who've been on council. From you all's memory, do you see any change in some of these responses that have been over after some of the investments you made?
Yes, I mean, that's my point. Like, I think that sidewalk construction is always, I'm just saying sidewalk construction because it's one that's always there, right? But what I would like to see is over the last 10 years, literally, because if they've been doing the survey for that long, I mean, that's one of the great things about using the same firm is that they have all our data. So I'm not expecting maybe everyone feels great about sidewalk construction. I just need to see that the satisfaction over so many years is increasing. Even if it's not where we want it, the trend overall is increasing because we're responding to that. So that, and I'm just using that one because it's in the top 5 and it has been as a council member forever. You know, public schools are in there too, in that top 5, but that's not something that the city funds, right? So like, that's just not one that I'm focused on. I'm just naming sidewalks as one that has been in the top 5 every year that I've been on council. Obviously, street maintenance is another one. But so example, from a street maintenance standpoint, we have increased the amount of money we've put towards street funding by a lot. So it used to be 11 million, right? Now it's 15 million. And now it's even more because of the bond. And so I would love to see, okay, what was that in 2015? I'm sure street maintenance was still there. Has at least the percentage of satisfaction increased, even if folks overall are still dissatisfied? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's what I was getting to. It may be a communication thing on, you know, really putting it out there, even in unconventional ways or more ways that more eyes can see the investments that are put there and see how that would impact these outcomes.
I mean, that goes to I want giant signs on every bond project all over the city.
I would just add to that I think it's important to note that there's been a shift in who's been surveyed over time as well. I think very early on when we were coming in, those numbers, I don't think we were even looking at the breakdown by race or by wage or income. And adding that to the mix has made a difference in how these numbers show up. I think it's also shifted some of that as well. And so I think if you're doing that longitudinal, you got to show that you're actually surveying different groups of people as well. So that map is much better than it was 10 years ago. Yeah. I'm sorry. And can still improve. Just noting like this is a survey of mostly over 100,000 income folks. So yeah. I think it was over 60 altogether, or was it 49? But yes, high income.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think this is 30% were over 100,000, but there's also a significant portion under 30,000. The median household income was kind of in the middle of our pie, so I think we're pretty much on track with that. Anyway, so Durham is a very diverse city when it comes to race and ethnicity, much more so than a lot of other communities. So the last few years, we have broken the results out by race and ethnicity. So we did that again this year. We can do this for any question on the survey. We just picked out some of the ones over the years that I think were requested the most to take a look at. So for these next few charts, you can see we broke the results out by Black, Hispanic, and white respondents. And then the bottom row shows the results for the overall sample, all survey respondents. And then we're also showing trend data in these charts. So there's a lot of information here. The blue bar are the satisfaction ratings for this year, the gray for last year, and then the gold for 2022. So this first chart is for the overall quality of police protection. You can see there's been a small increase in satisfaction among Black residents, although those results have been pretty consistent the last 3 years. There has been a decrease in satisfaction among Hispanic respondents, and then among white respondents, the results have been pretty consistent the last 3 years. If you look at the bottom row, overall satisfaction with the quality of police protection went down just a little bit from 22 to 23, but now it's back up again compared to last year. This is for how safe residents feel walking alone in their neighborhood during the day. You can see there's been an increase So from 22 to 23, there was a decrease in satisfaction among Black respondents. Now it's increased a little bit. There has been a decrease in satisfaction among Hispanic respondents. And then among white respondents, the results have been pretty consistent the last 3 years. And then overall, and this is kind of a theme through a lot of these slides, the satisfaction was down a little bit from 22 to 23, but now it's increased a little bit. Now, one thing to keep in mind as we go through these, 16% of respondents were Hispanic, which is the number that we want. That reflects the actual population of the city, but it equates to just under 100 completed surveys. So we do have a smaller sample size, so you'll see a bigger variance in the responses because of the smaller sample size. This is for how safe residents feel. Hold on a second, let's go on. How safe residents feel overall in the city. So you can see among Black and white respondents, the results have been increasing just a little bit each of the last couple of years, but not a significant change. Among Hispanic respondents, there was a big increase in satisfaction last year, and now it's down a little bit. If you look at the bottom row overall, results have been pretty consistent over the last 3 years, up just a little bit this past year. We asked about the overall police relationship with your community. Here we've seen a pretty big increase in satisfaction among Black residents, decrease in satisfaction among Hispanic residents. Among white respondents, the results are almost the same. Then if you look overall, there has been a 4% increase in overall satisfaction when it comes to police relationship with your community.
Question on that, and I know we may get the information. I would love to see, especially with the Latino category, I heard on what you said about smaller sampling size, but within the survey that we do that's more around police protection, is there a question around like what percentage of our officers are Latino or bilingual or bicultural? Because that could affect, like if we've had a decrease in the amount of police officers, which we know we struggled with hiring in the police department broadly, it could influence, you know, what that relationship is within the Latino community, because you're just, you know, the officer who's responding to your call may not be able to communicate with you effectively. There could be additional complexities to that interaction. So that's one question. And then to see, you know, we consistently see kind of these swells in crimes against Latinos, right? We see it around the holidays. Sometimes there's a spike in the summer. Again, would love to see the crime trends over the last few years to see if were trends last year worse, in which case, and then people's sense of safety was impacted. And we may not have that data, but if we have it, I'd love to see it. And then I am just going to say, people's sense of safety can get related to all kinds of things. The broader, what's more broadly happening within the Latino community and immigrant community in general, I think people feeling safe is going to have a lot more than just what their relationship is with Durham police. And so I think we need to be prepared to see that trend not in a positive way potentially next year. Because if you're asking people, do you feel safe? There's lots of things that could have an input there. And if you're feeling unsafe because of immigration enforcement issues, that's going to affect what we see in our resident survey collection as well.
Yep, because they're just wearing police. It doesn't say what department or anything, agency.
Exactly. They just see a police. Thank you, Mayor Williams. I'm just going to say that. Folks don't know who's who. And so they just see a jacket with police and they might think it's our folks, and it has nothing to do with what our police department is doing. So.
Yeah, all good comments. I just also want to say from a data perspective, you know, most of these are within that confidence range anyway, the 4%. And I hear you that the Latino respondents, it's a smaller sample size, right? We said about 120. That roughly reflects their share of the population though, right?
Exactly right.
But what I will say is from a data perspective, it's not like those are all going in one direction, which is the wrong way, right? It's not like there's some of them are going higher than last year and they're all going lower. So that does suggest to me like something's going on there.
Yeah.
Just from conversations statewide, I know that there's this move away from the titling of Hispanic being as the title that's been given. And so I just want to make sure I note that for this conversation, that it may be more beneficial to use Latino, Latin, or a different word in that space, just in general.
Sure.
the way people identify themselves.
Yeah, and I'm using shorthand here. On the survey, it said, are you of Hispanic, Latino, or other Spanish ancestry? So it's a little more detailed on the survey, actual instrument.
But one thing this does say is Black people do not want to defund the police. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So on this question, so here we ask what percent of respond, this shows what percent are dissatisfied with the availability of affordable housing. So on this is the one chart where the lower number is higher satisfaction, so a little bit better. It's kind of the opposite of what we've been seeing. If we look at Black respondents, the results have been pretty consistent, but dissatisfaction with affordable housing has gone up a little bit each of the last couple of years, not a lot. There has been a big decrease in satisfaction with affordable housing among Hispanic respondents. And then among white respondents, there's been less dissatisfaction with affordable housing, so a little bit of an improvement. And then if you look at overall, the bottom row, this year, the results are similar last year, but a slight decrease in dissatisfaction with affordable housing. Here we asked about the current state of race relations. So you can see there's been an increase in satisfaction among Black respondents, decrease in Hispanic respondents. For white respondents, the results have been pretty similar. And you can see this has really been a trend on a lot of these questions. If you look overall, the bottom row, there has been a little bit of an increase in satisfaction each of the past couple of years when it comes to residents' perceptions of the current state of race relations. This is satisfaction. Yeah, sorry, that one slide is the only one where we're looking at dissatisfaction. Might have to put that at the end next time or something so we're not disrupting in the middle.
I'll be interested to see what this looks like next year and how the national data reflects or compares to Durham.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one. So here we asked about satisfaction with the progress addressing racial equity. You can see there's been a little bit of an increase in satisfaction among Black respondents, pretty big decrease among Hispanic respondents, and then a little bit of a decrease among white respondents. And if you look overall, results have been pretty similar the last 3 years, down just a little bit this year. We asked about your experience engaging with the city government process. So again, we've seen a little bit of an increase in satisfaction among Black respondents. Among Hispanic and white respondents, the results have been pretty much the same this year compared to last year. We did see a big increase in satisfaction from 22 to 23 among Hispanic respondents, and then it's kind of stayed at that same level this year. And then overall, you can see we saw a little bit of a dip from 22 to 23, but now an increase again, back to where it was a couple of years ago. And we asked how respondents feel about Durham as a community moving in the right direction. You can see there's been an increase in satisfaction among Black respondents, decrease with Hispanic respondents, also a little bit of a decrease among white respondents. Then you look at overall with the entire sample, there was a dip from 22 to 23, but now there's been a little bit of an increase in satisfaction with Durham as a community moving in the right direction. And then we asked about Durham as a community that values the diversity of residents. So again, you can see a little bit of an increase among Black residents, decrease among Hispanic residents. For white respondents, the results have been pretty much the same the last 3 years. And if you look at overall, the results have been very similar, although up a little bit this year compared to last year. So this is the same question we looked at earlier with the which government services respondents think should have the highest priority for increased funding. We saw the results overall before for this year in 23 and 22. Now we're looking at the priorities broken out by Black, Hispanic, and white respondents, as well as the overall, which is that far column to my far left. You can see among all groups, affordable housing and public schools are by far the top 2 priorities. Now among Black respondents, affordable housing is first, public school is second. For Hispanic and white respondents, it's the opposite, but those are by far the top 2 in all groups. Street maintenance was the other area that was in the top 5 for each of the 3 groups. It was 5th among Black respondents, fourth among Hispanic respondents, and third among white respondents. So that's everything that I had. Just a quick recap. We saw that residents overall have a positive perception of the city. About 8 out of 10 respondents rate Durham as an excellent or a good place to live. We saw, just like in previous years, one of the areas where Durham consistently rates higher than other communities is customer service provided by city employees. And then the top overall priorities: public schools, affordable housing, police protection, and maintenance of city streets. So with that, if anyone knows there's been questions already, but if there's any others, I'd be happy to answer them.
Colleagues? All right, well, thank you for that. Again, all of this information is for us to line up our priorities as we are in this budget deliberation. When you look at Durham performing 27% higher than the national average, before you, we had a presentation on economic trends, in a sense, across the state, based in industries. And it all really goes down to, why is everyone moving to Durham? You know, we have our challenges, but I think that our success in lieu of is actually defining that, you know, that answer, why folks are moving to Durham. And I think the more information we have, the better. So seeing this, you know, I hope we are able to look at what our residents' priorities are and respond to that. This is really good data. There's some things that I see. I will say, as we're talking about wanting to know more about certain categories, I think for me, I'd like to compare the outcome of your findings with some other surveys that could help him, you know, make sense of this. Again, you know, when I'm looking at the heat map here, there's a significant portion in East Durham that is yellow, very yellow. There's not a lot of red dots in this certain area. That's where our second highest ridership is on the bus outside of downtown. It's one of our more distressed areas, but has the most promise when it comes to economic opportunity coming in the future. And also based on this, you know, I said it briefly, you know, Black folks don't want to defund the police. And we heard that for a long time, but also in addition to that, Black folks aren't asking for a hand up. They're not a handout. They're asking for a hand up. Our Hispanic community is feeling left out. You know, so this is rich data. It's telling us a lot, and I hope that we truly listen as we think about our budget priorities. And but I definitely like to compare it with some other heat map data in the city that breaks. I think there, rather than surveying people to death, I think looking at some other surveys would actually help better inform the broader findings that you've presented us today. Yeah. So, Mr. Bo. Oh,
thanks for the presentation. Really good data. I'm excited that both of the satisfaction with city staff looks so high and above our peers, right? And it's great to see in Ms. Riordan's presentation that, like, we dug deep last year to raise salaries to market levels, and people have responded. We have more staff, people are staying, which is really great news. I hear the message loud and clear. It's like schools, housing, police, streets, and sidewalks, pretty clear, right? And I think most of those we have a lot of control over. Schools we don't as much, but there are things we can do, right, to support our schools. I'm concerned that when you raise a question about a place to raise kids, that was one of the ones that ranked lower. So what can we do as a city to make sure that we're supporting families with kids, even though we don't directly control the schools? So big question for us.
Thank you, and I'll close this out just to say this. Obviously, a conversation about data like this and a conversation of the budget retreat is going to focus on what we can do better. And obviously, all of us look at this survey to see the areas that need improvement, but I don't want to leave the conversation without council taking a little bit of a victory lap on what I think is an incredibly positive survey for the performance of this government, of the people who are sitting behind you, who clearly are making extreme efforts and seeing the results of those efforts to serve the residents of Durham. And so I don't want to bury the lead, which is, I think I want to make sure the staff knows how much we appreciate the clear progress, while we all know there's more work to do, and we're always going to focus on what's going forward. But thank you. So I want to let the council know we've got a lot of data in the report. This is a summary. What you're seeing are themes pulled out for your consideration. The report is posted online now. And so we've heard you today, and we will do follow-up on some of the questions you asked, but we also want to make sure you know there's a deep dive on the presentation. If you guys can join me in thanking Jason for his time.
Thanks, thanks everyone.
Yeah, and I wanted to let everybody know we do have a plan to keep on schedule. I know we're behind. We have a plan to work through lunch. So just encourage folks to take breaks as they need to, because we're going to keep moving. And I think with that, we're going to move on to our next presentation.
All right, good afternoon. When I originally wrote this, it was good morning, but it's good afternoon. I'm JJ Scott, Assistant Budget Director for Budget and CIP, here to introduce our Community Conversations facilitators for this year, ETR Services. Community Conversations, as you may remember, is a resident engagement project coordinated by the Budget and Management Services Department. Gives residents a chance to share their priorities for the upcoming budget process. You can think of this as the qualitative side to the quantitative data that we just heard about. This is the second year that we've run this version of the program. We made a few changes based on the feedback that we heard last year, so you'll hear a little bit about that. So ETR Services is a Durham-based company dedicated to using knowledge to make a difference. Here today are Dr. Jenn Gathings and Keshia Martin. Dr. Gathings is Senior Research Associate with extensive experience in evaluation data collection, analysis, reporting, and project management. And Keshia Martin is also a Senior Research Associate with expertise in cultural competency evaluation, instrument validation, and data analysis. So please join me in welcoming Jenn and Keshia to share the results of this year's Community Conversations.
All right, good morning. Good afternoon. All right, so we just want to have a brief thank you to Budget and Management Services, Parks and Recreation, and Durham County Libraries as well. We would also like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our community partners. We work closely with the Boys and Girls Club of Durham and Orange Counties this year, as well as El Futuro. So here's a roadmap for our conversation today. We will talk a little bit about the community conversations that were held this year. We'll present the demographics of participants. We'll talk about the top themes for 2025, and then we'll move in very quickly to some site-specific themes. So this year, each event included lunch and dinner, depending on the timing of the event. Childcare was offered at each event. Each active participant received a $50 incentive for their participation as well, and interpretation services were provided to residents that needed those services. That typically looked like Spanish to English, but for the El Futuro event, it was English to Spanish. As requested, we also provided ASL interpretation this year and accommodations for participants with blindness. Do you want me to do all? Oh, sorry. Okay, so we had 7 events this year. Last year we had 4. So more events this year. They began in mid-October on 10/17. And we finished up November 23rd. 2 events were held at Holton Career Resource Center, one at the Boys and Girls Club, which centered the needs and priorities of youth in the community. 3 events were held at regional libraries, and then 1 event was held at El Futuro for Spanish-speaking residents, and that event prioritized needs of the Latinx community. So just to talk a little bit about the methods, last year you may remember that we organized by each table by themes, and we had 4 themes that residents could come in and join a conversation about. Last year we talked about affordable housing, infrastructure, workforce development, and community safety. This year, at Councilman Rist's request, we opened it up and people could come in and sit anywhere, any table, and have a facilitated discussion about their community priorities and needs. Each of those conversations were facilitated by a trained moderator. Everybody used a common protocol to help sculpt the conversation and move it forward. Each person was asked to complete a demographic survey at the end of the event. And this gave each participant the opportunity to share the needs and issues that they see within their community without us providing that structure or sort of dictating what the conversation would be about. And we also framed our discussions around how the city can best address core areas in the strategic plan through its budgeting. We had 359 attendees this year. And you'll see how that compares to last year. So we have more attendees, we have more events this year. So 359 this year. We had 638 people who registered. You'll also see last year 255 attendees out of 514 people that registered. And the interesting thing here, I want to point out that is in both fiscal year 24 and 25, we averaged 51 participants per event. So that number was the same for both years. Over on the right-hand side, you see the race and ethnicity of participants. And I won't go through each of these bars, but I will say that more than 75% of this year's participants identified as person of color. About 66% were female, 45% were employed full-time, 39% reported a household income of $60,000 or more. I would also point out that based on the RFP that we responded to, we were tasked with reaching out and engaging members of the community that are in historically vulnerable or underserved groups. So hopefully you see that that came through in the race and ethnicity demographics here. We're also tasked with engaging youth as another group. This year, 19% of our attendees were youth participants between the age of 13 and 24, which is how the city of Durham thinks about youth. If we were to also expand that to be a bit more broadly, to include individuals who participated in conversations who are younger than 13, 26% of the attendees were youth aged. Here we see a zip code of all attendees, a zip code map. The darker shading is going to indicate that more attendees came from that particular zip code. We have lots of great representation, 27707, 277, I believe that's 13, and 27701. 47% of the people that attended this year reported it was their first time participating in a city engagement activity. I'm going to turn it over to Keshia to talk a bit.
So for our conversations, we wanted to start the conversations with what they felt the city was getting right. So and starting with that, folks have noticed the city has really done a lot with the parks and recreation. Now this is things that they felt the city was moving in the correct way, but not saying that these things were perfect. So they noticed the public transportation, and a lot of the conversations happened around election time. So people talked a lot about the current bond that was on the ballot. Folks also recognized that the downtown revitalization was going very well. They were very happy about the innovative programming. They saw the city engage, such as HEART programming and the composting programming. A lot of folks talked about the fact that the public transportation was free and felt that it should remain free. They also were very pleased with the community engagement efforts of the city, such as the community conversations they were attending. So when we looked at all the conversations as far as overall themes, Most of the, even though we did have one particular event that focused on youth activities or the needs of youth, and at a couple of the library sessions, we had one table who might have focused on youth activities or youth needs. Still, most of the conversations, the activities for youth or the needs of youth came up. Another high priority was community connectedness, crime and violence, housing affordability, and parks and recreation. So folks feel that idle hands must be attended to. So they really felt that there needs to be more spaces for youth to go and engage with other youth around the city. And those spaces need to be safe and everyone feel welcome. So there was even talk about the need to have police officers or other folks there just to make sure that everyone, regardless of what communities they come from, feel safe. There was talk about possibly using current empty properties or abandoned properties as new designated spaces for youth. And just the overall need for more programming for youth above the age of 13. A lot of youth and adults that attended the conversations mentioned that there seems to be a lot of opportunities, especially with park and recreation, for younger children, but once you get to the age of 13, there's really not much for you to do. So there was a call for more employment opportunities, such as internships and fellowships, job opportunities during the academic year, expanding the summer job opportunities the city currently offers, and even using youth to address some of the additional needs in the community, such as park maintenance and cleanup. Also, the need of more communication around what opportunities there are for youth. A lot of folks hadn't heard about all the different things that are currently going on. So there does need to be more conversational communication around what is currently available. Next, community centeredness. So this would be community engagement efforts done by the city. Residents or participants really want to be part of the decision-making of what goes on in their community. So for example, if there's an abandoned building, they feel that their community knows what's the best use for those things. So coming to them and let them be part of that decision-making process. Crime and violence. They would like a more emphasis on community policing and non-police solutions to violence, such as the HEART program. There was even conversations about extending the HEART program to focus specifically on the needs of youth, possibly using technology deterrence to apprehend suspects, such as all the videos people now have, the video bells. Use those, residents can submit those if they catch a crime from one of their smart home devices. Residents are very concerned still and fearful of the gun violence throughout the city. And they are concerned about the lack of follow-up and messaging about what's happening in their communities. So once an incident happens in the neighborhood, they want to know what happened, what was the follow-up for that, what happened to that person, what was the results. Affordable housing was also a very big topic last year and this year. Residents are very concerned about the skyrocketing of cost of housing and rental. They're very concerned about some of the people who they feel are very important to their communities, such as teachers, police officers, not being able to afford to live in the city they serve. They want more accountability for developers and landlords, and possibly more home ownership and rental assistance programs for relief for lower income and other vulnerable residents. There was also the recommendation of turning abandoned properties into affordable housing or some way to serve unhoused residents. Finally, parks and recreation. Both youth and adults felt that the parks and recreation, the things that are offered there are great, but they still need to be maintained and cleaned. There was questioning around who is really responsible for cleaning certain parks or creeks or rivers. There was also concern about equitable access to some of the amenities available in some parks or in some communities versus others. There was also major concern about soil contamination and just the community hearing about what are the plans for the remediation of that.
Have the clicker. All right, so here we have a heat map that gives you the top 3 locations by the conversation, sorry, the top 3 themes by conversation location. So we had some questions about how place mattered this time. We wanted to know if we were hearing the same kinds of themes coming up and bubbling to the surface at each location, or if we were hearing different flavors based on the location of the event. So the darker shading is going to give you the most frequently mentioned theme, and then as it gets lighter, it gives you the second most and third most frequently mentioned theme. And here you'll see that youth activities came up as a frequent theme for all but one of the conversations, and it was the most frequently mentioned theme at 3 of the 7 conversations. Similarly, community centeredness came up frequently, housing affordability. So I'll run through these quickly and really want to call attention to the maps here. First event happened at Holton Career and Resource Center in mid-October. We had 35 attendees. And you'll see in this map that we drew a lot of folks from 27701, 27713, and then the surrounding area. That red dot is going to pinpoint the location of the site. Boys and Girls Club of Orange and Durham counties. Here we saw people were willing to travel a bit further to participate in the conversations. We have really great representation from 27713, which is where the site was located, but you'll see in adjacent zip codes, we had some pretty good representation there as well. The second event at Holton was November 6th. We have 53 attendees this time. Again, you'll see that this time we drew a lot more folks from outside of the zip code area where the event was held, 27701, 27713. South Regional Library, 51 attendees at this event. And here we have 27707, 27713 as those most darkly shaded areas where residents were coming from. We also had some folks that were traveling from Raleigh as well. There was a small family that participated that had strong ties to Durham. After discussing their ties with Durham with the facilitator, we were in agreement they should be there and participate in the conversation. That was a family of 5. Yes. East Regional Library, 39 attendees at this event, located in 27703 zip code. We had great representation from that particular zip code, as well as some of the surrounding ones, 27713, 27707 as well. And then a little further out, we have fewer participants coming from those zip codes. El Futuro, located in 27707. We had some pretty good representation from folks in that area, as well as 27701, 27704, 27713. And then a few folks came from 27278 as well. And again, just mention here, this event was a bit different. It was hosted completely in Spanish. We brought in a new team of facilitators to facilitate the conversations in Spanish. And for anybody that did not speak Spanish, we were the ones receiving interpretation at that event. North Regional Library, 44 attendees. And here we see 27707, 27704 heavily represented for that particular event. The inclusion of the libraries was really important this year. It helped us expand the geographic reach. It also ensured that at least half of the locations would be along a bus line and easily accessible. So takeaways, I'll pass back to Keshia.
Thank you. So overall takeaways, residents are really concerned about the safe access to parks and recreation facilities. They are still concerned about sidewalks for all in all communities, even though they do recognize the city is doing something about that. That's still a major concern of theirs. And the conditions of local roads. Public transportation came up a lot. There's a desire for more people to use public transportation if it's more accessible to them. So expanding the routes was one thing that came up a lot. And lighting, both in the parks and recreation areas and just lighting in general. Housing affordability and gentrification were also very hot topics that residents really would like the city to see if they could help address, as well as crime and violence. And communication was another area that came up a lot, just knowing what is going on and what's available in the city. Possibly even using ambassadors from local communities to help get the message out so that communities know what is available. Other major takeaways. Youth and adults want to see more options for safe places for youth to go year-round. Some youth, several of the youth that attended the Boys and Girls Club event happened to be engaged with an organization or a location called Poof, and we're very concerned with once that place goes, where are they going to have to go and engage with each other? More programs in general that target youth age 12 and above, programs that really help youth get ready to become more active citizens in the community. So job training and assistance, teaching them about financial literacy, career guidance, even the opportunity to have volunteer experience and educational outreach and mentoring. They also want to see more community events and opportunities for youth to connect with each other. Residents also would like to see those abandoned buildings and other locations throughout the city be repurposed, whether it's for affordable housing, units for unhoused, space for youth engagement, more support for community policing and non-police solutions to violence, clean and updated parks and recreation facilities, and more communication about local events and opportunities, and using multiple communication strategies. Some residents felt that there's too much of a emphasis on social media, which is great for some communities, but making sure that there are various different avenues that the messages are getting out, whether it's also broadcast, whether it's television broadcast or radio broadcast, but not just relying on social media. And now we'll open it for questions.
Just real quick, the last statement you just made, did that come across as an idea, or were there people saying, I listen to the radio and I think the city should advertise there?
Not necessarily the radio. Someone did say that specifically about television and maybe having commercials because they look at television a lot, but not necessarily the radio. But they did say that, hey, there needs to be more broadened avenues to get the message out in general.
Thank you. Colleagues?
I'm just feeling really great listening to this because it's just such an important piece of information to follow the statistics that we just got. And I think actually really helps explain how we arrive at these statistics. And also it's just so nice to have a qualitative accounting. So I just wanted to say thank you. And also I thought that the graphs of who went to each of the meetings was super, super helpful and really informative. I don't actually have any questions. I just wanted to say that I can really see the growth in this program from last year, and I don't know, I'm getting so much feedback, I'm sorry. Everyone's stepping away from me. But yeah, I just really appreciate it. I think it was good last year, but I didn't feel like it was as strong, and y'all really took our feedback, and I can see that we just have data that I feel like is much more useful. We saw in the previous presentation sort of the 5 priorities of residents in terms of investing money, and then for all of those investments, we sort of see what people are thinking about, and a lot of this stuff is not monetary. A lot of it's actually pretty easy to control. Some things that I really noted immediately are like better communication and different methods of communication. that if that stuff is not reaching the residents, it's so useful to know that like following up on an incident is something that a lot of people are talking about as an important issue, because that feels like something we can tackle really easily. So I just wanted to say thank you. Really can tell that y'all put a lot of work into it and really like took our feedback, and it's just super helpful statistics. So appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, ditto. The same thing. I want to thank the staff for doing this. I think it's this is all a mosaic, trying to figure out where our community is, what they prioritize. It's like a chessboard. Speaking to the grandmaster there, and so I think any good market research does the quantitative stuff, which we heard first, right? And then uses essentially this kind of qualitative stuff. It's almost like a focus group to figure out how do we fill in the sort of the sort of the pieces and the sort of like the real detail, the richness of that. So I think you've done a great job. I hear a lot of the same themes: schools, housing, street sidewalks, police. It seems like this is the message I'm getting. So again, I appreciate the work you've done to augment the quantitative stuff to give us a fuller mosaic and picture. So thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say the same thing. I want to also thank former council member Jillian Johnson, because she was the one who put the community conversations in her budget request probably 3 years ago now. We did this a number of years, then it fell off because of the pandemic. I think it does add complexity to a nuance to the important information that we get from the survey. So I think it's a both and. I will say, and this isn't for city staff, I did join the one at El Futuro. It was great. Both y'all and city staff worked really hard on those community conversations. So thank you to everyone who pulled it off. It would be lovely when this was initially implemented. It was schools, county, and city. And I would love, now that we have a new superintendent, a new county manager, and a new city manager, if we could get back to that. Because as we know, folks interact in Durham, and who funds what and who does what and who's responsible for what isn't always clear to that resident. And so, in having that conversation of inviting them again to do it all together, we know we're funding this every year as a city. To get a little bit of support from them would be critical. And so that is a thing I hope we can get to for next year, because I think it'll just add to that richness and that nuance of conversation. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want one more thing, two things in particular. One is that I know that this council has actually been talking a lot about how we do our community engagement, and specifically where we've put the money in terms of doing that engagement. And I know that there is going to be some follow-up conversation about moving forward what that looks like. I just want to point out that we're hearing from the community, both in quantitative and qualitative analysis, that communication is well received in the community, and that folks are appreciating opportunities to be engaged, and particularly even want to be more engaged on certain topics. So as we go into those conversations, I think that's important to keep in mind. I do think that there probably is a more efficient way to do it than the way that we are doing it. I think we talked about last time, sort of bringing outside people in to do that engagement, as opposed to maybe having that live in the city, having folks that are familiar with the community already, and being able to sort of do that engagement work. I just wanted to point that out because it's topical. And then I've heard you, Councilmember, say these 4 topics over and over again, but I want to be clear that it is not policing that we're seeing as a top priority. We are seeing crime and safety, and specifically, we are seeing not policing, and we are seeing tons of other things that are actually deterrents for community safe, or for crime, that we know statistically or have worked across the country. And I think that's really important to sort of talk about, that the community is coming to us asking for innovation and creative solutions to address the crime. They're saying that folks don't feel safe, and I think that that's something that we know, right? I mean, we see the statistics all the time, and we also live in the city, and so we know what it feels like to live in the city. So I want to be clear when we're talking about these priorities over and over again, that it is not policing that is coming up. It is in fact deterrence and other economic prosperity opportunities and community engagement that would then decrease crime over time. So just want to be clear about that.
Yep, I totally agree. But folks are dying, and that's the reality. So we're going to have a response. I actually agree with you, Councilmember Cook. I was just about to make those comments that I appreciate both of these perspectives from ETC and ETR giving us this engagement, but also then I look at it and I think there are 317,000 people in the city now, and this is 360 responses, and we had 600 on the other one. I hope that we could, take another look at community engagement. It's actually one of my budget requests. I look at the amount of money we spend into getting a very low turnout. When it comes to elections, it's extremely low. It's dismal. Then I look at our community engagement. At what point do we, be able to, truly look at? We have a sample size here, but I think that we can do a lot better. I think what we have so far is good. I appreciate the work that's been done. I would like to see even more people get involved in providing feedback. I do think, honestly speaking, when it's a low number, it can be. I don't know. I sometimes these conversations can be shaped. I think this is and it just depends on who shows up. But I think the more people we get involved with these, the better. And that's nothing to you all as contractors or to the staff who've put this forward. I just think that we are going to have to figure out how we get more people engaged in this city, in this community overall. We are a growing city, and I think that needs to be a top priority. How do we hear from folks? So thank you all for what you actually got us here, because this is what we have, and it's really helpful. Because at the end of the day, we have to determine our priorities, which I hope reflects, what the community is saying, and will make our job a lot easier than trying to just come up with stuff. So, thank you. You had another comment?
I just want to echo Councilmember Keyar and Councilmember Cook's comments and just say, I really want to appreciate, in addition to kind of that language access, also the different abilities access as well, and that adding the ASL and other resources to make sure that other people can be engaged is definitely a big, I don't know that the survey can ever do that in the same way. And so I really appreciate the qualitative data in a different way. And it has a little bit more of a value to me, just acknowledging that you were able to reach all of the different demographics across the city in a really intentional way. I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, I want to associate myself with everything my colleagues have said. I think the job this year, it's only getting better. It's gotten better since last year. So I definitely want to echo that. I see this as kind of like you go into a restaurant and somebody hands you a menu and you say, yes, everything on the menu. And it's pretty clear to me. And the great thing about our job as elected officials is we can do this anytime. I mean, if you're lucky, you'll have your lunch interrupted from time to time by groups of people, and you'll have these type of conversations. And it's incumbent upon us to do these kind of qualitative engagements all the time as elected officials, and I know we do. So I see, and I know it's tempting sometimes based upon, I'm guilty as well, based upon our particular places we sit or our ideological addresses to kind of Rorschach test to see what we want to see. But as I read these, I clearly see one of the takeaways, more support for community policing and non-police solutions to violence. Yes, not anti-policing, but the type of policing. And we had a very robust debate. I remember before I got on council, robust debate about we don't want police as militaristic agents of invasion, but as integral parts of the community. Get out of the car, make relationships. So it's not the dismissal of policing, it's the type of policing. And if we're gonna attach the moniker of what we clearly see here, you wrote it down. It says more support for community policing and non-police solutions to violence. I heard you anecdotally refer to one resident who said at these community or recreational events, perhaps have a police officer there to keep it safe while they're doing midnight basketball, while they're doing events. And it's okay for us to have a piece of the truth and not all of the truth. It's okay for each of us to see what we want to see and allow for other folk to bring their authentic voice as well. They have said yes to the entire menu. And I hearken back to what the manager started this off with saying that, and I'm paraphrasing, Mr. Manager, essentially that there's going to be value in each and every one of our ask and what we bring. And that goes for residents as well. There's value in residents that say, I want better quality policing. There's value in residents that say, I want non-policing options as well. It doesn't have to be either or. And when I look at this engagement report that you brought to us, I clearly see that our residents are asking us to do all of it. And that's okay. So thank you.
All right, we're gonna, Mr. Manager, if you can advise us, Director Riordan, if you can advise us on how we're gonna move into the next phase here. But I definitely want to thank you guys. Thank you. There's a lot of work that goes out into talking to folks all over the city. So thank you for that.
I'm going to recommend that we take maybe a 5-minute break and council can go get food. There is food available already waiting for us. And if you bring it right back, we will then get set up for our next speaker and probably do that one through lunch. The rest of the group, I will ask that you kind of out in the hallway, we can kind of access the kitchen that way. I would ask this year, we are asking anyone who has any dietary restrictions to kind of get in front of the line so that, if you're vegetarian or gluten-free, that you can get to those items first. But otherwise, we'll just kind of move forward and try and make up some time. So thank you so much.
try and stay on schedule. Enjoy your lunches while we keep doing business.
Okay, hi.
Hello.
I'm your lunchtime entertainment today. Feel free to eat, feel free to get seconds. We're gonna get through this, excuse me. All right, I am Shari Metcalfe. I am the strategy and initiatives manager here, and I'm gonna spend the next 20 minutes talking about the strategic plan and how that has been and how that's aligning so perfectly, so nicely. I was so happy with the last presentation. We heard so many things that we see in our plan. But I'm going to talk about the resident satisfaction survey, as well as the community conversations and how that all aligns with our strategic plan and how that all feeds into our budget development process. So I'm going to start moving papers and doing slides. It literally just worked. Like, oh. All right. Well, I hope it doesn't fast forward now, 5 slides. So I want to introduce our team here. This is our strategic planning team. This picture's a little bit old, but we have included Selma Rashid, who is getting food, but she's was our ICMA fellow, but she is now a budget analyst, and we love when our fellows move up and over in the city. And so unfortunately, she's not here, but she's sitting over there. We have Cecily Hamilton, who is someone I work with all the time and that I'm so thankful for. She's here for my moral support. She stands off to the side. And then we're all led by Andrew Holland there in the back, who's our assistant director over the Office of Performance and Innovation. And we're under, of course, Christina in the Budget Management Services office. All right, so why do we have a strategic plan? We always start here. I know you all know why, but the strategic plan is our map of our long-term vision. Yogi Berra, hoping I say that right, I'm not really up on my sports quotes, but he once said, if you don't know where you are going, you might wind up someplace else. We want to know where we're going, and we want to know where we're heading. This is a successful plan, provides clear direction for both our staff, for our community members. It outlines our priorities, tracks our progress, which is key. It's our way of keeping everyone, employees, our residents, council members on the same page by aligning our budget and resources to that long-term vision. All right, so strategic plans usually are laid out in the same way. They go down into layers, but just so we're all using the same terminology. Of course, mission and vision, these both are, you all adopt every year as part of the budget process in June. They haven't changed in a while. I think the last, I don't know when the last change was actually, so I won't even mention that, but it's been a little while. We have our 5 goals, which City Manager Ferguson showed earlier, and we're going to talk more about that in a minute. But under our big goals, we can't do everything, just like in budget, we can't fund everything. We can't do everything in these areas. And so we drill down to the next layer and we call those objectives. And those are those areas that we're going to focus in on, put a lot of our time and our attention onto. And each of those objectives, we build out initiatives, and those are those action items. These are the items that we would find on staff annual work plans and things like that. All right. So by the numbers, the current plan that was adopted in June of 2023, we have, of course, our 5 goals. Each goal has 3 objectives. So we have 15 objectives, and under those 15 objectives are the 41 initiatives. Now, obviously, we do a lot more in the city than 41 initiatives around those objectives. Folks behind you that are eating and out in the hall do a lot in these areas. Those 41 are the ones that we're going to focus in on. It's the ones we communicate out to our public over and do some reporting on and just make that more available. So during the development of a strategic plan, objectives take center stage, because if we don't have the right objectives, we don't build the right initiatives, right? So how do we come up with our objectives? So this is a little bit of a history lesson. It's been a few years. Some of you were here when we were going through this, but our objectives in our last strategic plan, we did extensive engagement with our residents. So this was, actually it's very similar to what you saw today. We used our resident satisfaction survey, and we did a prioritization exercise. So each goal had a list of potential priorities, and we asked residents to list their most important. So we used the resident satisfaction survey, and then we also went out into the community. So we were fortunate enough that participatory budgeting was doing their thing, and they let us tag along with them. But we went out to the bus stations and the senior centers and a bunch of other events, and we had paper, in different, the two, in Spanish and English, asking residents to go ahead and prioritize those objectives. And then we also did something similar for our employees, really focused around our innovative and high-performing organizations, more of our internal services goal. So we all came back here. I think Cecily was part of that presentation. We stood up in front of you at this meeting, actually, after doing this, and we showed you what those results were. We took some feedback from all of you, and we developed our 15 strategic objectives. And don't worry, I'm not going to read these out to you, but I do want to put them in front of you because this is what we have heard from the community as their priorities. We use this to build our strategic plan. We use them to build out our budget. As part of the annual budget process, the department directors, when they submit any kind of new budgeting requests, they want to enhance any of their programs, they have to link their new funding to our strategic plan because that's the way to ensure the budget is based on community priorities. All right. Oh, yes.
Describe how those priorities connect to the goals, objectives, and initiatives. Like how does it all fit in this together?
Yes. Okay, so these are the objectives. So if I go back here, there are these right here. So we have 3 objectives. So when we asked the community to prioritize, we took the top 3, and those top 3 became objectives under each of the goals, and that's how we came up with the 15 objectives. This one.
You have priorities. So these are different from the objectives, right? Or are these the same?
These are objectives.
Okay, it just says priorities. So these are the.
I'm using objectives and priorities.
It's the 15 is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. So I also say this quite a bit, that if you have a beautiful plan and it's, oh, yes.
Making sure it's clear. That's why there's a 1.1.
Yes.
2.2, 3. Each of those are the 5 priorities.
Yes. It's yes, how we're numbering, yes. And I'm sorry, I'm sorry I made that, I was talking too fast, but okay. All right, so implementation, I say this a lot. You can have a great plan. It can be based on your community priorities, but if you adopt it and put it on a desk and don't look at it again, then it was a complete waste of everybody's time. So here in Durham, we do not do that. We do quite a bit around our strategic plan. So we're in the middle of that implementation phase right now, the plan. And these just outline the 4 areas that we focus in on. The main one being this top one, this monthly, the Durham, we call them DSAP, they're Durham Strategy and Performance Meetings. These are quarterly meetings. Every goal team, the 5 goal teams, every one of them gets together quarterly and they meet with the executive leadership. So they alternate between a deputy city manager, then they're in front of the city manager, another quarter, they're in front of the deputy city manager and the city manager. So during that time, we focus on, we look at the Gantt charts and milestones and performance metrics. They highlight some of the good things they're doing in that area, but we really push the message that we want to see forward motion in those meetings. It's also a time to talk about roadblocks that teams may be facing and how can we get the city manager or other people involved to help with those roadblocks. So that really feeds into these other 3. You're probably familiar with our city manager's annual report. This is something that comes to this group in August, and then we later put that out for our residents. We have our public-facing dashboard that we update twice a year. Every time I come here in February, we're in the middle of an update. I promise we have not been updating for 2 straight years. It's just we do a calendar year and a fiscal year, and so at the end of December, we close it down for a couple months to do that update. But we hope to have that new one up in a couple weeks. And then we have our citywide performance software system. We use this to collect all of our monthly, quarterly, annual performance data, and we use that obviously in our strategic plan, but also in the budget process. we have meetings with the city manager. Every department goes in front of the city manager. They use performance to talk about what's going on in their department, also talk about any of the requests. You see these measures in front of you in May when some departments come to you as well. And of course, in the budget book, we also put some measures in there. All right. So I just said implementation was really, really important, and it is, but if you build a plan that's not built on community priorities, then it doesn't matter what you implement because you're probably implementing the wrong thing. So it all works together. Turns out it's all really important. So I want to take a few minutes to really build out the alignment between what we're hearing from our residents and our strategic plan and how that folds into the budget process development. So what you're looking on this slide, we have 5 themes from community conversations. These are straight from the report that we just looked at. Very high themes, and as we saw through their presentation, there's a whole lot of things under each of these, right? But for ease, we're going to make it simple. These 5 themes. Under the resident satisfaction survey, we got these from a couple areas because just it's laid out differently. We took the high priority items, the streets and the police that we see every year, and I removed the county items. Obviously, I'm just focused on the city. And then we looked at the question around the funding, specifically around what services should we prioritize funding for, and that's how we kind of got the rest of those 5. So it's not an exact science, but you'll see. We have to pick some things, and these ones we hear over and over again. So you'll see that 3 of them overlap, right? They're closely. I mean, if you look into the weeds, they're coming at it from a different perspective, but they're close. And so 5 and 5 is 10, 3 that match, so 7. And I have 7 slides that I would like to go through pretty quickly, but to go ahead and go through each one of these in our strategic plan. In a perfect world, I would have had the initiative teams come up here and share out because they do such great work, but we would all be here later for Valentine's Day dinner together, and I just didn't think you all wanted to do that. So you're going to get me instead, and we're going to go through them fairly quickly. So they're all laid out similar. We have our theme on the top in that header, and then we have the goal that it's connected to off to the side. And then I have some photos here. These are straight from those Durham strategy and performance meetings that I mentioned earlier. I know you can't read all the small print, but they're more of just to show the types of things that departments have been highlighting and talking about in the last couple of years of the plan. So for police protection and crime, obviously in our Create a Safer Community Together, this goal includes initiatives that are owned by our community safety departments, by police, by fire, 911. A lot of the initiatives are grouped, they're joint, they're owned by multiple of those public safety departments. Excuse me, I have a spotlight on some of the neighborhood work that the police and the fire department goes out and meets with the community members. We also have an initiative that's really, that one's specifically owned by the police department, where it's really focused on emerging pilots that are coming out to address specific areas of concern in the city. Again, I'm doing this quickly. We could go on and on about the work, but yeah. Okay, our next one, community engagement. You will see that all 5 goals are listed on the top. We here in Durham, we prioritize engagement in all of its many forms. And so we have it scattered throughout the plan. We have some work that public safety goes out and does some public safety-led community events. Our technology solutions group, Digital Inclusion Week, puts on these special events. We have solid waste staff that puts on just amazing outreach programs around their recycling program. Connected, engaged, and inclusive communities. We have a lot of engagement in that goal, and I don't even have those up here, but Be Heard Durham from Neighborhood Improvement Services, that's part of that goal as well. Housing affordability in our connected, engaged, and inclusive communities. This, you know this, we hear this all the time. This has its own initiative, and it has a series of, it has its own objective, right, that bigger level. So it has a number of initiatives that go with it. So these are some examples, but clearly this is something we hear from our community quite a bit. All right, and then just to mix it up a little bit, we have our streets and sidewalks, and that's, it's found in thriving and vibrant environment, but we do not have a specific initiative related to this area in the current strategic plan. But in the past, this was heavily featured in past plans, multiple initiatives. I was talking to the Public Works Director, Marvin, he used to be kind of a, he was up here every time we had a budget retreat there for a while. But we take this as an accomplishment of the plan. And some of you mentioned this earlier, that we really focused on this for quite some time during those other past plans. And we have really put a lot of funding into your proposed funding for FY26, $25 million for streets, $10 million for sidewalks. And that includes the new bond that just was approved. But again, this is an accomplishment to us. You talked about this, some of you talked about this earlier. We really focused on this a lot. We put a lot of resources to it. I would not be surprised if it winds up in a future strategic plan, but that's where we are today. All right, we're almost done. Parks Recreation, we looked at services. The community conversations really looked at, if you read their full report, they touched on the services and the maintenance in Parks and Rec. The maintenance is probably more in our thriving and vibrant environment, but in our connected, engaged, and inclusive community, they are putting together a park system plan, and that is an initiative in there. They have they've spent well over a year, extensive engagement, and I checked in with them. I think they are going, and but I think you will see this before the end of the fiscal year. I think they're coming in another few months with that plan for you to take a look at, and that covers trails, and it covers all kinds of aspects of their parks program. All right, youth activities. This is another one that touches multiple strategic goals. I have some spotlights. There are more that I can include. We have our Youth Works program that's under our shared economic prosperity. We have some mentoring programs that are under our Create a Safer Community Together that I don't have up here. And I have a couple related to our Office on Youth, which has an initiative in our connected, engaged, and inclusive communities. Clicker is trickier than it should be. All right. So our last, but definitely not least, our shared economic prosperity with job creation and training. This job creation and training make up the bulk of this goal, and I have some examples here of some NC Works and also some grant fund that we have that we're testing out some work experience program around apprenticeship programs. I did that very quickly. I'm pretty proud of myself. Could have spent a lot more time on that, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm coming to the end. I'm going to wrap things up here and bring this back to our budget. If you'll humor me for just a second, I have a teenage son who's a senior in high school this year, and he took a personal finance class last semester, and so he is now obviously an expert in all things budget. And he came home like teens are, they came home asking for money, and I said no, because I just spent a bunch of money over here, and I just spent money on this insurance because teens are expensive to insure, and I just spent, oh, let's not forget about the plumbing issue that I had to fix as well. And he looks at me and he says, Mom, he rolls his eyes, you're always talking about dollars and how much things cost, but it's all about what's important to you. And aren't I important to you? It's like, yeah, not today, but he did not get that money. But there's a lot of things wrong with what he said. We got to pay attention to the sense. I'm personally very happy these folks pay attention to the bottom line. But it is true that you can see what a community values by looking at how the community spends its money. And that is why all of this is linked to this budget. So the next slide, we're going to try to encapsulate the last couple of hours. You've heard there's a reason why you listened to the resident satisfaction survey, followed by community conversations, and then got me talking about the strategic plan. And that is because all of this feeds into priorities and how those priorities feed into the budget. So I focus on these two, but there's a lot of plans out there. We could fill this up with other things. There's the comp plan, there's the carbon neutrality plan, and each of those have their own set of community priorities that are included in that. And it's all this together, right? It's the long list of priorities and the limited resources. It's what makes the next 4 months like a chess game, right? It makes it very challenging. So I'm going to end where we started, with community priorities. Throughout this process, you are going to hear from a lot of different folks. They're going to have plenty of numbers and dollar signs and far too many zeros, but we're also going to try to keep these priorities front and center. all right, alongside those dollar amounts. We are building a budget based on what we've heard from our residents and the priorities outlined in the strategic plan. Priorities that reflect the needs and aspirations of our community. And as we move through these retreats, we want to hear from you. We want to ask questions of, is this what's missing? What should we be focusing on? Are we not focusing in an area that we should? These are the priorities that will guide our budget process. We look forward to playing some chess with you all and building a budget that truly reflects our shared vision and values of the community that we all serve. Thank you so much for your time. I think manager.
Yep.
I'm going to hand it over to manager.
All right, so. Shari did a fabulous job of pulling these three themes together, but I didn't want you to miss it. And so I wanted to take 1 minute to emphasize what Shari just said and for you to hear something from me. So I think every year, the 12 years I've been here, there's always a little bit of mystery and drama about, quote unquote, what's going to be in the manager's budget. You know, we'll talk in these settings and people will say, well, we'll see if it makes it in the manager's budget. So I want to demystify something for you. These 2 days, this retreat and 2 weeks from now, are where you tell me where you want the priorities to be in the budget. And if I don't hear specific direction from the council, as an administrator and not a council member, I'm looking at the common areas between what we've heard from residents in the ETC survey, what we heard from residents in the community conversations, and what you have previously endorsed as your strategic plan. And what Shari did a really great job of doing is sort of explaining quickly where we see commonalities. I am not telling you that that is what you need to put in your budget. You have been elected to decide what goes into your budget. What I am telling you is that if you don't differentiate for me where you want my priorities to be, I will default to these sources of guidance when I look at everything that the organization brings forward. And I will tell you that the pitfall for all of us, for me and I think for elected officials, is you get something you want to do, and then you try and find the box it fits in and you cram it in there and you say, great, this is part of objective C or objective D. And that is one way to go about it. But what we end up with when that happens is a really hard way to sort it. So what I challenge you to do is to give me and the staff direction to say, here are the initiatives that we really think drive the issues that we heard from our residents, what we really think will drive long-term progress for shared economic prosperity, for safer communities, for our other objectives. So I just wanted to pause after these 3 sessions and tell you, we take these things seriously, but we look to you to say, great, here's our vision for how to get there, or here's our priority this year to go in another direction. So that's, stick a pin in it. What we hope these presentations up till now and from now through the end of the next budget retreat do is give you a space to tell us on some key issues that we identified, and then we want to hear key issues that you identify, kind of where you see those key priorities. So thank you. I just wanted to draw a line under what I think Shari has just done really well for all of us.
But really appreciate that. Thanks, Ms. Metcalfe, for the presentation. So I love the connection between the quantitative data, the qualitative community conversations, and now the strategic plan. The one thing that's still missing for me, though, is because now we're sort of like we got a 24 to 26 strategic plan, right? So we're kind of halfway through that roughly. What I still can't see, and I looked at the dashboard, I couldn't see it, with the 5 goals, the 15 objectives, and the 41 initiatives, is like, are we making progress on this? Like, are we succeeding in those objectives in the plan? And if someone in the community asks me, so are we making good progress in the plan? I'm not sure I can tell. So it would be, and we don't have to answer that here, but it would be good to know, like, where are we actually reaching those objectives in the plan, and where are we falling short? That would be really helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
So I'm still not seeing that piece.
I think we can pull that out for you, but I'll also, and I alluded to this a little bit in my opening comments, I don't think I'd be being perfectly honest or sincere with you if I were to say that the minute we check off each of those initiatives, those goals will be complete. And so part of my challenge back to the council is to say, we will report out to you how those initiatives are progressing. We're going to lean into those initiatives, but I also challenge you to think about this budget as another place to re-emphasize those 5 strategic goals. And so I think we'll take your feedback to make sure, because I get to see progress all the time, and I know what Shari mentioned is we're updating that dashboard now. We will get you the information on the initiatives that we have, but I want you guys to lean into those goal areas with your thoughts and your collective kind of feedback on where our budget needs to reinforce those messages.
That's part of that's part of the chess game, right? So where are we meeting our objectives? What's success look like? Are we getting there? And where do we need to prioritize things in the budget so we make sure we do succeed in all the parts of the plan?
Councilmember Riss just nailed it. I hear us saying qualitative and quantitative, but I still feel like it's really subjective. And I'd like to see it compared to some more objective data to where we know how people feel, and we know how many people feel about whatever it is they feel. But how does it measure? For example, I think we did a good job, at defining community centeredness and city streets and sidewalks. When it comes to crime and violence, the question is how many people have been, we have a lot of crime data as well, how many people have been shot, how many people have been killed. Just spoke to the media about that I just got an alert, 296 car break-ins done by 5 kids. That is objective data. And if we could compare that, just like housing affordability, which affordability is subjective, but the objective data is our housing stock, which we're going to get some information of, just characterizing around that from the tax office in just a bit. When it comes to parks and recreation, how many parks we have open versus closed. Do we have any metric around how many folks are using them on a daily? Recreationally, how many events we have, youth activities, youth programming. There are some things that we can measure, and I think if we can dig deeper into that objective data, we'll have a better idea of how we're measuring up here on these things. So along the same lines about Councilmember Rist, I think that'll be very helpful, and it'll also depoliticize it as well. Councilmember Baker.
Thank you. This is fantastic. I just wanted to raise one thing, which is the comprehensive plan and how the strategic plan fits underneath or into the comprehensive plan. This is shorter in scope, and it's more in scope around what the city actually does. And the comprehensive plan is community-wide, what everyone does. And just wanted to make sure that we are thinking about how the pieces tie together. And I know that there's also an initiative for the comprehensive plan to look at metrics. And this has metrics, so just want to make sure that those are tying together.
Right. Okay. Yes. So when we developed our plan, and we'll do this again in the future when we develop the next one, we looked at the comp plan. We brought out multiple plans. The carbon neutrality plan was a big part of Goal 5 as a whole. So yes, there are lots of plans, and some of them are ours are 3 years, right? Our strategic plan, we look at it 3 years at a time. The comp plan is much longer, but we definitely pull those in and do a little bit of prioritization there about which ones can we really take a chunk out of in the next 3 years.
But I would add to that, if you're asking how we nest those, the strategic plan is on top. It is the plan that is right underneath the council, adopted by the council as the guiding principles that the organization follows to advance the objectives of Durham, and that the comp plan should ideally be something that delivers on the strategic objectives, not the other way around. So we welcome your feedback as the folks sitting in the chairs. If this strategic plan needs to change because you don't think it's emphasizing something that you see in the comp plan enough, But if you're asking how they nest, I would say the strategic plan sits on top. Our other plans and objectives are strategies to deliver the objectives in the plan.
Thank you, colleagues. Anyone else?
Yep, we are ready to keep going. We are dangerously close to being back on time.
Mr. Manager, I did want, well, let me put us in further danger. I did want to say, I appreciate your, as we transition, Mr. Manager, couching about what you default to. And I did just want to say that you're on very safe footing. And I don't want that to be perceived as, and you're not saying this, but in the council's silence, I will default to. Because all of these mechanisms are council sanctioned mechanisms. The strategic plan is council sanctioned. We fund the community conversations. So you're on safe foot, even if we don't say anything here, what you're drawing from, I would dare say, is still the council's voice insofar as we have sanctioned those information gathering mechanisms. So you're not out here freestyling. You're not making up as you go along. It's still the people's voice. So I hope you'll lean into that. You're on very safe footing to what you default to, because it's still the voice of the people and there's still council sanctioned methods of information collection. So thank you very much. I think we're ready to transition.
Gonna keep going.
Well, thank you. I'm just gonna be brief to introduce our next speaker. We have Keyar Doyle, who is our tax administrator for the Durham County Tax Office. And I just want to thank Keyar for being here because, he and his staff have been working, I know, around the clock on revaluation. And when we asked him to come, because I knew it was something that you all would want to talk about, he was gracious enough to put aside time. So I'm going to not spend any more time because I know you're anxious to hear from him, but I will turn it over to Keyar.
And ladies and gentlemen, after this presentation, please don't pass out. I've heard it 3 times now. I've passed out 3 times. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Keyar Doyle. I am with Durham County Tax Administration, and the staff has been working very hard to produce the data I'm about to share with you all. I'm not sure how many of you all actually live in Durham, so I'm not sure how many of you are actually impacted by the reappraisal portion. So I know this is a budget retreat, and I know you're anxious to see the later part of the presentation. So I won't bore you. I'll try to get through the reappraisal information, but I think it's very important for those of us that are impacted by this particular market that we're in. So I will get started for the interest of your time. So in general, reappraisal is required at least once every 8 years, all right? That is by statute, North Carolina General Statute 105-286. The process resets all real property tax values to current market value as of January 1 of the reappraisal year, and in this case, it is January 1, 2025. Reappraisals only apply to real property, as your personal property resets every year. So if you own a vehicle, you notice your car vehicle value may change every year. Those numbers are provided to all 100 counties by the state. So that's a North Carolina Department of Revenue process in reporting that data. There are about 127,000 real property parcels in Durham County. And I noticed I just went up a little bit. Can everyone in the back hear me? Just raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Very important slide in regards to a reappraisal. Taxable property types. As of 2024, real property represents about 81% of the total value of all taxable property types. Other taxable property types include public service company property, it's about 1%, and that consists of the utilities, airlines, railroads, and they are impacted by a reappraisal. So whenever our ratio, for lack of a reappraisal, falls below a certain percent ratio, that is, we're forced to change their value because of that ratio. They no longer are valued at 100%. They get to equalize based off of the current ratio. So if we're at 65%, they change from 100% of their value to 65%, all right? It does impact our actual total revenue. Personal property is roughly 12%. and that's business and personal, and registered motor vehicles, roughly 6%. The objective of a reappraisal, again, that is to appraise all real property in the county at 100% of its market value as defined by the statute to be effective until the next reappraisal date. Basically, your value after a reappraisal is established should not change unless you do something to your property. So if you haven't done anything to your property, you should be looking at the same tax value that was established in 2019, all right? North Carolina General Statute 105-283, all property, real and personal, shall as far as practicable be appraised or valued at its true money value. That is ad valorem. North Carolina General Statute 105-287 prohibits the changing of tax value, as I just mentioned, in a non-reappraisal year, excluding new construction or in addition to an existing improvement. Very important slide. This illustrates the importance of a reappraisal. As you see, the second column, final ratio, and the furthest column, the appraisal year, they correlate. Counties furthest away from their reappraisal date have a lower ratio. They didn't do anything wrong. That's not bad business. That's not bad work. That's not bad appraisal. That is the market. As the market moves, your tax value doesn't. So as the market goes up, it creates more space from the last value that you probably received. In this case, from 2019 to today, we all know what the market did. It went up. Had it gone down, it'd show a different relationship between those two numbers. These are just the top 10 counties. Of course, there are 100 counties. And the far box is just showing the counties that actually border us. Just wanted to show that relationship, but the most important thing is the appraisal year and that final ratio. The COD is the coefficient of dispersion. That is just a measurement in regards to showing. We really pay more attention to it during the reappraisal year because that's when you want to see these measures. You want to see them as close to 10, between 0 and 10, all right? Anything over that, you got some red flags. But the further you go away from the reappraisal year, you should see those disparities because you're getting further and further away from 100%. Track and market value. This is the actual job that the real property division focuses on while preparing for these reappraisals. All real property transactions are reviewed. So everything that changes hands is reviewed. Transactions that appear to be consistent with the statutes are qualified and used for sales analysis, meaning it's considered an arm's length transaction. All sales aren't. Foreclosures we don't consider, and some distress sales, some of those things, short sales, things like that are not considered arm's length transactions. So it's got to be a willing and able transaction between a buyer and a seller, okay? So those are what we call qualified sales. For the 2025 reappraisal, we have considered roughly 10,700 qualified sales and analyzing market patterns and trends since January 2023. That's a lot of sales. Over 20,000 transactions have been reviewed over the last 5 years. Local real estate market based on our current situation. As of January 2019, last reappraisal, the median sale price in Durham County was roughly $240,000. As of December 2024, that same measurement is showing $416,000. The median sale price in the city is $415,000. Both of those two lines at the bottom have dropped a tad bit over the last 6 months. That number got up to about 445. All right, so we are seeing a little bit of stabilization and what I believe to be a little bit of the overbidding kind of come down a little bit. People aren't quite spending $75,000 over the asking price as they were at one time. Properties stayed on the market 2 or 3 days, in some cases a few hours. Now we're seeing more like a month and a half. just a few snapshots of some of the markets and the increases we're seeing. The most important thing to look at is the very bottom. This particular property sold in 2018 for $325,000, sold again in 2024 for $560,000. 72% increase. These are very minimal renovations. I'm talking carpet and paint. If it was anything more than that, we wouldn't use it because it wouldn't help this comparison and showing anything. If somebody spent $100,000 on improving a property, I'm not going to use it because they did some heavy renovations. This is $15,000 to $10,000. This is changing a property from an as is to a ready to sell. Okay, 72% increase. Another property, 2018 sale, $210,000. $441,000 in 2024. This one resonates with me. I bought a property in 2017 for about $230,000. I'm going to see roughly somewhere around 400 plus with this particular mailing, unfortunately. 110% increase. 2018, $300,000 sale price. 2024, $710,000, 136% increase. This is not the highest increase we've seen. I wish. This is not the highest. All right. This is just an example of a property we felt we could show because it was minimum change in the before and after, before it went to market. Commercial trends, this is very important. The sales for commercial properties are good, all right? They're selling at a good rate, good prices. Unfortunately, after sale, they're having some performance issues. Vacancy rates are high, all right? So I'm gonna show you both sides of this particular equation only because commercial properties, well, we use all three approaches to value with all properties, but income only applies to properties that are income properties. So if it's a rental property, income applies. If it's just a home with a buyer living in it, it's an owner-occupied home, there is no income, all right? So office properties, vacancy rates are high, but the values have declined since 21. Before 21, between 19 and 21, sales were high. They started tapering down in 21. Average sale price, square foot, roughly $15 higher than it was in 2019. All right? And you all can imagine what took place and started causing the declines in 21. We all went remote. It does impact a property, commercial property. It impacts their value. They paid a certain amount, they had a certain type of return on investment in mind when they purchased that property, and the income shows a slightly different performance. All right? So high vacancy rates are expected to impact appeals due to income.
Question real quick. So you're saying, I get that office vacancy rates are higher, right? But you're saying that average sales price per square foot is still higher than 2019 in those office spaces? So even though vacancies
Since 2019, yes, but it started going down a bit from the height it had gotten to since 2021. But in all, they're still higher than what they were, yes. Retail, average sale price per square foot, roughly $50 higher than it was in 2019. Multifamily, vacancy rates are at record high, but the rental rates are declining, but the average sale price per unit is still up $40,000. All right. Industrial, average sale price per square foot is roughly $50 higher than 2019. They are the second best performer in the area, industrial. Hospitality is number one. The Triangle market has been the best in the state. Average sale price per room is roughly up $7,000 since 2019. This is just an illustration to show you the change between 19 and 25, all right? Consider base rates, price per square foot, kind of help you understand that this is really just talking about the price per square foot based on the property type. These are industrial properties, and they're broken out into wood, masonry, concrete, steel, and it's just to illustrate the change between 19 and 25, and this data is based on sales, but it's cost data. So we got the sales comparison approach, the cost approach, and the income approach. This is an illustration of sales and cost, all right? Office lab R&D, one of the best performers, mainly due to places like RTP and the any clinical lab research type developments. They're a great performer, and they still are. Retail base rates, great performer as well in certain areas. As you see downtown, a little different from the rest. 25 to 2019. Apartment, hotel base rates. Again, great performer. Consistently from 2019 to 25. Appeals, very important. What if a property owner disagrees with the assessed value? They have 3 steps to consider. They need to review the property on the website and make sure that we have accurate data. Very important that what we are assessing the property and coming up with a value is based on the right information. If we have a property being in good condition and it's really in fair condition, that's going to impact their value. If it's in fair condition and they appeal and we find out it's in good condition, it'll impact their value the other way. So an appeal is not always a reduction. Very important. It should be most of the times. I don't see many appeals that end up with an increase, but it does happen. All right. So I want to make sure I'm transparent and making sure that I share that information. But first step is to make sure that what we have on record is accurate. Number one, very important. After that's done, you want to compare. You want to compare the property that you are focused on with the sales around you. All right. You can use our website. We have a tool available on that website. It's called Comper, and it kind of pre-fills and shows you those comps that were used for that particular market area. But if you don't want to use that website, feel free to use things like Redfin, Realtor.com, Farmville Morrissey. They're all reputable establishments that have good tools provided for you online to show you comps. I wouldn't get into anything much more than what the sales were. Don't put a lot of faith in estimates. When they tell you what your property's estimated worth is, that's a little more broad market driven that they're using. They're not honing in as close to your property as they might need to be for you to get a good, close representation. But you should use the sales. The properties that have actually sold, it's okay to look at those properties and get a good idea in regards to what type of comparisons we might have used if you don't want to use Comper. Last step, final step, appeal. If all information is up to date and you still disagree with the assessed value, you can file an appeal with the Board of Equalization and Review, schedule a hearing. After the board hears your appeal, you will receive written notification of your property value in the mail. The Board of Equalization and Review is a neutral party. They do not work for the county, the city. They are a neutral party. They are a collection of professional real estate experts, usually appraisers and real estate agents. All right, they do not work for Durham County. They are an extension of the Board of County Commissioners, and they rule in their stead. Another important few things about appeals. There are often issues that concern property owners, such as the amount of value change from the last reappraisal. That's human nature to look at your value from 2019 and kind of think it should still be close to 2019's value. Not necessarily realistic in a 6-year reappraisal, but maybe 2 years or 4 years. The affordability of the expected taxes. That's a very important bullet. Tax bills are not created and mailed until somewhere around August or so. But you're going to get a change of value notice in the next couple of weeks. The notice is within the time frame to appeal. Your tax bill is not. If you are reacting to your bill, you are probably exceeded the deadline to file an appeal for that year. That's very important, all right? Most people don't pay attention to this notice we're about to put in the mail. They will this time because it's a historic increase. But most of the times it's human nature not to really pay too much attention until you see how much it's going to cost you. Unfortunately, the way these things are set up, the deadlines and the timelines that are statutes, this is North Carolina statutes. This is not something that Durham County or the city of Durham came up with. These are state statutes. That timeline does not go in the favor of the person who's reacting to a bill amount, all right? So tell your friends and family, they have an issue, they need to appeal the value. You're not appealing your bill, all right? The level of services provided sounds crazy, but a lot of times people do equate their appeal to trash pickup and water. My water is giving me problems. I shouldn't be paying this much. There are a lot of things that people equate to services. That is not about anything to do with your appeal of value, all right? While these are all understandable concerns, the only issue the tax office can address during an appeal is the appraised value. Appraisal values are based on the current real estate market and are independent of previous reappraisal cycles. Included in the notices that are going out in the next 2 weeks will be information on the reappraisal and appeals process. There will be a brochure included. It kind of summarizes a lot of information we just touched on, all right? How to review the property listing and the market values. Same thing, it'll go into how to use Comper. If you don't want to use Comper, I mentioned a few other things that should be available to anyone who's savvy on the internet. Information about the property tax relief programs. And we will be hosting informational sessions. These are not appeal sessions, they are informational sessions. Taxpayers, property owners have the ability to sit down with professional appraisers that were a part of this particular process, ask questions, figure out the good types of information that they need to help them decide, do they want to appeal, all right? So that's very important. There will be a schedule included in the mailing. Here we go. That's what everybody's been waiting for. All right. Very important disclaimer, 2025 are projections for now. Now, they're not made up numbers. These are real numbers. This is raw data. I'm telling you they're projected because our timeline, we're still waiting on the actual personal property extensions that goes to April 15th. All right? Business personal property extensions go to April 15th. Those are directly impacting the numbers because that's exclusions and exemptions that people will be approved or declined for. If they're approved, that means they'll have some type of reduction to the value that we are currently seeing, all right? Now, what type of reduction will it be? I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be drastic enough to take this number down to 70 billion, all right? Now, the wonderful people in that office are still working. This number could go up a little bit over the next 4 to 5 days. They're working around the clock. They're gonna be working through the weekend, all right? So this number, full disclosure, has gone up in the last 3 days. So it's higher than that 75. Will it stay there? No, I know that. But how much lower, I don't know. This is a safe number for you to see right now. I don't foresee too much movement to drastically change that percent of change that we're looking at over there on the end. Understand you are the city. You are an overwhelming portion of the number you see to the far right. Your slide is next, all right? We went from 44 billion to roughly 75 billion in 6 years. 71% increase. The property types below are illustration of which percentage of this increase we see, you can kind of get an idea of where the burden's coming from. There's 2 property types missing. Other, which is kind of addressing a lot of the outbuildings and things like that. And there's a non-defined type because it's addressing a lot of things that mostly are really end up being exempt properties. But those 2 categories are missing. So if you try to do the math, it's not going to come to 71%. I just pulled out the 3 most popular focused on property types so you can see what weight they're giving to this particular tax base. Here you go. Citywide, total real property assessed value has changed. See, your number's higher, 74%. Went from 36 billion to 63 billion, and your number went up a little bit. It's close to 65 last time I pulled it. It was over 65. That number is going to continue to kind of fluctuate over the next few days. We'll make sure that we keep everyone abreast of those changes.
Did you say it went up a little bit?
Another 2 billion.
A little bit?
Well, I'm pulling these at least twice a week.
Yeah.
All right. And we're going all the way up until the mailing date, which is Tuesday of next week. All right. So I'm going to pull it Saturday and I'm going to pull it again Tuesday. The overall impact, we're still going to be waiting on for that April 15th deadline. All right. That's typical. That's every year. That's not something new. Those exemptions are granted by the state, and we have to wait for those approvals and declines to be determined before we can actually readjust whatever those exemptions and exclusions do to these numbers you're seeing. Your 2024 numbers are final. Those are real numbers. 25 are the ones we're speaking to in regards to there will be further change. I broke out the Durham bid, and that is here at the bottom, 2 billion to 3.3. Quality assurance, what I just spoke to, 2025 reappraisal figures are not final and only considered raw data today. Quality assurance practices will continue until the mailing, which will be Tuesday when we actually send our file off to the printer. And at that point, there won't be any more changes from our office. It'll just be a waiting game in regards to the printer getting that stuff to the mailbox and to the actual property owners. Edit checks and continuous ratio studies are essential until finalized. So we will continue to keep measuring that COD, that PRD, and that COB. I'm sorry, I'm using jargon. Coefficient of dispersion, price-related differential, and the coefficient of variance. These things are very important measurements. They make sure that our office is taking in consideration vertical and horizontal equity. Very important. We want to keep those numbers as close to 1.0 as possible. That's it. I will answer questions and leave it right there for you.
All right. It's a matter of sometimes you just have to laugh or smile, keep from crying. Councilmember Cook, I'll start with you.
Gonna be brief. Are we able to get these slides?
Yes.
I know. I just want to make sure they get it. Okay, cool. I want to make sure that they get added so folks can look through if they need to.
And I'll make sure to keep Christina updated as I get updates. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. I guess from my perspective, it's not about laughing or crying, but this is math, right?
Yes.
This is a growing city.
Yep.
And our value is going up, which in some ways is a good thing, right? And obviously the process involves, we'll have at some point, we'll have a revenue neutral presentation, right? So our tax rate's not going to be 59.62 per 100, I don't think, per 100 assessed value, right? And I don't think it means.
I hope. Thank you. I'm glad to hear. I live in the city, so I'm glad to hear you talking that way.
And I don't think property tax, like statements are going to go up 74%, right? So we've just got to adjust because we have new property values, and so we'll have to adjust it and adjust accordingly. So.
Yeah, it'll balance. It should balance out in a sense. But some people will cry if Someone did some significant enhancements across the street from their home.
Well, and that's part of it. Like you said, there's horizontal and vertical equity. So we're trying to reassess based on where the value is. So those with more value should be paying more. That's what this is all about.
Yes, and with revenue neutral, just so everybody understands, I won't get too much into it because it's very nerdy. It's a lot of math. But in essence, just from a basic concept, revenue neutral, it just shows leadership what the rate needs to be to bring in the same amount of revenue from the previous year, okay? There's still an increase. Somebody who paid a good amount for their property still sees an increase in their property tax bill. It doesn't make you exact in regards to what you paid last year. If you paid for a more expensive property, you're going to see a change in your particular tax bill based off of where you are in the overall percent of growth. So somebody who paid $500,000 for their property and somebody else paid closer to that median that we saw was, I think it was 415, there's going to be a difference in their tax bills just based off of the value. Revenue neutral helps you all see where the baseline is. All right, it's not, you're not mandated or regulated to use that number, we all know. It's just really to give you a benchmark to understand where you get back to the same revenue. All right, now the rate is important. I live in the city, so I'm gonna be watching and hoping and praying you all are very generous. But I understand, we all have to understand budget. At the end of the day, this is all about budget. All right, whether we go up or the rate goes up, value goes up or the rate goes up, at the end of the day, we gotta hit Y. We're just solving for Y, solving for X, however you wanna look at it. The equation is the equation, no matter what movement to those particular parts of the equation. And it's gonna always hit X. You have to look at it that way, no matter what. Whether we go up and the rate goes down or we're stuck like we were for the past 6 years, what happened? Rate started at 1.24 if you're in the city. We gradually crept up to 1.39 because of the needs of these particular bodies having to provide services, programs, things that we think benefit property owners, tax base. So at the end of the day, I hate to say it, but it's based on the budgets and what we have to provide. These numbers are gonna just get to that number. So it's really that simple. If you all do your job and you realize that we need to spend a little bit more, I expect that rate to be a little bit higher than I'm probably wishing it would be, but that's how this goes. This type of growth is scary for the average person who doesn't understand the things we're talking about. So when these types of numbers go public at some point, we'll have a lot of concerned, scared people. And that's just the truth. It's our job to provide the awareness. Anybody in here listening that has any places that I can come speak, please let me know. For the next year or two, I want to make sure that we lift the awareness of the taxpayers. We can't do anything about these numbers. People are going to keep selling their properties. People are going to keep moving to Durham. This is going to continue to grow. This is a utopia. Everybody wants to live in this area. I won't say Durham, but it's this area. We're not on an island. Orange County, Wake County, Chatham County, they're seeing the same growth, all right? It's just a matter of when you had your last reappraisal. Wake County had 2 since 2019. So their growth number is more like 50%. All right, it's that simple. There's no weird hidden math. This is a population of first 100 years took us 100 years to get 150,000 people. We're at 370,000 and less than half of that. This is growth. I respect you all in your role you have to do. Good luck with determining that rate. I will be anxiously waiting.
Did you have a question?
Point out I didn't want to, but just in conversation from that exactly what that asterisk says. Just noting that we've been using that 3% and we're jumping to the 74%. And,
Yeah.
in a real way, that's about 77% in 1 year. But
Yeah.
that's where that revenue neutral piece comes in. So
Yes.
make sure we're understanding that
Yeah, I believe roughly,
quite a cut.
year to year in between a reappraisal year, I think he's close to about, well, we're talking about real property numbers now. You start factoring in personal property, you add that to the equation, you add public utility, you add registered motor vehicles. Roughly, you're looking at an extra $10 billion. So, and that goes back to that slide when he says real property is 80% of these numbers that you totally end up, that you see at the end of the day. So what we're focusing on, yes, real property averages about 3%, and it's a little more than that if you look at the last 3 years. Each year for the last 3 years, it's a little more than 3%, not going into 4%, but it's a little more than 3, close to 3.5, somewhere in there. If you average it out over the last 6 years, since the last reappraisal, comes back down closer to 3.
Councilmember Rist.
Yeah, just one question. So back to this, well, I think I remember the slide where you showed that residential property values went up like 70, maybe 80%.
Yeah, it was a range.
Commercial was like 65%, right?
Commercial, if you
slide.
separate it, because commercial and industrial technically.
Let's go back to that slide if we have those numbers in front of us.
Yeah.
Because my question is just so we're right, exactly. So is it accurate to say that with this kind of change in property in the share of each of these as part of the total value of the tax base, right? That essentially what's happening here in part is where this is a slight shift of property tax burden towards residential property owners and away from commercial, right? As you see residential property as a share of the total tax base is growing. Is that not correct?
I think that's a layered question. I don't think you're wrong. I think it's a couple of different ways to look at it. First of all, in general, most of the times, commercial is commercial and industrial. In general, because industrial is commercial. It's just that I separate it out because there are clear differences in the metrics when you look at warehouses and things of that nature. And that would also go back to R&D, research and development. They fit in that. So that's all commercial. But I separate commercial out from some of those specific ones and just put commercial, which is focused on the hotels and the office space and things of that nature. So those are two separate, but if you combine 65 and 87%, I think they have the burden. But the way you're looking at it, I don't think is wrong, because if we go back to the population growth from 150, 60,000 people to 370,000 people, it's clearly more people coming here, which impacted supply and demand, which drove the price of those properties up. So I think if you're looking at it from that standpoint, I would say, yes, I believe that residentially, they have maybe taken a little more of the burden by population reasons. I wouldn't say pure math. No, I wouldn't think so.
I guess my question is related in part to a conversation we had at Downtown Durham Incorporated, where we were, and as you said, we're not in a bubble, right? This is happening around the country.
Right, correct.
And as commercial property values are going down slightly because people are working from home, right? Not back in the office.
Exactly. That's
so like downtown, for example, there's going to be somewhat of as values don't increase as rapidly as residential, there's going to be somewhat of a delta there, a loss of property tax revenues from downtown businesses that are now valued at somewhat less than they would have been, right? If they'd grown just like residential. So
yes, but we wouldn't see it until 29. It's just starting now, really. So you would have to kind of put the burden on.
But you're revaluing
what we're speaking to, vacancy rates. We're capturing the start of that plummet with these last 8 months or so. So that's going to probably, as remote work continues, that's going to continue into the next 4 years. So it'll be a bigger issue. And this is my opinion. I'm not an economic strategist. But those numbers will play a bigger role. The vacancy numbers will play a bigger role if things continue down this track for 29's total picture. It wasn't a clear picture of impact
this time.
The first few, because we're looking at data.
Something to watch, sounds like.
definitely something to watch, and it's going to be nationally. In general, America itself, you know, commercial real estate is a cornerstone of America. You don't have New York City with skyscrapers and people paying $100,000 rent to be on the top floor to look at the skyline. That's commercial real estate. If nobody's going to pay $100,000 a month to be on the top floor and have that great office and work their whole life to get that spot, $100,000 a month is not needed if my whole department is working from home. So commercial real estate that this country was built on, you don't have cities like New York, Chicago, there wouldn't be Miami waterfront properties that people desire and companies pay high dollars to own that skyscraper. That doesn't exist if all of us work from home. It just doesn't. Why would a company spend that kind of money for a vacant office? So this is a real conversation. It's bigger than Durham. This is a real thing when you start talking about vacancies. Because the properties that exist and that people put time and money into purchasing and positioning in these wonderful areas and spots, their value diminishes if nobody's in them. That's basic mathematics, like you said before.
All right, so we need to get on with this agenda, but this is, thank you so much. I will say, colleagues, it's gonna be on us. And Director Thompson, your department of how we communicate this and just make sure it's not making people pass out at the mailbox. Thank you, Keyar. I think that's like the fourth version of that presentation I've seen, and it's the same information, just different styles. Thank you so much. All right, it's on you guys. Let's keep it moving.
All right, sound good? Sounds good. All right, good afternoon. My name is JJ Scott, Assistant Director in the Budget Management Services Department for Budget and CIP. I'm going to give you a brief update on where we are in this year's CIP program. Before I get started, I feel like I need to do an obligatory chess metaphor. So this is what I came up with. If our day-to-day is checkers, our annual budget process is like chess, the CIP this year feels like we're playing 3D space chess against ChatGPT. There are just like so many factors conspiring against us right now, trying to deliver these really important projects within a fairly tight timeline with these rising costs, so many things. And so luckily, we have a great team between Budget Management Services, our finance department, all of our project delivery departments, strong guidance from the city manager's office. So I feel like it's a game we can win, but we're really gonna have to keep our focus this year. So we have a relatively brief agenda for this, and this is because we are so early in the CIP process. So I'm gonna run you through kind of the highlights. We will take a quick look at the priorities, what we are looking at as we're evaluating these initial proposals from departments. A very quick, I'll say a preview of our debt capacity numbers. This is something that we're really working on improving this year. And then just a little bit about the impact of the bond on what we are able to do. So real quick, first of all, capital improvement program. So what are we talking about with the CIP project? Our base guideline, it's got to be around $100,000 or more, much more in a lot of cases, at least a 5-year useful life, or you'll see a lot of these projects are more maintenance or replacement in which they're adding to the useful life of an existing asset. One of the things that we are really focused on this year is building out that 5-year plan. We always come forward with a multi-year plan, but we're working really closely with the departments, with finance to sort of get a better understanding for each of these projects. Some of the difference between when do you need the funds appropriated, so that's what we're doing here. When are you going to actually spend the money? So that's when finance will work on actually going out for that debt. And what is your departmental capacity to deliver these projects? And so we're trying to balance all of those things along with, of course, community priorities and all these other mechanisms that we've talked about, is we're making these recommendations over what we should do over the next couple of years. So where are we right now? Departments have put together their proposals, and so we have received a lot of project ideas. They score, so departments score those. That uses a matrix that we've used for several years now. They submitted those just at the end of January, and right now we're in the midst of our committee meeting. So we have a committee made up of folks from across the city who are involved in CIP. We also have resident participation in those committee meetings. The departments get to come up. They present each of the projects, again, going over this score, but the committee also has a chance to ask questions so that we can get beyond that score and really understand some of these other factors that we've talked about. Our hope is that we will come out with a prioritized list, which we will discuss with the deputy city managers and the city manager, and then we will be back here in May to present that recommendation to you. And that's why we're gonna kind of stay on the surface a little bit and not talk too much about specific projects, just because we're really working with departments to figure out what makes sense for this year. All right. So what did we get? We got 89 general capital projects, and those are projects that are funded out of the debt service fund. That totaled a $178 million ask in FY26. That's a lot. We can't appropriate $178 million in FY26, and so part of the work now is to figure out how much of this money actually would need to be appropriated in FY26 to do the, well, first, which of these projects are most important, then how much of that money would need to be appropriated now, and which of these just need to be phased out for later in this multi-year project. In the enterprise funds, we also got a decent number of projects, so you can see the totals there. They're in a different category because most of these, they're funded with their own rate models, and so like in water, for example, that's incorporated into their rate model, and so they'll include those costs once they're reviewed and approved, whereas the general capital projects, that is property tax funded. Well, not all, and so we'll talk about those other funding sources in just a minute here. So our priorities for this year, what we really wanted to focus on this year is existing projects. So we want to do a good job of delivering on those projects that we have already made a commitment to. Existing is a relatively loose category in this case, and that it has showed up on the ordinance in some capacity. And so just because it's existing does not mean that it is going to get funding in FY26, but we are definitely looking at those projects first and making sure that we are completing the projects that we said we're going to do. They're all still scored, they're all still rated, because we do realize things change over time. But in general, we want to focus on those existing projects. Another thing that we really wanted to focus on this year is maintenance and replacement of existing infrastructure. And so this is just a general principle of we want to take care of things that we have. If we can do some work on it now, make it useful longer, and hopefully save some money in the long run. And to get us closer to that, we've added a new layer as part of our review process. We're calling it a technical review, and that sort of recognizes the fact that our traditional scoring mechanism, projects like this, these maintenance type projects, they just didn't rise to the top. It's hard to do a boiler replacement versus a park. Just the way that we looked at them tended to favor certain types of projects. And so we're putting a certain classification of projects through this extra process. We've asked for extra information from the departments. with the hope that we can bring some of these to the surface and prevent some major issues further down the line. All right, so I'm going to show you a few graphs, and these are very preliminary numbers. So it's been a few years since we've been able to show information like this. Finance has been great about putting together these numbers based on, like I said, very preliminary. So this is actually based on the CIP pre-list, which is even before the initial submission. And so those are numbers that change greatly, okay? So that's what this is based on. So all these numbers are going to change in some way, but I think it's still useful because it illustrates the general concept. And our hope would be that we can come back with further refined versions of this repeatedly throughout the process in the year and in future years. So what this is showing us overall, the total height of the bar, that's sort of the total capacity within the debt fund. Those colored segments, the dark blue and the orange, those are commitments that we've already made. So those are payments on projects that we've either already gone out for debt, and so we are actively paying on, or are planning to go out for debt soon. But they're things that we've already said that we are going to do. The remaining section, I guess it's kind of grayish on this graph, that's what we have left. So that is what we are able to use to appropriate. Now, one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about capital projects, this is a cash amount. We tend to debt fund, and so there's some multiple of that number that we can use because we'll then be paying for it over time. So this is not saying that we can only do $17 million of new projects, if that makes sense.
And just a question, so that assumes, so that, for example, 2026, the 17, that's the extra annual capacity, that assumes we don't change the amount of resources out of our annual tax rate that goes to debt service, right?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes. So that is a...
Holding that constant.
Yes, yep. So it assumes that natural growth that we, would go into a revenue neutral rate. So yes, it doesn't assume any additional funding going towards the debt service fund. I think Christina had it up earlier, 11.5 cents is the current allocation. So it assumes that. All right, so this is another way of looking at it. And again, this is something that we will hope to refine over the next couple of months. I mean, even now, we'd be able to update this and make it look a little better. But what this is showing, you can see the 0 line. So that is fund balance. So we want the lines going across to be above that 0 line, because if it goes below, that means that we don't have any money in our debt service fund. So what this is showing is if we did nothing else, just our existing commitments, the debt that we've already gone out for, that's that FY25 baseline. So that's just as we pay off projects, you can see that line going up gradually. That's the fund balance growing. If we do just the projects that we got in the pre-list that we tagged as maintenance projects, so existing assets that we need to take care of, again, using the preliminary numbers that we got in the pre-list, we managed to keep that line up above 0, but it's a lot closer. That alone would take up a decent amount of our capacity. If we layer in existing projects, that's that kind of purplish dash down there, you can see we can't do it. As currently constructed, we can't fund all of those projects. And then, of course, if we layer in all the requests that we received, and that's going back to the initial slide with 89 projects, we definitely can't do it. And so the work that we're going to be doing over the next couple of weeks is figuring out what are the highest priority projects, or some of the projects we just won't be able to do. Which of these projects could be done a little later, so kind of pushing them out, and what other funding sources do we have? So there are various things like impact fees that specific projects can use. And so that's not really accounted for in here, because that's the work that we're doing with departments now, is trying to determine what some of those other opportunities will be. So what we're gonna hopefully do is kind of bend those lines up as we start making some of those, for us, recommendations, and for you all, decisions this year and in the future. Sorry?
Just wanted to make one correction. So you said revenue neutral when you were talking about the tax rate before. We do not have a revenue neutral rate at this point. So the 11 cents is not our revenue neutral rate. It's our current tax rate. So that's what we were just basing it on, kind of natural growth, that kind of, 3% that we've talked about in the past. So I just want to make sure that we were just clear about that.
Sorry, too quick. Thank you. Just wanted to give you an example because I know y'all are familiar with a lot of projects, hear about a lot of projects. These, I just picked them from the top. These were the most expensive projects in each category, so I put them on here. Again, with all the very preliminary asterisks next to these, but these are the types of projects that we're looking at and that we're going to be ranking, prioritizing, and making recommendations. So within that existing category, so it would be a fairly high profile or high priority thing for us. We've got this new emergency operations center. We've got our annual street paving is layered in there. We've got a new fire station. Within the maintenance category, we need a new HVAC system at City Hall. We've got to repair some of our parking structures. We have another HVAC at the Armory. So all these different types of projects are in that pot. And again, putting it on here does not mean that it's going to or is not going to get funded, but these are the types of projects that we're looking at. Mr. Mayor? Oh, sorry. Apologies. So as we wrap up, just wanted to give a concrete example of how the bond folded into one aspect of the CIP. So we do street maintenance, we do sidewalk repair every year. It is something that we fund. And so what this graph is, or what this little chart is showing you, is just over the current and the next couple of years, this is how that supplemental funding from the bond was able to, in the case of streets, increase our capacity. So Public Works said we have the capacity to do up to 25 million. So I think previously we had done 15. And so we were able to increase that to 25 million for the next couple of years with support of bond funds, at least for the next few years. And then with sidewalk repair, 10 million was the capacity. And so we were able to layer in that bond funding, and that's freeing up the CIP funding for other projects. And again, you can see how it burns off over time. And I just want to emphasize with the sidewalk, this is sidewalk repair. There were, of course, many new sidewalks that were part of the bond, and that's not represented here. So that's all I got for now. Are there any questions?
Any questions, colleagues? All right, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And up next will be Mary Grace to talk about equitable and green infrastructure. I got to figure out how to turn this mic off before I...
No, next up is the soon to graduate from law school, Mary Grace. Soon to graduate from NCCU Law School, Mary Grace.
Everyone, can you hear me all right? Can I get a good afternoon from the crowd? Because I feel like we need thank you. Yeah, I think we need a little pick me up. It's a long day. So I'm Mary Grace Stoneking. I'm Business Services Administrator in our City Manager's office. And one of my roles is evaluating and managing our Equitable Green Infrastructure Program. Before I get started with the presentation, I also wanted to shout out, you'll see another name up here. She's not able to be here because she's in class, but our amazing management intern, Quincy Foster, who has provided a lot of help, a lot of work also with this program. So I just wanted to make sure to shout her out during this presentation. Oh. Okay. So because we have some new council members and it's been at least a year since we have run EGI, I wanted to give a refresher and some more context of what EGI is. So EGI, Equitable Green Infrastructure, is our program that prioritizes investment in historically underserved communities with an emphasis on improving infrastructure in low income and communities of color. Specifically also looking at addressing disparities and promoting environmental justice. So I get this question a lot, so I thought I'd put this up here of what the difference is between some of these programs. As you kind of progress, the projects and the overall costs of the programs increase. Additionally, there's different levels of engagement. And there's a few other differences. So for instance, for participatory budgeting, those are directly voted on by residents. For EGI, we have a lot of engagement, but we also assess projects on how they're contributing to environmental impacts in Durham as well. Additionally, as you can see, also, we expect throughout this progression that it will increase in the amount of time that it takes to implement the projects. So before we get to FY26 with EGI, I wanted to go back to provide updates around the last time and the first time we ran this program in FY24. We had 17 million estimated in investment in different projects. We had 7 neighborhoods selected. They were selected based on poverty rate as well as, or below poverty rate, as well as people of color in these neighborhoods. And we also looked at kind of trying to mimic what people saw as their neighborhood, but that's something that has changed. You will see there's 8 different colors. However, Stokesdale was kind of combined with that bottom yellow right there, which is Lantern Woods. The project categories were enhanced equitable green spaces, water quality, sidewalks, and pedestrian safety. So I just wanted to quickly show the past projects. All of these are in progress at different levels of where they are at. The green one means completed. Some of these are very close to being completed. You can check them out on our interactive CIP project tracker. You can get more information there about where they are. And again, some parts are completed. So for example, WD Hill, the new playground that is at WD Hill was an EGI project, part of an EGI project. We also had our water quality and sidewalk projects, which again are all at different stages of implementation. And our stormwater basin study, I know they're going to be going into designs in this spring. So we really want this to be an iterative program that we always are evaluating and trying to improve. So I just wanted to mention we did a really big evaluation after FY24 where we interviewed a lot of internal stakeholders in departments, and then also looked over past documentation of EGI projects. And a lot of this research and evaluation went into the designing of our FY26 program. So FY26. So for EGI FY26, one of the changes we did make, which was mentioned previously to council, is we decided to run the program every other year for purposes of, one, implementation of projects and project management, but also to give more time to strategically engage the community and to build up some of the funds for EGI. Additionally, we saw that a lot of the feedback we got about EGI FY26 or 24 was that we really need to involve our technical experts and departments more. So we formed a large working group with 9 departments represented. We had 4 work groups helping decide, kind of inform these different stages of FY26 and about 30 employees. So a big shout out to all those departments and people on that team because we couldn't have done this program without you. So FY26 timeline, like JJ mentioned in the CIP. Oh, interesting. Don't know what happened there. Yeah. Sorry about that. We tested it yesterday. But like JJ had mentioned, today we'll be presenting more about the process and the design. We'll be coming back in May to present the results of the engagement as well as the overall recommendations for projects. Another thing we changed was we created more scientific scoring for selecting a focus area. We don't use neighborhood right now just because these areas were based on census block groups to make it more scientific, and so we had access to longitudinal data. Additionally, these are smaller areas because we felt like we could do better and closer engagement with folks who actually lived in those areas. We also consulted with a lot of technical experts, both within the city, but also outside of the city to determine the scoring. So the scoring to choose the focus areas, these are the different factors that we used. A lot of them are environmental factors, but the 2 in green are the most heavily weighted in our scoring matrix for deciding. So people of color and below poverty level. Additionally, what we did was we got a lot of this data from the climate and economic justice tool that the EPA uses for grants. Did use. That is how we selected our areas. We also tried to not choose the same areas as well this year. So these are our 5 areas that were chosen based on that data. As you'll see, again, they're smaller and they don't overlap as much with the last EGI program. So community engagement, we really wanted to more strategically engage residents. So one thing we did, I really want to shout out our community engagement work group, which consisted of our participatory budgeting team, employees from neighborhood improvement services, as well as some engagement employees from our from DPR as well. And we built upon past engagement to be strategic. As we know, we hear a lot from residents, the projects they want to see happen. So we wanted to go back and we consulted already past PB engagement. We actually pulled our resident one call data to look at the requests in those areas that residents are already calling the city about, and a lot of other city plans that have involved engagement. We also collaborated with other departments, so we were present at the community conversations for this engagement. We also attended some transportation department engagement sessions. And then we wanted to make the engagement fun and something people wanted to do. Not just so people had fun during the events while we were trying to engage about where they live. So as you can see in the pictures, we chose central locations that were in the focus areas. We had a food truck where people could get free food. We also had a lot of arts and crafts and different things and games. So a lot of families would come and engage with us, but also just have a great time in where they live. We also had paid community ambassadors from those communities who helped connect us to residents. And we used new engagement tools, both digital, but a majority of our engagement was done face-to-face or with paper surveys. So this is just an example, or this is a screenshot of our tool. So you'll see some of in the red circles, those are projects that we already, before engaging with residents, heard that were departments knew and that from past engagement data were already an issue. We had residents vote on those to prioritize them per neighborhood. And then the triangles in different colors are resident ideas that they proposed. So project scoring and selection, as I said, it's a little different than our PB program in that we highly take into consideration the prioritization of residents. That's a big part. These are the weights of the different categories. However, we also look at environmental impact to make sure we're encouraging departments to submit projects, thinking about maybe sidewalks as an issue, but can they also think about carbon sequestering materials while putting that sidewalk into a neighborhood. Additionally, we look at project readiness to make sure that we're funding projects residents will see implemented within 4 years. So just a little more on the environmental impact score. These were created using EPA guidance of green infrastructure impacts. So each project we go through and we will be scoring whether they have high impact, medium impact, or low within these different categories. And we have very good guidance on how those will be scored in those different categories. And so just where we are now, departments are currently finishing up and submitting their project designs. Apologies again for the timeline looking a little, oh, okay, cool. But also, so we're going into, in this next month, we'll be starting that scoring and selection process and coming back in May with our recommendations of the projects. Compared to FY24, I will just say the amount of funding available is a lot less. So there was 17 million for FY24. For FY26, we have 6 million based on both a half penny tax that goes to fund EGI and finance. We worked with finance to model how much debt funding we could also add to that. So just wanted to flag that for y'all. And with that, are there any questions?
Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions?
Thanks so much. Good to see you. Quick, first off, this is really a magnificent demonstration of a municipality putting their money where their mouth is in terms of the work of equity. It's precedent setting actually in our state. And I've been pleased to have members of our staff to come and present and others about how we've actually rearranged priorities in our CIP based upon our equity goals. With that said, I'm wondering, staff, if we, sometimes you have to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. If we should consider some nomenclature massaging. I think we should keep the standards, definitely keep the priorities, but maybe these should be, I don't know, empowerment zones or areas of focus, and I think you know what I'm saying. So let's keep the standards, and this isn't directive, but I'm wondering if it would be a good idea for the staff just internally to have some conversations about packaging.
Yeah, and actually, just to comment on that, we have had those. We're already thinking about our evaluation and things for the next EGI. We have highly considered changing the name. We think it's very policy wonky. Not a lot of residents are, when we say the name, like, oh yeah, equitable green infrastructure. We want to make it more relatable to folks, but still get that message across. So we are kind of in dialogue to see better names for that.
The wonkiness wasn't what I was concerned about. But I appreciate that.
But yeah.
I appreciate your sensitivity. Yeah, Mr. Manager, if you would just take that under advisement. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think out of all of this, well, let me ask you this. How robust is the program, the paid community ambassadors for engagement? How robust is that program? Like, how many people do we have in
We had, I would say around 6 this year that actually, we had 10 sign up, but 6 who actually participated and helped with events and engagement. And they're paid around $20 an hour.
Okay, good. I'll probably talk about this a little later, but community engagement is something we do a lot of, but it's appearing very clearly to me that we're doing it in silos. And that's something I hope to address as we move on through the day. This is good. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Amazingly enough, we are a little bit ahead of time. So I think we could take a break and then come back and talk about council budget requests.
All right, thank you.
Would you like to take a 15-minute break?
10 minutes?
10 minute break?
Yeah.
2:45.
All right. Let us get started, get back in order. All right, thank you. If we don't mind, let's go ahead and break it down in the room. We're going to get back started.
Hey guys, we're getting started. Can you guys hear me okay? Great. All right, coming down the home stretch. Thank you, council. You guys have been very attentive today, and I appreciate your time and attention. You're clearly engaged in a lot of these topics. So we've come to the part of the agenda where we're going to have the first of two conversations about your budget request. And one of the things I wanted to say on behalf of all of you, because I've talked to you individually about this, is I have heard your feedback about this process being a challenge for you. Obviously, we want a mechanism for the council to express to us early on what sorts of ideas and projects you want the budget to reflect. But we've also heard from you that you feel a little bit kind of out on an island when you do that. It's a little bit hard to get context for some of the things you're asking for. And you understand, and all of you express this, you understand that you're making these requests in the midst of a lot of other data, a lot of other asks that are coming from the city departments, and that you understand it's a little bit of a challenge to try and weigh some of these priorities this early on against other things. We have heard that, and I've told all of you, we're going to keep working kind of throughout the off cycle to keep thinking about this process and make improvements. But one of the things we heard from you that we're implementing right now is to try and give you a little bit more of a priority setting tool as a group to help you give feedback to us as the administration about how you rank these projects. I know in previous years, we've done sort of a green, yellow, red, kind of a voting process that just indicated whether you wanted it to move forward or not. Lyndsay's going to describe a new process to you this year that's going to do a little bit more of a prioritization, and I'll let her describe that to you. But I wanted to introduce it and just let you know that this is an iteration of what you've done in the past with a little bit of change. And I'm going to welcome your feedback after this year about how you think we can improve it going forward. Obviously, what you're about to do and what will come out of this process after the second retreat is advisory to me, and I'm going to take your guidance and your feedback about how you prioritize your requests and try my best to figure out how that fits into the budget that I'm going to be bringing back to you as a proposed budget in May. But today is the first step, and primary purpose of today is for you guys to describe your projects to each other. And from there, I'm going to turn it over to Lyndsay. She'll describe a little bit more about the process today, what you'll be doing between today and your next budget retreat, and then what we'll do at your second retreat. So Lyndsay, turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can everybody hear me? Yep. Good afternoon. I'm Lyndsay Gavin. I manage the I team in the budget department, and I am here, as Bo said, to facilitate your budget requests. So this is going to look a little bit different from in past years. We have a fairly tight agenda today. And so the purpose of today's session is going to be to introduce each other to your requests. We're going to go through each request, and I will give the proposer about 1 minute to kind of explain what it is. You can talk a little bit about your reasoning for submitting the request or any other details that you want to add. When we do come to your request, if you would like to elect to pull your request, maybe based on any information you've received since submitting, please let us know and we can strike those. There's a couple that are either similar or the same requests between a couple council members. In those cases, I will give it to one of the council members for a minute, and then if there are any distinctions or any additions that the other submitting council member wants to make, I will pass it over to you to make those. After today's session, each of you are going to receive a link to a survey platform that will ask you to make your own prioritization of all of the requests. So you put the requests in your prioritized order. We'll give you about a week to do that, and then we will bring the compiled responses back to the next budget retreat, show you the results of that ordering exercise, and we can have a discussion about how the results turned out there. So because today's timeline, I think I have 45 minutes. There are 37, I believe, requests. So we are doing our best to not do questions today, but ask that you can note those down. If there are questions for each other, we will ask you to follow up with each other after this session. If you have a burning question for staff to answer, if you could take note of those, I can collect those afterwards, and then we will work on getting a response to all of you for those. The only other piece of sort of housekeeping is there are 4 requests that fall into the CIP. You heard a little bit about the CIP process earlier from JJ, and that's a slightly different process, as you kind of heard. 3 of those requests are already in the CIP process. The only exception is the wash station from Councilmember Cook. That's not currently a CIP request, but it is being evaluated by staff for a potential future request. So to keep us on time today, I may ask that we not cover the CIP requests during today's session. I will have a timer. I would love if when you hear the timer, you could wrap up your thoughts, or I will give progressively more aggressive thank yous. The only other change, so we've tried to kind of put this in an order of themes to make it make sense. The only change is we are going to have Councilmember Freeman go first because she may have to leave a little bit early. Oh, okay. Would you rather we just go through the regular order? Okay. We will go back to just going through the order that you all see in front of you. I do have my timer. It'll make a little dinging sound. Any other questions before we start?
So one question, thank you, Lyndsay. So when we evaluate these later, are you going to ask us to rank literally all 37 or to give our top 10? Or so we'll rank all 37? All
37. Okay. Except for the CIP ones, I believe. Or if they get pulled.
So, and just as we're getting started, colleagues, Lyndsay, I'm going to give you a hand to make sure we keep it moving.
Great.
So.
Thank you, appreciate that. All right.
Good luck.
All right, in that case, we are starting with Councilmember Rist. And I won't use the microphone passing time against you, but we are starting with Councilmember Rist on baby bonds.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah. So this is a proposal to allocate $300,000 recurring annually to establish baby bonds or children's savings accounts for each of the roughly 2,200 kids that enters public kindergarten and DPS every year. The purpose of this is to set up a small college savings account, restricted, with an initial deposit of maybe $50 or $100 to allow kids to both build, this is about democratic wealth building for all kids on a small scale, but also building aspirations for higher education for kids, either for community college, for training, or for four-year higher ed. The idea, again, is money in an account to start out with. Other cities have done this in ways with also matching dollars to grow the account. So when kids graduate from high school, they've got a small nest egg they can devote to these key costs for going to college. It's not going to fund all of even 1 year at community college, but it gives kids agency as they get to that process to pay for some of the costs that can trip kids up from going to college. And again, also builds aspirations. This is not just magical thinking, right? This has been done in many cities, peer cities like St. Paul, San Francisco, LA, New York. You all recall we talked about doing this and have a proposal to do this with ARPA funds for 1 year. Part of the challenge is that partners who would be willing to partner with us in the private sector are looking for a commitment from Durham, not to do this for just 1 year, but to do this for an ongoing way. So, yeah, ongoing way, yeah. I could say more, but I'll stop now.
Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Caballero on the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund.
Thank you. This is something we already fund. This is just an expansion of dollars and making it reoccurring. the hope when this was originally founded, I should say, was that there would be access to other dollars in other ways, and that funding is not really available to the organization. That's about it, because it's just an expansion of what we're already doing.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Cook on the cancer screening.
This is something that came from several firefighters. I believe it was in the original request as well. This is just exactly what it says. It's a pre-cancer screening. The firefighters actually elected to do this. Several of them elected to do this out of pocket this year. The request covers a screening for everyone once every 3 years, which is the recommended amount. To me, it feels like a pretty small dollar amount for what is potentially a really great benefit both to the health of our employees, but also to economically, because the cost of cancer treatment would be more exorbitant than a $60,000 per year pre-cancer screening, and firefighters are greatly at risk of getting cancer. So this is just to screen for those abnormalities.
Can I just add something to the number 2? If colleagues want, because in my actual paperwork, I submitted a lot more information. So if you want more information about the types of, because in immigration law, there's all kinds of things. So if you would like to have more detailed information about the type of work that Justice Matters is currently doing, happy to forward you that document.
Thank you.
We will say that all council members have received each other's submission. So if you submitted it to budget, we have passed it along as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Baker with Economic Development
Just
Plan.
real quick,
Oh,
just
yep.
a quick question. So we're just introducing it now. We're not getting into like if we want to support like the amount per se.
We are not today.
Okay, all right.
All right.
All right, colleagues, I've placed a request here for $150,000 for an economic development plan. We're in the process of hiring an OEWD director. This is an opportunity to fund an economic development plan, develop a vision, analyses that are up to date to allow a new economic development director to hit the ground running with an economic development strategy. 150,000, probably a little bit on the low end of what a economic development plan would cost, but that is what I'm putting in here.
Thank you.
What's that?
All right, the next one is Mayor Williams around the Small Business Support Fund.
Yeah, I think we saw the data earlier. We're starting to see sales tax revenue taper off, plateau. There's something happening there. And just what I'm hearing from small businesses, you know, besides having to deal with the, you know, the customer experience of the homelessness and the panhandling, there's just a lack of foot traffic and a lack of, you know, customer flow, I guess. And there are a lot of businesses that are struggling. This is a fund that we established during COVID. So I'm just seeking to replenish it, not necessarily with $3 million, but 100,000. And I'll say on the record, I will not be applying for any of these funds, although I'm a restaurateur downtown. But this is just, I think it's on the smaller end. Looking at some of the requests, I think it should be increased. But I think we should replenish it with at least 100,000 for emergency support. And follow the same criteria that's already in place with the Carolina Small Business Fund, Development Fund.
Thank you.
It takes like 3 seconds to come on.
Yeah. Would those be forgivable loans like last time, or what's the form of the assistance?
I would say follow the same criteria, which is we're not allowed to do forgivable loans, but it was like extremely low, like the lowest of interest rates possible.
Thank you.
And also to open it up, still with the same criteria to be matched with private dollars, which can be forgivable.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next, we have two submissions. One is titled guaranteed income and one is basic income. I am going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. Friends, this is my only ask this year, and it's really based in inertia. 3 years ago, Durham gained national attention when we conducted a pilot here of a guaranteed income focusing on justice-involved individuals. 2 years after that, each year we've set aside $1 million to keep our pilot going. This is simply an ask to codify that, which is in a de facto sense, I believe already been codified. This is one of those places we can point to the budget where we actually can say we're putting our money where our mouth is when we say root cause initiatives. We throw that term around a lot in Durham. This is actually a root cause initiative that's non-policing, non-forced, but based upon actually putting money in people's pockets. The data for its success is well documented and nationally known, and I'm just asking for codifying of what we've already done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rist, yours was the other submission around basic income. Is there anything that you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, yeah, this is essentially the same request. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that, for your leadership on this. Just want to emphasize this would be recurring, $1 million a year recurring to fund basic income.
Mine is recurring.
Yeah, so just want to emphasize that.
It's not 2 million, so you're not saying.
No, it's saying 1 million, yeah. So just make sure it's recurring. And I'll also use my time just to say, like, I read through all these proposals last night. I want to thank all my colleagues. It was an amazing collection of ideas, well researched and well documented. So thank you all for all the great ideas. This one is as well as others.
Thank you. Great. The next two.
Can we pause and get clarity? Yep. I'm trying to figure out if we're going to combine those and have them voted on as one, or if you guys.
It's one.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had spoken to Councilmember Rist.
Because this has come forward a couple years. So this moving forward, if this gets put in, it would just be part of the base budget moving forward. So we wouldn't have to do it again.
Right.
Okay,
Recurring.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The next two are also both titled Heart Expansion. So I see Councilmember Cook, you have the microphone, so maybe I'll start with yours, and then Councilmember Caballero, if you would like to add.
So I see that this has already been submitted by the department, and so I don't know if it makes sense. Do we leave it on here? I would just support the department's ask, but should I leave it on? Should we leave one of these requests on?
Yes. So I haven't reviewed any departmental requests yet. This is a process for council. Whether or not the department has submitted it, your feedback is helpful for me. So I would say that for any of these that may overlap with the staff request, I'd like you to state your reasons to your colleagues and allow them to vote, because the council prioritization will impact my level of consideration for any of these requests.
Okay, great. Well, this is just an expansion. We saw the audit earlier just this year, just ensuring that we meet those targets to fully staff this department. And I'm happy to combine that with Councilmember Caballero's ask, because I think it is much the same, but please let me know if it's different.
No, based on what I'm seeing, it's the same. And so happy to collapse those into one.
Great.
And can y'all just to be specific on the details. So we're talking right now, Hearts is functioning 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, right? So this is 24/7, what you're saying.
Yeah, and there is the context provided by staff, but we're still supposed to keep ours in. I just want to collapse, just like the basic income one got collapsed into one moving forward. This one, I'm totally willing to collapse it into Councilmember Cook's.
Right, but again, it's 24/7 citywide.
Yes.
Can we make that dollar figure basically to what the staffing demand would be, rather than
Yes.
unless that's what it is?
Yeah, I would
Is that what it
default
is?
to the staff, because I think that mine was four mil, and that was an estimate. It seems like staff has given that estimate 5.6, so I would default to staff on that.
Yeah, and I would say, just for the purposes of this process, these are numbers you guys gave us. We haven't vetted those numbers. I'm going to encourage council, when you do, obviously for something like guaranteed basic income, where you're setting the funding, you can rely on that number. Where it's something where we're going to have to vet the number, it's probably good guidance to council to say, when you do your voting, vote more on your interest in the program than the number. If something comes to the top of the list, we'll vet that number and bring back what we think the cost is for council's consideration.
Thank you. All right, the next request is from Councilmember Cook, alternative shelter.
Okay, thank you. So I was actually thinking about this when we were talking about our chess versus checkers earlier. So the way that I have submitted these next two requests are short-term, not reoccurring. So these are one fiscal year requests. That is because my hope is that we have a long-term homelessness prevention strategy moving forward. And I'll talk about that in a second. Can I just sort of talk about all of these three in my 3 minutes? Okay.
Yep.
And so my hope and dream is that we have a strategy moving forward, that we have a long-term goals, and we also have like more clear designations on who is doing what and how we get procedures brought to us, or policies brought to us, excuse me. But in the meantime, we have these two really, really major gaping holes, which one is alternative shelters. We saw that actually in the priorities from community engagement as well. And then the next one is day shelters. And so I have broken these down, the alternative shelters, into three different groups of folks who are needing shelter. So it's more individualistic. So one is a site for individuals with high needs. I'm going to go through this really quickly, but it's all in my really, really well detailed in my request. Site for individuals with high needs, a site for families, and a site for just adults. All of these use a combination of either pallet houses or safe parking or raised platforms for tents or other safe sleeping. They all will have electrical hookups so folks can charge. They will have methods for folks to receive mail and other resources. They'll all be staffed. That is all included in the amount that I put before you. And again, it's only for a year. And there are time limits on how long folks can stay. Those are not meant to be permanent shelters. These are meant to be short-term to just address the fact that we don't have enough emergency shelter for people that are on the streets. And if you ever hear me talking about it, you will know how close so many of our community are to being homeless. If you don't walk through the world as a housing eviction defense lawyer, you probably don't hear it as often as I do, but people find me in every capacity. I'm talking like everyone from like the people checking me out at the grocery store, from like the folks that I go to the gym with, like everyone in between. Folks are really close to housing insecurity. I want to make sure that we are thinking critically about those folks since we do not have adequate shelter. Day sheltering, on a similar vein, this has been a request that's been made by many folks in the community. And so this has just been priced out to allow for equipment and supplies. And again, it's only for 1 year, with the hope and dream that we have a long-term strategy and also that we have other funding sources that come forward. But at this moment, I haven't seen any other funding sources. So I want to make sure that these basic community needs are met in the short term.
And then did you also want to do the homeless prevention strategy consultant? Or did you cover that one?
That maybe was covered, but
okay.
Yes. So I do think that I see on here that the context that was given was that there's plans to issue an RFP. I just want to be really careful in that we are engaging folks from different departments and also from different actors in the city and county as we're coming up with that RFP and assessing those RFPs, because I think it's really important that we get this right moving forward and we hear all voices that need to be heard.
Thank you. All right, the next one is Councilmember Baker.
Just one question real quick for Lyndsay, or the manager. So if we have questions about these, you're suggesting that we follow up with our colleagues afterwards to ask questions, correct?
That is the suggestion, yep.
Yep, mine's consolidated with Councilmember Cook's.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next request is Mayor Williams, Durham Violent Crime Reduction and Youth Engagement Reform.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be clear, we are going to have a chance to talk about these later when we come back. I mean, we're introducing them now, but you know, we're also publicly, you know, like we're doing the public's work right now and naming something.
We will discuss the results of the prioritization at the next budget retreat. we're just looking for a little bit of direction before we start sort of that.
Okay, I think the only thing that's missing with that is we're prioritizing, but we have numbers here as well. And that plays a role in my decision making, my prioritization here. I want to be able to support some of what I'm hearing, but not at the dollar figures. I think that, for example, I've asked Bo to come up with a homeless strategy. I think the last 4 address that. And I think that we can pull some of that to actually do some right now stuff and then some long strategic things as well. But we haven't been able to, we're just naming it. So I'm concerned that, you know, we're teasing the public about what our priorities are. This is the most important part of why we're on this board. So, yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Lyndsay. You've got a tough assignment because they brought you in because you can talk in a certain way they can't to us. So they're trying to keep us in line. I think part of the prioritization process, at least for me, part of that will be informed by massaging and questioning my colleagues. So and in fairness to them, because there's a lot of great ideas, but if I'm prioritizing based just upon a snippet or a primer here today, they're not going to get their fair treatment. So I don't know if we need another, or Mayor, if you want to exercise your prerogative today, if we need another session to kind of question each other or get some clarification prior to prioritization. I mean, I can do it, but I want to be fair to my colleagues. So.
I just want to emphasize that I need to depart at 4 o'clock today. And so I don't want to, I really want to just get through the exercise of at least introducing to let us have some level set. And I think we can have a conversation at a work session about what we want to do. And that would be more helpful because we are already at 3:15.
Yeah.
That's all.
Hey, this is what we signed up for. But to your point, Councilmember Freeman, I just checked on that. Bo, I am going to request that we have this on a work session as well.
Sure. I think we can definitely set aside time at the work session for you guys to discuss deeper. I think I would come back and say what I said before, which is I'd encourage you to respond to the rating more on the concept and the idea than the dollar figure. I understand we will certainly need to massage those numbers if any of these items move forward. So that's where I'd focus your energy.
Thank you. Because there are some necessary things we need to focus on, especially around immigration, and then our homeless stuff is like right now. So we got to figure out how to do as much as we can. To this right here, obviously, the number one crisis, and this is not my opinion, this is not subjective, this is fact. The number one crisis in the city right now is our young kids are dying. You turn on a news story every week, almost every other day. However, with that being said, when I drafted this, I was thinking about, well, we can do this, we should do that, we can do this, we can do that. I'm going to rescind most of this today. The Bull City Careers Pathways Program, I'm going to rescind it. The rec centers, I'm going to rescind that. The Corner Captains Program was basically, it was a concept of having to have, just creating and establishing two-way communication with just about every city block to better do community engagement. The reason why I'm talking about that is because everything we talked about today was about community engagement, and we just don't have it's in isolation, and I think we can do better with that. I'm going to rescind that. ShotSpotter, I'm going to rescind that. And I am going to request I'm going to request $100,000 to the Bull City Future Fund because it goes directly to those organizations that are doing that work. Where am I? What else is here? Yep. The Youth Crime Reduction Advisory Council, I am asking to hold that. And the Project Build, I'm going to ask to hold that because we're going to determine soon what we're going to do with the $1 million that we had to Bull City United. But I am going to ask that this is converted into establishing, I tried this before, I think we're going to have to go ahead and do it. We have a gang violent crime reduction assessment that was done before, and we have recommendations. So I'm converting this request into a $100,000 task force on the status of Black men and boys. About 90% of the offenders that have been killing or getting killed are young Black men. So, yeah.
And we can reflect that in the materials. We'll take these notes.
Yeah, could you just?
The FTE as
follow
well,
up
taking
with-
that out.
Would you follow up with amounts? And then, I mean, I don't know if this is right, but would you also separate them out so that?
Well, initially it was going to be a whole package.
I know.
So I'm breaking it all down to basically $100,000 for a task force and $5,000 for a youth advisory council.
Great. Thank you. All right.
And the future fund can be separate, actually.
And the future.
And
fund
I'll
is a separate
clarify, I'll
request?
clear all this up and
Okay.
send it over.
Okay.
But the task force is intended to, instead of me giving ideas, I want to rescind and put it into a democratic process and let community members work together to help solidify this issue.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next one is Councilmember Rist, expand Durham affordable housing loan.
Thank you. So this is a one-time $2 million appropriation request to expand the Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund, otherwise known as DOLF, to address the persistent need for affordable housing and also the demand in the market for flexible financing to acquire properties. So as you all may recall, in 2019, Duke University convened a group of folks in Durham. That was the City of Durham, County of Durham, and Duke. So City of Durham put in $2 million, the county put in $2 million, and Duke put in $1 million. This is a flexible fund that essentially provides 100% loan to value loans to allow affordable housing developers to acquire properties as they come on the market, and to give them flexible financing to move quickly, and then to have 5 years in that loan to figure out a development plan for those properties. DOLF is now has been lent out fully, so there's no more money in DOLF. DOLF made more than $11 million in loans for housing properties and has preserved or created almost 280 housing units at a cost of $40,000 per unit, which is pretty low compared to what it costs to build affordable housing. In full disclosure, DOLF is managed by the Self-Help Credit Union. I'm a board member of the Self-Help Federal Credit Union, a separate entity, as an unpaid board member. They've requested that we commit another $2 million to this fund. They're also going to the county and Duke University as well to recapitalize this fund, which has been so critical in acquiring properties quickly as they come on the market to preserve housing, to preserve affordable housing in the marketplace.
Thank you very much. All right, our next request is from Councilmember Baker, comprehensive housing plan.
Yeah, this is something that I've been interested in for a long time, is pulling all the different moving pieces together. All of that said, there are a lot of current pieces that are in process right now. And so I think that I'm going to go ahead and pull this one.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Freeman, racial equity leadership development tools.
Thank you. I appreciate that staff has moved it to human resources because it is a leadership development tool. And I will say that the tool is AI generated and it actually builds off of our existing organization and policies. And so I think it kind of builds into a little bit of the following. No, there was another one. But essentially there's a resource called Management EQ, which I did include with my request, that would be willing to support developing the city's, like essentially the specific tool for the city. And then I think it can be built out into cohorts with the schools and with the county, just knowing that it's gonna, there's just needs to be another layer of support for us as we move forward and understanding how race equity has impact on the organization. And I think this will be helpful in moving away from just the racial side and then more to like what it is to be an organization together and be more inclusive. And so when you're differently abled, what tools can you be using? When you're language access, like all the different things could be at a essentially in your cell phone access for any of our leaders in our organization. So whether they're supervisors, managers, directors, it would kind of give them that ability to navigate. That's all.
Thank you. All right.
I just had a quick question. Some of these strategies, I know, Councilmember Baker, I'm aligned with you on many of them. I requested our manager to provide a homeless strategy, housing strategy, economic development strategy, and a public safety strategy as part of your new portfolio. And part of that retreat I was talking about was trying to get him to prepare for that, and we give him information. I know you just pulled one, but I think we need all of them. I will say that I'm sort of relying on you, Bo, with your team to start working on those strategies. Just so we don't put the cart before the horse. You're just getting hired, and I know that these are the areas you wanted to focus on, so.
I can certainly acknowledge we've had those conversations. I wouldn't necessarily say all of that is in the work plan right now, but these conversations and my continued conversations with council members are helping me understand what your priorities are. So I'm listening. And if at any point there is something council wants to know exactly what the status is, I'll give you a transparent answer as to whether or not it's something we're working on or we're not. And if council wants to change our priorities, we'll do that.
Thank you.
All right. Our next request is from Councilmember Caballero, Government Efficiency.
It should actually say inclusive leadership development tool.
Okay.
Real quick, is the 37.5 per year or total?
The 37.5 is for 2 years.
Thanks.
Total.
So this is, and I say in my notes, it needs to include the county. Obviously, if we don't have a collaborative partner on that side, it's not going to move forward. And not the way that the federal government's doing it, but actually, but actual analysis, not just give away to billionaires. I think that especially on the conversation we just had about reevaluation, I think, we hear from residents, this is not a new story in Durham. We're one county, one city, we're named the same thing, and most residents don't know the difference. So hiring a consultant to help us understand duplication between city and county, how can we be more efficient? Just seeing the reevaluation piece, like what is it costing residents to have two bureaucratic systems that could probably move in a more efficient manner. That's it.
Thank you. All right, the next two requests are for fare-free buses. I will pass it to Councilmember Cook and then Councilmember Baker if you have anything to add.
I think that this is going to be self-explanatory. It sounds like we're also getting a presentation about this, so we will know exactly the cost involved. But it's a priority of mine to keep the buses fare-free. I feel like everyone has sort of expressed that they're aligned with that, so I'm happy to consolidate it into Councilmember Baker's. Great.
Just want to say I support it, but we should watch out for what's coming out from the state and cutting funding based on Go Triangle and Wake County went back to fair. Raleigh went back to fairs because the state was threatening to say you're not doing your own due diligence. So we're gonna whatever. So we should probably just watch out for any stuff coming from the state on that, and we can just forget about the federal government. But I support it.
All right, thank you. The next request is from Councilmember Baker. It is the study to reconfigure downtown streets and fix the loop.
Yes, colleagues, in this challenging world where we are so divided, there's one thing that we can all agree on, and that is that no one likes the downtown loop. It's something that people for years have talked about addressing. There's this 2010 work that was done. There was the 2015 Fix the Loop initiative. Over the years, there have been many ideas and envisioning of processes to reconstruct and reconfigure the loop. This is another one, and hopefully one that we can actually execute upon. This is following up on the new DDI master plan, which also has additional reconfigurations for the downtown loop. And I also think that there's an opportunity here to free up land and create a new block, particularly in removing the Liberty on-ramps between City Hall and the library. It's about creating more accessibility, creating a front door for the downtown Durham library, which, as we saw, people in Durham love the downtown library and want to reconnect it to downtown, in fact, to City Hall, make City Hall more accessible from the east. So this is a big idea, and I think a big opportunity, and one that is connected and tied directly to the DDI Blueprint Master Plan.
Thank you.
By the way, it's almost 1,000 acres that would free up with that, and it's 85% government-owned property.
Thank you very much. And then it is coming back to you, Councilmember Baker, for the next one, which is the study to redevelop the block bounded by Parish Street, Orange Street, Mangum Street, and Chapel Hill Street.
Yeah, colleagues, this is another one that is coming directly out of the downtown Durham Blueprint Master Plan. This is the block that is directly across the street from City Hall. Once more, this is the surface parking and the parking garage. The DDI Blueprint Master Plan envisions this as an extension of the Black Wall Street Gardens. We can also just imagine what that space could be for people rather than for cars, particularly across from the civic heart of our city, where people could gather and perhaps protest us in some of the decisions that we're making from time to time. Again, I think there's an opportunity here. I don't know what the financials would look like, but there's an opportunity here to go in two directions with the parking garage. One is tearing down the parking garage and reconstructing something there. The other is lining the front of the parking garage with another building that is facing directly onto the plaza. So this is taking the first step toward re-envisioning that space, again, coming directly out of the DDI Blueprint Master Plan.
Some of the students at UNC who designed the loop back in 1962 have said it was one of their biggest mistakes.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what this is, but if this is the RFP it's for a plan for redevelopment and not actually for redevelopment, and if any such redevelopment happened, it would go into the CIP, is that right?
May have to consult Christina.
Okay. We can follow up.
I think it
I just wanted to make sure.
could be a study or an RFP, and I would kick it to staff to determine the best route forward.
Okay. Okay. I was just wondering if it would make a difference which fund it went into, but.
All right. The next two requests center around minimum livable wage, but they do seem distinct. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Rist, your request, and then we will do the other one.
Sure, these are a little bit distinct, but also connected. So this is a request to allocate sufficient funds so that all of the city of Durham's part-time seasonal workers are paid at the Durham minimum livable wage. This is a bit of a sort of like follow-up on last year's budget process. As you all recall, late in the process, it became clear that there are 26 classifications, I think, within the city of Durham that start at a wage that's below the Durham minimum livable wage. We were not able to correct that in last year's budget. This is a request to then correct that this year. So again, that all employees start at least at that Durham minimum livable wage, which I think will be I think right now it's $19.58. We'll go up to maybe close to 20 an hour. Yeah, that's my request. Along with this request, and right, last year, the manager actually costed this out. Last year, the cost was estimated at 1.3 million. So I think it's a pretty good figure. Will have to be confirmed by staff. Along with that, there was a request last year from folks in the budget process to actually look at how we calculate the Durham minimum livable wage. Is it a 4-year period, rolling period, 3 years or whatever? So I think it's worth looking at that and making sure that how we calculate the Durham minimum livable wage reflects accurately or as close as possible to what it really costs to live in Durham. So I think looking at that would be a good idea.
Thank you very much. That sounds like it leads us right into Councilmember Baker, your request around minimum livable wage ordinance amendment.
Yeah, thank you for summarizing it. Councilmember Rist, yes. So it's a blended 4-year average. And again, this is not necessarily a traditional budget request. This is to get a sense of where colleagues are and their interest in amending the minimum livable wage ordinance, which would have budget implications. And therefore, I think this is a good space to have that discussion. And I think having two numbers come back from staff, changing it from 4 years to 3 years or 4 years to 2 years, and understanding what kind of shock to the system that might have, or what kind of cost that might have.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is more for staff. It would be great to get numbers to both colleagues' points. This is more about changing our ordinance, but there is budgetary implications. So if we're going to do it, I'd love to see the implication for the part-time, for what it would cost to do a 3-year blended, and what it would cost to do a 2-year blended. Thanks.
Thank you.
And just for clarity, council members, the second half of yours, does it fall within Councilmember Baker's? Okay.
Okay. Okay. The next one is Councilmember Caballero with HR policies analysis.
Thank you. This is just a basic kind of moving in the same direction as we did with our market adjustment for city workers. Is what else is in our HR policies that could be expanded and made more robust. I see that the HR department is working with the city attorney's office, and I would just love to know what 12 policies that they're looking at, because if it's all the ones that workers have raised with council, then we don't need another consultant. We don't spend money on it. So I think it could go away, but I want to know what those policies are.
Okay. All right. The next one, Councilmember Cook, leave for voting.
This isn't really a budgetary request, a similar situation of just like sort of understanding the budgetary implications of this. So I just thought I would put it in. I'm happy to withdraw it. It's just wanted to make sure that we were looking into giving folks time to vote. So if it could be changed to a floating holiday or something like that, would be good. I don't know, should I withdraw it? It doesn't seem very budget-y.
It's an indirect budget cost. If anytime we add leave to our employee benefits, it is a lost productivity that ultimately the real cost hits if we have to backfill some status. So if we give 400 firefighters an extra half day off, that adds up to a potential budget cost of needing additional firefighters to cover the trucks. So I would say there's a budget impact, and I would really defer to you as to whether or not you want to leave it in or out. If it moves forward, we would certainly bring kind of a cost estimate to council.
Hello, okay, I'll leave it in. This is the only reason that I put it in here is because I was poll working before and folks told me that their businesses were giving them paid half days to go vote if they returned with a I voted sticker. And I figured that was something that the city might also want to do, because that seemed nice, so.
Thank you. Next request is Councilmember Baker, Southeast Durham Land Use Strategy.
Yeah, this is something that we've been discussing with the county. There's been a lot of land use change and water impacts in Southeast Durham. I am going to withdraw this item. The planning department is looking at potentially embarking upon a open space master plan. And I think that would look more broadly at other parts of Durham as well as this part, and get at some of the same goals.
Thank you. The next one is also yours, Councilmember Baker, around the small area plan.
Yeah, this was intended to fund a small area plan. The planning department is going to do that work internally. However, I do want to leave this in, but refocus it as just providing funds, $100,000 to the planning department in case they want to tap into it to bring in design experts or folks who want to do charrettes or those kinds of things as they conduct their work.
Okay. Thank you. The next request is Councilmember Freeman's Ujama Market.
Thank you. This request is just to highlight the concern that I have around the lack of Black businesses in our downtown core, just noting that they've been leaving and a few have remained. I noticed with the Kwanzaa event, this past Kwanzaa, that there was a huge showing of support around having that cultural like event in the space. And so I did want to highlight, like, if there's a way to connect both Parks and Rec and economic development in this, it would be good. I would love to have support from the council to really highlight that there is a need for Black cultural vendor spaces for small, very micro businesses. And this could be an opportunity just to work with Hayti Heritage Center to do just that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next request will be Councilmember Baker, allocating funding for Parks and Recreation youth programming.
This is obviously not a specific request for a specific program, just merely to state, make a statement of value that we prioritize young people in our city and investing in young people in our city outside of the investments that the school board and the county commission makes in young people and outside of the hours of school. And so I would hope that we can prioritize and allocate the funding that is requested by the Parks and Recreation Department that is going towards youth recreation.
Thank you. And I'm coming back to you, Councilmember Baker, for kiosks in public parks.
Yes, this is a request for one-time request for funding for the Parks and Recreation Department to fund kiosks in public parks. This is something that we're seeing across the state, much more prevalent in North Carolina, but also if you travel, you see kiosks in public parks across the world. They add eyes to public parks. They add lighting to public parks. They can be places where we provide civic information for people to be able to access things that they need from the city. And they can also provide a revenue source. You can lease out space. It can foster small scale entrepreneurship and innovation. And so this would be at the discretion of the Parks and Recreation Department, but in support of adding kiosks to the degree that the Parks and Rec Department wants to various public parks in Durham.
Thank you. The next request is Mayor Williams around World University Games.
Yeah, so Durham is one of the key players in the Triangle to Triad World University Games coming up. I've been requested by the World University Games Steering Committee, along with other mayors between Greensboro, from Greensboro, High Point, and Winston to Raleigh, Cary, Chapel Hill, Apex, and Durham, and all in between. This is expected to bring about $400 to $500 million in revenue. They will utilize every athletic facility between the Triangle and the Triad. This is in 2029, but it is you have the Olympics, and then you have the World University Games. We will have athletes coming from all over the world, and every hotel bed will be filled and every athletic facility used. So each municipality is making their commitment, and I didn't want to ask for hours all at once. So I'm asking for $55,000 for the next 3 years. Next 4 years, I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right, we have come to the 4 CIP requests that are in here. So as mentioned earlier, 3 of these are already in the CIP process, with the exception of the wash facility, which staff is studying to determine whether to submit in the future to the CIP process. Do you all want to talk about the 4 CIP, or should we leave those off today?
I'd rather just, I mean, I don't think it's a long conversation. Since we're a little bit ahead of time, just make sure we sort of publicly like highlight these. if that's okay, or colleagues. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we've had other items here that were also in the budget that we wanted to, like the Fairbury buses. I just want to lift up the two-way conversion. It's in the budget, or it was planned last year to be in the budget this year, 5.5 million to fully fund the implementation of Roxborough Mangum two-way conversion and the initial design of the two-way conversion of due corrections. I just want to publicly say, I think this is a key priority. I want to make sure it's in the CIP.
Great.
I want to reemphasize something I said earlier with the asks in the operating budget, same for the CIP. Please don't consider whether or not a department submitted it as meaning you can put your priority somewhere else. I want you to vote your priorities based on your priorities, because a department submission doesn't necessarily mean it's going to move forward. And so hearing from the council that something is at the top of your list is informative to me.
Okay.
That's great.
Great.
I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Manager. On the flip side, for me, if I kind of come down on if a department's going to submit it, because everything we ask for has a total. I mean, so publicly, we've transmitted that there's 30 some odd $1 million in council asks. And if some of those asks are just merely to make a statement to the public or to reinforce what's already going to be asked, to me, that's a number that doesn't have to be that high, and could potentially shift the conversation to other needs in our city, in our budget. For example, for me, I think that for example, Hart, the message is clear. Hart's going to be 24/7. A 10th grader is going to graduate from high school, hopefully at some point. I'm not going to go to them in 10th grade and say, act like a senior now. Let them matriculate. And for me, when it's a whole department now. It's no longer a hotbed political issue. It's codified in our organizational chart. So if we've got experts there who are going to kind of, tell us what they need when they need, knowing full well where we want to go, to me, that's part of the number we don't have to inflate, that I can kind of focus other places. So to the manager's point, I kind of look at if I want to see what the staff is going to ask for, so I don't have to unnecessarily inflate my number. And then if they're not where I want them to be, we still have time to kind of go back and tweak it and push it, and where the council ultimately is going to follow us anyway. So that's just kind of where I come down on that. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, Councilmember Rist, would you like to also do a minute on the HVAC at Carolina
real quick,
Theater?
right. So this request is to allocate roughly 6 to 8 million from the CIP to fund the replacement of the failing HVAC system at the Carolina Theater. This is also in the pre-list items from General Services. Carolina Theater is owned by the city of Durham. It's managed by the nonprofit Carolina Theater of Durham, whatever they operate as. This is the theater is turning 100 years old. It's one of the top 4 locations that the visitors come and the residents choose in downtown Durham. It's a key part of our downtown vibe. We have not always budgeted in the CIP for repairs to the Carolina Theater. Sometimes we just use savings elsewhere. This is just a request to make this explicit in the budget that we want to plan for this important reinvestment in the Carolina Theater. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Cook, if you'd like to talk about the Leaden Parks request.
I think everyone's familiar with this request. I put this in before I knew that the Parks Department had already requested. I think they might have actually requested 7 million in addition. So this is just, as y'all might remember from last time we discussed this is concerning the 5 parks. I think last year the idea was that we put 1 million in per park-ish, just in case there were steps that we could take immediately to either reopen parts of the park or all of the parks, or remediate in the time that after the study came down from the state, but maybe before work started. Just wanted to make sure that that money stayed available for us to use. It's already been requested.
Thank you. And then I will come back to you for the wash facility request. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was making sure that the 5 million was still in the budget, but my understanding is that the 5 million is still, because it is in the CIP, that the 5 million still lives there, and that an additional 7 million has been requested. So I just wanted to make sure the original 5 million was still there and still designated for the parks.
And if I may, the DPR has now received a estimate from DEQ about the initial cost, and I think it's around 10+ million. So that exactly this 7 million request plus the 5 million last year would be what we're going to pay for that first round. There's probably more investments we'll need to make in those parks.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you.
The wash facility is really just and I know that there has been some conversation with solid waste. This is really in an effort to prioritize reducing our waste. As I think we all know, where our waste goes is the second largest emitter of methane gas, I think, in the world. It's pretty bad. And it's an environmental issue, justice issue because of the community that it's impacting, not by accident. And there's actually a great podcast about this if anyone wants to listen, from the Southern Environmental Law Center. But this is just one idea that came from community members for reducing waste. I know that there's been composting and some other pieces of waste reduction that the city has been doing. And so I look forward to hearing what solid waste comes up with from the research around this too.
Thank you. All right, our last request, Councilmember Baker. This is develop revisions to sections 9 and 10 of the Public Works Reference Guide for Development and Street Design Manual.
Thank you. Yes, colleagues, this is a follow-up from the NACTO resolution that we passed a few months ago. It did two things. One thing is it officially adopted NACTO and ITE street design guidelines. The other thing that it did was called for an update to the street standards that are tied to the UDO. And this is what that second piece does. It would update the standards, the street design standards. It would also provide funding for street design manual. And actually the number that was provided to me by staff was 250,000, but they indicated that that was a conservative number. So I think something between 250 and 300 would be the request here.
Great, thank you. All right, we managed to introduce all of them. I might pass it back to the city manager to talk a little bit about what comes next.
So I'd like to get a little bit of guidance from the council. There was a discussion, you guys suggested you'd like some more time to talk about it at work session. What the time constraint we have is we want to make sure you have time to do your prioritization exercise, which we had wanted completed by close of business Friday. Having a discussion at work session wouldn't prevent that, but it would give council only less than 24 hours really to complete that exercise. So what's your pleasure? What I could offer is let's presume you don't need to discuss the whole list of 38 projects. You could take the weekend and send us some email. Maybe I can offer Christina to receive your feedback on the projects you would like to see, just that you would like to put on the agenda for a Thursday discussion. Again, these are conversations between you, so we will just kind of compile the list, and then we could put that time aside. Or if you feel like you've answered your questions today or can answer your questions otherwise, we don't have to have a discussion Thursday. What's your pleasure?
Go ahead.
I'm fine with sending my things to Christina. I think for me, for clarifying, like there's context added that we didn't have when we submitted. So I think some of the kind of economic development plan piece, there's some additional insight offered by staff. So now I'm just like, is that in or is that out? Like, is that a thing that we need to worry about or is it not a thing that we need to worry about? Which then reduces the amount that we're asking by $250,000, which is not insignificant, right? So I think that that's some of the guidance that I know I need, and I don't know if we're being asked to like score a thing. I can't score a thing because I don't have the information I need to score. So which is why I think maybe what we could do is here are the items I have questions about, like you're saying, and we can just email those to Christina, and then that's what we discuss. If there's like clear themes, and that's what we're talking about on Thursday at the work session. It can be added into our packet. Maybe like these were the themes that came up as council over and over and over again. I don't know.
I think for me, I mean, I'm interested in just about everything on the list. I think that, and colleagues, I don't mean this in any offensive way, but I think we're, as it stands, it wouldn't be financially responsible with everything that we have before us. So I think for me, I'm interested in talking with you all more about the numbers and seeing how much we can get while still trying to honor. I mean, we haven't even heard what's coming from staff, which is the same amount, just about, I think it's 34 point something million. Our request alone is 36 million. A lot of what we're doing is we are operationalizing some things where staff may already have it. They may be able to work it into something they're already doing. But I think for me, it's mainly just, just trying to like look at it through an economic lens. Right now, if it's 36 million, let's say we got it down to 30 million. I mean, and then the department requests come in and they shrink that as much as they can. We're still looking at raising taxes pretty high. So I'm interested in most of it, but when I reach out after this to each of you, I'll be talking about, the give and take about the amount that we're asking for.
I agree with your initial idea. I think the more conversation, the better, and give the manager direction. Clearly, we're not going to do everything on this list. I think, and I wouldn't be so worried about the number. There's double counting here, even in this calculation. There may be double counting between what we requested staff. So I think more discussion to figure out what our priorities are, and then we let the manager sort of go from there.
Right, and that's my fear. We didn't get a chance to say that today, so I don't. We know that we're going to be responsible, but leaving here today, it sounds like, all right, so what order are we putting everything in? But we haven't discussed where's the threshold? And you're asking for preference, and I'm sort of like Councilmember Caballero. There's a little more information I need before I can give you preference.
Just to be.
And we're on a timeline. I don't know how adjustable that timeline is, but
the timeline is not adjustable, but the end goal is, so let's be clear. We have time set aside at your next budget retreat for you to discuss the outcomes of the prioritization exercise. And at that time, you don't have to stick with what you voted on. The voting would set the stage for the council to talk to each other 2 weeks from now to say, all right, here's what the voting came out, but let's tell staff to move this up or move this down. The purpose of an interim conversation is really for you to inform each other prior to going through the prioritization exercise, so you know what you're ranking. So you've got at least one conversation on your calendar, which is the next budget retreat, where we will come back and say, here's how you voted. What sorts of discussion do you want to have around that? What sorts of direction do you want to give staff or what sorts of questions does this bring up about how we might implement some of that direction? That's a conversation we will definitely have in 2 weeks. If what council is telling us today is we're not ready to even give the prioritization without talking to each other some more, I think that would be the reason to have an additional conversation on Thursday's work session. And what I'm suggesting is that you tell us which projects you don't know enough about from each other. We'll share that back out with you, and you'll know if one of your projects is requested for more information on Thursday.
Got you. What I'm trying to avoid, and I won't name any people or organizations, but I'm trying to avoid a financial crisis and prioritize it without being able to discuss. You're looking for total guidance without the total picture, and I feel uncomfortable with that. So you're a manager that looks at a lot more data than we do. We're bringing you ideas, and at least for me, I'm bringing you ideas that I'd like to see happen, but relying on you to let me know what's financially feasible. And there's a give and take in that. All right, well, I got it. We got to do this, but help me out with what's feasible, because 36 million is going to probably take up a lot of what the operations do on a daily basis.
And Manager Ferguson, that was actually really helpful to me. I think if we look at this as like a preliminary prioritization with the understanding that at our next budget retreat, we're going to get more information, particularly around reeval and what that's going to look like for us. And I think that, and we'll get presentations from some of the departments at that time as well. So we'll actually see what things are incorporated. And so as long as my voting in between now and then, I feel confident that I can get the information that I need from my colleagues before then to do an initial prioritization, but I don't want it to be like my final prioritization until we get the additional information that we're going to get at the next budget retreat session. And then I know obviously that even once we prioritize, it's not like everything we prioritize gets put in the budget. You have to have a balanced budget at the end. And so you have to select what can actually be accomplished and what can't. And so it's not like if we prioritize all the most expensive things, it's not like we can necessarily get all of those things. And I think that is obviously like how you're going to proceed. But I feel comfortable that I have enough information, or I can get the information that I need to have an initial prioritization just in terms of strategy. I don't want it to be maybe binding on me forever.
Yep. So Councilmember Cook actually set up my answer perfectly, which is the other thing you will do at your next budget retreat is you will give us feedback on the budget guidelines. And the budget guidelines is where council can tell us, we want you to consider all this stuff within certain parameters. So those parameters, Mayor, I think get to your concern about, are we setting up a financial crisis if we prioritize this list? No, if you prioritize the list, you're giving me feedback and direction on how council ranks these requests. But you're also, in setting the budget guidelines, going to give us guidance about whether or not you want us to stay as close to revenue neutral as possible, or whether you want to accrue new revenue. And so if in those guidelines, you'll give us a sense of what you're comfortable with, and then we're going to take all your feedback, including the list of priorities, but also all the conversations you've had today and that you'll have 2 weeks from now. And my job will be to translate that into a recommended budget. So I would like to kind of relieve council of the burden that if you prioritize something, you're absolutely guaranteeing that I'm going to include it in my proposed budget. I am going to take it as guidance from the council about where your priorities are. I would not take that as insisting that I put it in. And then in May, if my budget has something that you've decided you don't want anymore, you can take it out. And if I don't include something in my proposed budget in May, that is when it becomes the council's again. So I think you have several bites at the apple. And I would encourage you to work as you can with this list to prioritize it with an understanding that I won't take any of that as written in stone.
I appreciate this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mr. City Manager, that it's all a process. We're playing chess. It's not like we're going to blow up the chessboard, right? So I don't see a crisis here. I think it's a process. We've just got to, Well, I do think I think enough questions. And again, I think more conversations better for you to hear this. I can imagine us at the work session saying we're going to set aside whatever 45 minutes or whatever it is. I don't want to make this too hard on the staff to try to manage which items. I think if we get a cleaned up list from the discussion we had today, things we've merged, have that list, and we got an X amount of time, and like just go down the list and where are the questions, and just do that.
Yeah, very, very quickly. Thank you, Mayor and Mr. Manager. For me, what's going to guide me at the next session, first, I'm not going to vote for $30-some-odd million in council has. One. Two, and we never have, and I know we know that. One, for me, and just full transparency, and I fully expect this to be applied to any ask I make. One, is it new? Is it something that we are not already doing or have not done? We did not have an immigrant defense fund. We didn't have guaranteed income. We didn't have participatory budgeting. So one, is it new? And for me, secondly, if it's something that we're already doing, then it's going to be a very high threshold to convince me. It's kind of like sitting in a car that's going somewhere and just say drive faster. If we're sitting in a car that's already going where we want it to go, and we're just simply saying drive faster or step on the gas with not full knowledge of the traffic conditions, I'm not going to support that. And I think a lot of the good news is that a lot of the stuff that we've asked for, a lot of this list I've read, is already either in work or has a home. So for me, my question is some of the things we're asking for, can it already be accomplished within our existing workforce and our existing mission statements within the org chart? I'm not interested in doing nuts and bolts stuff as a policymaker or telling, professionals to drive faster. So the question I'm going to be asking, does it already exist? And if it has a home, is what you're asking, can it already be accomplished Do they even need the money to do what you're asking them to do? Some is already within the purview of their workforce. And two, well, yeah, that's it for me. Is it new, and does it already exist, and does it already have a home?
Just want to make clear that if there are questions that we need to have answered at the work session, that, you know, if there is, like Lyndsay said, if there's any staff questions that you have, that we're prepared for that.
So that brings us to the end of day one. And I want to, first, I want to thank our budget staff for the excellent work they've done pulling today together. So join me in thanking them. Mayor and Council, I want to thank you. These are long days. We throw a lot at you, and the fact that we are ending on time, and also I think heard some really great feedback and conversations is really encouraging to me. I definitely know that we got what we needed. And while I know a lot of this feels a little bit murky, I think you guys worked through a lot today and helped us work through a lot. So I also want to thank all the staff who's in attendance. I know at times it may not seem like they've got a very formal role here, but for me, as your manager, it's really critical that they hear these conversations. I think it's really instructive to them, and it's really important to have them in the room if we have questions for them. So I want to thank all the staff who dedicated their day today. It's really helpful to have you here, and I'm glad you could be here. I hope everybody has a great weekend. I'm really looking forward to seeing you Monday night, and definitely looking forward to this retreat in 2 weeks. Mayor, do you have any final comments?
Nope, that's it. Colleagues, just really appreciate you all. This was great work. We got a lot done, and I look forward to us deliberating a lot amongst one another when we leave here today. But this is the people's work, and I think that we're doing it well. Thank you.
New manager's first retreat. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're here.
All right. Well, we are dismissed. Thank you.
Appreciate it.